No?
There you go.
There you go.
Hey, hello and welcome everybody on a weekend night. I'm Bunto Skiffler here with the lovely Sugar Tiberius Rhodes, and my friend James O'Donnell. How you guys doing on tonight? Get it
Good.
off.
Uh, Doing pretty good, doing pretty good. You gonna take over this hangout too? I'm just.
Per request. All right. What we're going to talk about tonight is a variety of subjects, all pertaining to sex. We're taking requests too, so if you want to come on in or just
Yep.
add stuff in the outside chat, we'll be more than glad to look at it. Okay, Sugar, what's on your mind?
I figure it's time that I stop fighting it. You know, it all comes around to sex with me. So, and I really believe that it has a lot to do with our society and our troubles, and that we ought to get our sexual ducks in a row and not be so afraid of it. A lot of questions. And now
Okay,
that
it's
I'm
all
starting to date again, there's all these questions about, sex
starting to
and,
date again, huh? Okay, well, tell us
well,
about
I'm
the dating.
trying.
Who are you dating?
I'm not, I'm not dating anybody yet. I haven't,
You're dating your right hand.
damn right.
Okay, what do you look?
Apparatus.
Okay, what do you enjoy about? What kind of man are you after at this time? What do you want out of a
I,
man?
I, I have no idea. I have no agenda. Everything
No
has changed for
idea.
me.
Okay,
Mm-mm, I
thinking like
don't.
a man, what would you want out of your prospective partner?
I want somebody who's honest. I want
All
somebody
right.
who knows that they are a solid person within themselves. They know what they want. They're not going
That's
to
Define,
better.
change.
define honest.
Honest. I want them to feel like they can speak the way they want to speak, ask for what they want. If they know they're not monogamous, that they say, "Look, I'm looking for an open relationship," or "I want polyamory," whatever. And I think everybody should have that right. I mean, I really think that in this day and age, there's no reason to go into a relationship and be stuck with monogamy if that's not what you want. If that's
Okay,
what
it's a
you
big
know.
deal to you, fidelity.
Well,
At
Sometimes,
this
if
point in
you're
your
in a
life, it's a big deal.
non-monogamous relationship, fidelity's kind of tough.
yeah, exactly. Well, it's
But it's
but
agreed
but
upon. I
but you
understand what you're saying.
yeah. Can you not have a agreed
But
upon fidelity with
Mm-hmm.
polyamory? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So
Absolutely, you can.
but
yeah,
It
once you
all
hit a
depends on
certain
how you define
age,
it.
well, excuse me, I mean, once you hit a certain age, I mean, it just to me, it just doesn't become that important. I mean, there's a lot of other things besides fidelity.
yeah. I don't. I was just talking to this one gentleman tonight, this one guy, and um, I asked him if he had any female drama in his life because I said you got a lot of female friends. And he said a few. I said, any drama? And he says, no, I don't really roll that way. I said, okay. I said, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with you having female friends. I just don't do female drama. And he said, well, I got this one woman that I was dating, but we decided not to date anymore. But we do hook up every once in a while for little friends with benefits. And I said, that's cool. I said,
Oh my God,
I
that's
hope
so
you.
corny.
Well, I said, I hope you would always feel that you wouldn't have to hide that, right? If I call up and say, "Hey, let's go out," and you go, "Oh no, Karen's coming over because I'm gonna bang her or whatever," that's okay by me. If at a certain point we decide that we want to be exclusive, then of course, it's just
Okay,
gotta go.
another man suggests to you that you're not good enough and you're willing to settle for that.
Who says that?
How does that mean she's not good enough?
Oh no,
Okay,
he
he
loves.
tells
He's
you,
divisive.
no, it's not. I'm just, these things cross my mind. I mean, okay, you talk to your guy, he tells you, yeah, I got another woman on the side. And the thing that would cross my mind is, well, I'm not good enough.
No,
Well, no,
see,
yeah, it doesn't.
you're not understanding the premise of being in a non-monogamous
Silly
relationship.
dog.
These issues are all discussed before these things happen.
Yeah,
You don't just suddenly say, "Oh, by the way, I'm
So you got to
non-monogamous."
seek the guy's permission? Oh my
no,
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 God.
no, no. I laid the
you
law
don't
down
even
for this guy.
understand it, Tonto.
Yeah, I laid the law down for this guy today. And I didn't lay the law down. I was nice about it, obviously. I said,
I love it.
shut up.
Okay,
One minute you want me alpha female, the next minute you want me
lay down
submissive.
the law. All
No,
right.
no.
Okay, you go ahead.
What I told him was a subject came up. Of course, sex came up, and I said, well, while we're on the subject, let me let you know this doesn't fly with me. But
Okay, how long have you known this guy?
about a week.
I love it.
I'm 51 years old. The subject came up. What's
Listen,
the big deal?
I've been the last. I've just been in a relationship since October. And the last year, I was living with my ex.
Yeah.
And any woman that I started deciding to see on any level, we had this conversation on the first date. By the
Yeah.
way, this is how I am. What do you think? You
Yeah.
have to
That's,
start with that. You can't get into a relationship and 3 months down there, oh, and by the
How
way,
did it
I'm
work?
like this,
yeah, it's the
because
truth.
you just have to be, that's honest. You
Hmm.
have these
Oh.
conversations right at the beginning, and then everything else is easy, because
Okay,
everything
so
else,
you
you just,
told the biddy that you were attached to somebody and that went over well?
But he
what,
doesn't have a,
why do you use condescending and demeaning terms?
Because I can use whatever term I want, dude. I mean, if you
Mondo.
can't answer
Oh,
the question honestly, just say, hey, I don't
Well,
want to answer it honestly.
well, I
I mean,
don't,
don't
I,
whine about the way
and
I ask
then
questions, man.
and then they wonder
well,
why Sugar doesn't have hangouts anymore.
like,
I mean, guys, you're gonna whine about the
Crack
way
me
I
up.
ask a
No, no,
question?
no, no,
Oh,
no,
you're
no,
asking
no,
it a
no,
pejorative way.
no,
Dude, just say, hey, I don't want to answer the question honestly, man.
no, it's not about answering the question honestly. It's
Yeah,
about
you're right.
respect.
It's not about answering the question
Okay.
honestly. You can't.
All
You
right,
don't want
I'll
to.
just sit here and be quiet, Sugar. You can talk to
Yeah,
him all
Bunto.
I
night.
mean,
That's fine.
I don't like, freaking
You're
games,
condescending
Bunto.
dude.
prick, Bunto. Just
Yeah,
stop.
and you're a whiner too, man. You want to be just admit you don't want to answer the question honestly. You whine about the way I asked it.
Yeah, I know the dog's growling now. Now the dog's moaning at you. Both of you.
Anyway,
I,
so,
I
okay,
don't
it's
have
fair to.
I don't have
So,
time for people who condescend people and
Hey, I
tell
don't
them to
care.
do
That's
this.
neither here nor there. Just say you
It
can't
is,
answer the
it is
question
here and
honestly.
there. It's important, and if it's not to you, I'm sorry. That's
Because
your life,
the
not
only thing
mine.
can you answer the question, yes or no? And then you complain about the way I asked the question.
Yeah, because it's a disrespectful question, and I refuse to
Oh,
answer something
phooey. I mean,
silly
dude,
that.
there's no qualifiers to honesty. Just answer the question. How did it go over when you told her that? It's okay that I'm attached?
yeah, I know. It's pissing you off too, huh? Dog's down here growling. So funny.
Anyway, okay, go ahead and,
I don't know.
telling people that you're attached works,
I
right?
don't know. Well, I think that it's at least a good start because don't make me waste 3 months. How many times do you hear people talk about stuff in a relationship and you go, wait a minute, did you discuss this already?
Okay,
I mean,
fine.
I think more men than women, at least stereotypically, and I think that may be changing. Um,
Fine.
women will assume monogamy because they're dating on a regular basis, and men don't necessarily hold that.
Fine, but what I'm asking is, how did it go over? I mean, the person is willing to accept that you're attached to somebody else?
It's a matter of giving them the option up front, and that's a respect thing.
Right.
Without that
Okay,
level of
fine.
respect,
I understand the rationale, but how did it go
can
over?
you, if
That's what
you
I'm asking.
stop talking, I will actually answer your
Well, if
question.
you start
I think
I
asking
was
I
actually
think I
I
know
was
where I think
I
I know
was
where the
actually
disconnect is.
answering your question when you cut me off again. So you can keep doing this if you want, but I am actually trying to answer your question. Okay?
I
So
think I know where the disconnect is, by the way. Just go ahead.
when you lead with these questions, it gives the other person the opportunity to say, I don't want that in a relationship. And you go, great, it's been a great cup of coffee, thank you, and you part without hating each other,
So
right?
it's a
So I have met several women open to these ideas, and I'm with one right now who
Mhm.
were very similar in makeup. We're both like that, and that's without that conversation on the first meeting, you never get these conversations because you then become afraid of bringing it up. Oh,
right,
what if I say this? So when I talk to the lady that I'm with right now,
right.
she's a bisexual lady who's had long-term relationships with both sexes, and I'm bisexual. So
Hmm.
I've had relationships with both. So
Fine.
It sounds like a
without
nice
being able to
party.
talk about those things, you hide things. And that's why I asked, what do you mean by honesty? That's the first question you got to ask. Because if
Okay.
you aren't willing to talk about these things openly, they never get discussed in most
Commendable.
normal relationships. So when you lead with these questions, it gives everybody the ability to move from that point and say, I don't want that, or I want that. And that's their decision. not
Okay.
yours. Oh, by the way, I'm like this, and they're already in a 4 months into a relationship, or 20 years, right?
Yeah.
That's
Was
honest.
it was it in any way optimum in your person that you tell this to,
Define
for them that
optimum.
you're connected? Oh, I mean, hey, at any time I got to go over and service this person.
Well, again, that's how the relationship is defined. So if you both are seeing other people, then you accommodate that in the relationship,
Okay.
however that looks like, right? If, like, right now we're not seeing other people because we're just enjoying being with each other, and eventually that will come up, and it'll be discussed, and there'll be put in parameters will be put on, and it's a respecting the decisions made and moving with those decisions. That's an honest discussion. It's not, oh, by the way, I got. It's like, okay, this is when I'm seeing whoever I'm seeing, and being open
Okay.
about it and moving that way.
So if I wanted to
Somebody
go
else
out with
came
you,
in.
James. Hi,
Hmm?
Jim. How are you? Jim just came
Good,
in.
thank you. How are you tonight? Thank you for holding this. What does the SMH mean at the end of your title?
Shake
Smacking
my
my
head.
head.
Oh
Shaking
yeah,
my head.
smack my head, shake my
Oh,
head.
okay. I was going through it. I was trying to make up something funny with that, but yeah, okay. I'll mute for a second. The conversation was going deeply, and I just want to listen.
Cool. Well, feel free to chime in as well. Um, if so, James, if say if I was interested in going out with you,
Hmm.
but you have so I met you at a coffee shop, and I said,
Hmm.
hey, can I buy a cup of coffee next week? I got to run right now, but and then we met the following week, and
Hmm.
I said, well, gee, I was really attracted to you, and wanted to see if you were single, and what is it that you would tell me? I mean, how would you let me know
Well,
the situation that you're in?
I would probably have told you before we decided to go for coffee. If you were wanting to meet with me, I would probably at that point have said, "Oh, by the way, this is how I am. Would you
Hmm.
still like to
Okay.
meet for coffee?" Because
You can ask.
I can't lead you on in any way. I just
You would
can't.
ascertain that that was a romantic gesture, asking
But well,
you to go out for coffee.
well,
Well,
if I'm a stranger and I say hi, I'm Sugar. I'm wondering if I could buy you a cup of coffee next week.
I would
It's kind
not
of implied, isn't it?
determine that as romantic in any way, shape, or
Oh,
form.
I
well,
would. I
that's
would.
the difference between you and me, because I would.
You
Yeah, I
would.
would too.
Okay.
Absolutely.
My
If a
bad.
man,
Sorry.
if a, if somebody, Panto, oh, you and I are going to have such the talk tomorrow. Such the talk. Um, yeah, I would, because if it was somebody that I knew, then I wouldn't feel that way at all. But if I didn't know the person, then yeah, I would think
Okay.
they were,
Romance comes
you know,
cheap, doesn't it, gang?
no, it doesn't. I don't think it. Oh, look, it can, right? I can disconnect and hit it and quit it, and be like a guy.
A cup of coffee is just, just freaking a gesture. It doesn't
Okay, so
necessarily
look at
mean
it this way then, Wento. She invites me for coffee, and I go
cool.
for coffee, right? And
Right.
then at the end of the cup of coffee, she says, I'd really like to take you home. Okay,
Fine.
well, hang
There's
on.
a romantic gesture.
See, but at that point, she has no idea of the rest of what I'm bringing to the table. So I've been dishonest with her,
Oh no.
going there
Yeah,
under the
Oh
premise,
no.
because I have to assume
don't
that
give in to him.
there's one of two options are going to happen at the end of our meeting. She's either going
Oh
to
my
say, "What a great
God.
evening, thank you for a cup of coffee. Let's try it again,"
Yeah,
or she's going to want to go home with me.
but it's
Really?
almost like you need a prerequisite to go date her.
Well,
Okay, this is just because she's a woman, right?
No.
I mean, guys doing this, I mean, it's fucking, I
if a
mean, there's
guy
no
were to do that to
romance.
me, if a guy was to do that to me too, I would assume the same thing.
Oh my
Okay.
God. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was going at. Okay, because of the romance factor that Bunto brought up was, I thought it was on a male-female concept, and now
Well,
what you're
I'm,
saying is
well,
okay.
I'm
Okay,
bisexual, so
well, I understood that,
yeah.
but I totally can get where you're coming from now.
Hmm.
Yeah, I feel like I wish I could have these conversations. I mean, like I don't want to talk about anything else with these guys. All I want to know is what is it that you want out of a relationship? What are you looking for?
Yeah.
And I want the truth, right? I want to
Yeah.
know. I want to get in your pants.
Yeah, I want to
I
bang
want to
you.
see you once a week. Yeah,
Yeah,
I want to see you once.
Oh man.
Every
I want to.
Friday at 4 o'clock, I want to bang you. You know,
Yeah,
that's an honest discussion.
that's an honest answer.
You know,
Because
that's honesty.
yeah, guaranteed there's somebody out there that goes, yeah, I got 4 o'clock free.
Yeah.
I'll pencil you in. Not
Okay.
me, but somebody does. And I
Yeah.
think I think people are so fearful of rejection that they won't ask for what they want, right? We're so ashamed of our sexuality that nobody can say, yeah, mom, I live with, 2 women and I sleep with both of them, because it's
Yeah.
such a bad thing, right?
I'm not afraid of my
That's a good
sexuality.
point, but that in a sense, to me, in just my opinion, that's the sense of a single life. By the way, you got Sugar knows me. Punto, nice to meet you.
Nice to
Yep.
meet you.
Good guy.
To
Very
the
good
other
guy. All
gentleman,
3 of you.
nice to meet you, James.
James.
Nice
My
to
name
meet
is
you,
Jim.
too. Good name.
Sorry, I thought you guys would have known each other. My
No,
apologies.
I've never met
I've ran
Jim
into
before.
Punto a couple of times, but I really haven't opened up to him yet. Um, as a married man with 5 children, married 30 years.
Good.
Oh,
Congrats.
You know,
that's
so
sweet.
yeah, Sugar knows that.
Mhm.
She knows. I find fascinating is when what Bunto said about romance and the cup of coffee.
Right.
Yeah, to me, he was trying to get at a deeper question on romance. He said, if you take them home, yeah, that's yeah, you want to have a cup of coffee and then come back to my house. That would be a romantic gesture.
Right.
A cup of
But
coffee alone, to
mhm.
me, I mean, as a married man, I haven't, got into the scene on it at all. So I would look at that as a cup of coffee is an opportunity to do that, though.
But if I'm a stranger, Jim,
But
if you're standing in a coffee shop and I'm a
point would
stranger
you?
and I walk up and say, "Hi, I'd like to buy you a cup of
Right.
coffee sometime,"
If I
do you
was a
think I
single
just want
person.
to?
Yeah, why would
Yes,
you go? Why would you go out for coffee with somebody like that unless you understood their intent to be?
like
Right.
this.
Tent.
Yeah, like if
Okay.
unless it's unless you're like you're at you're in a bookstore and let's meet here and talk about this book. Well, that's different. Then the parameters have been
Right.
set. You're getting together to talk about a book. But as a married monogamous man, if a woman asks me for coffee, I'm saying, I'm sorry, I'm married. And that's the end
Really?
of the discussion.
How
Oh,
It's
really?
strange.
not going
I
to
wouldn't do
happen.
that. No way. No
Yeah.
You
way.
Thank you,
wouldn't?
Jim.
No.
I wouldn't
Oh,
do that.
I would
I'm a
expect a man to
Jim.
do that.
Yeah, no way. No way. Because, just because
I,
somebody's a female, I'm not going to interpret there's a sexual
Well, I
connotation
didn't say any
to it.
sex. I said
okay,
some.
Okay.
I have a
Okay.
question.
Well,
I have a question then. Is it appropriate to say, I'm married and I'm wondering, does that make a difference to the coffee date? I mean,
okay. Well, I'll give you a great example. I finished work at end of a work shift waiting tables.
mm,
You're hanging out. I'm older gentleman. You're hanging out with younger girls all the time.
mm,
And oftentimes I'm invited to come out with the group to go out for a drink or something.
That's
yeah.
Well,
not what we're talking about.
I understand that. I'm trying to
Go ahead and
take
let him finish. Go ahead,
Good.
Jim.
what I'm saying is the singularity of a invite on coffee is the same in a group format.
Nope.
Yes.
So
Those are people that are known to you, though.
he says no. James says no.
Well,
I've
those are
been in
people that
those
are known to you, right?
situations. Completely
What?
different. Completely different.
But there's no
Well, okay.
romance connected to it.
I guess it's the stranger versus those who are known to you. I mean, if I know who I work with, I know a little bit of something about their background. We spend time together. I either know that there's flirting or there's not flirting, what the energy is, right? Even in the coffee shop, if I'm going to ask a man for his phone number or to buy him a cup of coffee, I'm undoubtedly been looking at him up and down and trying to catch his
Okay.
eye and all that stuff, right?
There's a little bit of moisture involved in that
Okay.
decision.
Yeah.
And
I
could
love it.
that aspect be applied in a group format, like
No,
you've been working
not
with somebody?
generally. No, not
Well,
really.
Not generally,
I think
no.
a group of strangers.
You've been married for 30 years? Is that what you
Yes.
said? Okay.
Mhm.
Had I stayed with my wife, my first wife, 29 years would have been this summer. So we're about the same age.
At
Mm.
your beach, 33
Um,
years.
yeah. So when was the last time you were standing at a coffee shop and you invited a young lady out for a coffee
Oh,
just because you wanted to talk to her?
absolutely. The last time was about 6 months ago.
6 months. And what did you want to have
Not to a
coffee with
coffee
her
shop.
for?
Not to a coffee shop. No, not to a coffee shop. No, actually to the beach, to go down to the beach and look at the tide pools.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I can completely sympathize with Jim.
Well, so this is subjective
Empathize.
then. This is just
Well,
subjective.
I can tell you what the order of the question is. The order of the question is romantic versus platonic. All right. Like I see
Right.
people at the gym, man, and I mean they're like, hey, you feel like a donut? Sure. I mean that's not like a romantic. Come on. That's
No, I
like
wouldn't take that as a
freaking.
romantic come on.
I
That's
mean they
why I
could be
brought up
the
group
stone
photo.
coldest, hardest homo dude, but if it's like, hey, let's have a donut, I don't take that as freaking
But wait a minute, you're at the gym.
romantic.
These are people that you see on a regular
Yeah, but I mean,
basis.
the
We're
guy could
talking
just come
about.
in and like maybe we talked about the workout, and he says, "Hey, man," he wants to reward me, right? He wants to reach out and give me a donut or something. I'll take it.
Oh,
I don't look at it
well,
as romance.
I would. Okay, I wouldn't guarantee that it's a romantic gesture, but I would have it in the back of my mind in that
Okay,
situation.
okay, that's a
Like,
romance that comes very cheaply. You realize that? Okay, go ahead.
No, why else do I need? Why else am I interacting with a man other than to have sex with him in a
well,
potential
Oh my
relationship? Why
goodness.
do I?
I love it.
No,
Okay, I know, I love it
seriously.
too, but it's like pathetic in a way.
Wait. This
That's
brings up a question. This brings up a question that I've had for a long time. It is my opinion that men and women rarely, unless one is gay or I don't know what this.
Why is
There's so many.
sexuality just?
Listen,
Hang on. Go ahead.
because this is what we do, right? We're born
You
to
do. I
fuck.
don't.
We're born to fuck. That's what we're born to do, right? It's sex and life will find a way. Isn't that what it was in Jurassic Park? That's our job. I don't want to hang out with men if I don't have my sights on a man, right? I don't.
right. Right.
It's okay. So, uh, if I have a man at home, I'm not going to go out shopping with another man,
Okay.
right? Unless, of course, he's a gay man, or because it is my opinion that if a relationship, a monogamous relationship, is not being well taken care of and on the healthy side, it brings up issues. I
Okay.
believe where there's two heterosexual, male and female, that are platonic friends, one of them wants to fuck the other, guaranteed, if
Okay.
not both.
No, that's not. Well, okay, but I know where you're coming from, Sugar. I totally know what you're saying because
I mean, can you look back on your
it.
own and see? I
I
knew
didn't
this
get.
woman and she
I
was
didn't get
nice.
that long of experience to do it. You're right. You have a longer experience through that process. I didn't get that process that long. You're right.
Well, no, that's not what I mean. I think you've run into women in the last 30 years that you've worked
Oh,
with or whatever,
absolutely.
right?
Oh,
So
yeah.
that you've been friends with.
Oh, absolutely. And
Have
in
you ever wanted
fact,
to sleep with one of them? I mean, just the desire, not that you would.
geez,
Sure,
that's
a
interesting.
fantasy, but I mean,
I
it's
mean,
not
I
like
think,
plausible.
What?
okay,
Why isn't
Yeah,
it plausible?
Well, he doesn't
well,
want to
because
jeopardize his marriage. I mean, there's Fidelis there.
well,
yes,
not only
I'm all for fidelity. But what I'm saying is, for those who are not, for those who are going through a rough patch in their marriage, it is really convenient to have the available sex there. And I think it's often a bad idea unless you really, really. Uh, there are exceptions, of course. There are exceptions, but I think that it's
see,
for
I knew
some
this was
people.
going to be a good primer for me because tonight I am going to have some great sex. Okay,
Yeah,
so
Already
yeah.
did.
Thanks for
thank you,
rub that
thank
in.
you very
Already
much.
Although
did.
I do have
Good
great sex with
primer.
myself, though.
Very nice. Bunto, will you please uh, just go back over, kind of reiterate something that you said about just about a minute ago? I lost it, but you were
But
saying
the
something that
keep going because I've kind of
no,
scrambled
you
eggs myself.
are you all right? You're brain farting. Okay. Okay. Well,
Well,
I
what Sugar said about two people just getting together, if it's a heteros, then it's for sure it's sex, and
right.
it's sort of like, well, today I took a young lady out, well, I know her. That's the thing that's gonna sink me in that one. I know the woman for a while, but I mean, not in my farthest imagination, even though I'm capable of having straight sex, did I
Uh-huh.
think it was going to be a romantic interlude. I just thought it
Okay,
was a
but
purely
does she know?
platonic.
does she know you? Does she
Oh yeah,
know
she
your
knows me.
lifestyle? So she knows that you're gay, right?
Okay, I asked, I told, I asked her, what you been up to? Have you been going out? And she
Hmm.
says, well, I really don't go out, because I looked at the state of her car. We were going to go to the shop in her car, right? But
Hmm.
it was so packed full of crap, so obviously she was the only one driving the car. There was no passengers, right?
Right.
So then I guess you don't go out a lot. And he says, yeah, I really don't go out a lot. And then I, just did the bunch of thing on her. Says, well, what kind of men you like? And then she started describing, oh, I just like smart, nice guys who are well behaved and gentle and are very safe for me, blah, 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 whatever.
What? Okay.
And then I just got fed up with it, and I said, well, let me tell you what kind of men I like. I like gunslingers. I like alphas. I like people that know what they want, right? So it's like
Oh
pretty clear
boy.
that, I wasn't any way going to partake with this fearfulness that,
Do you think
projected from her.
at any point in that conversation right then she went, "Oh shit"?
No, she just understood. She opened up, in fact, right, Jim? I mean, she opened up and was just a normal person after that. She was not like, somehow putting on some sort of front that
You don't
this
think
was any sort of
she would have thought
romantic
that you?
situation. You know what I mean? I mean, it was like a platonic. It's like, hey, what do you think of the potatoes here, right? I mean,
Well,
it
I
wasn't
don't know.
romantic.
I don't know how well you know her, right? I don't know
Oh,
what
I
she.
know
That's
her.
why I
I
was
work out with her
asking.
all the time for a while. But I
So she
mean, that's
knows. She
neither here nor
knows your.
there, hon. What matters is this:
Yes.
is that they're people of opposite sex. They're not necessarily looking for the sexual hookup. They're just looking to bond. Platonic.
I
We talked
disagree.
about workouts. We talked about where my workouts going.
Mm.
What kind of men she like. We talked about all sorts of stuff. She told me about
Yeah.
slavery. That's when you said you felt like enslaved. We talked about slavery.
I
And,
She's a
really.
cop. We talked
I
about
did.
guns.
and that gets
I.
back to the question where Sugar was saying, hey, do you find yourself attracted to other women? And you know, attraction is a great thing. We
Yes.
all agree on that. It's a great thing.
Yes.
It's a great thing. It's a positive thing. But the attributes behind a sexual connotation is based upon your actual desire to go further with it.
Yeah. We're not
So,
talking about going further.
Agree.
Yeah. I'm not. So let me ask you something. I personally think it's unreasonable to think that any mate that I take, that I will be the last person, the last female that he ever finds sexually attractive or
Why is that even
fun to be
important?
around. It is because there's a lot of men who can't.
Why
They can't
isn't
even.
that important? What kind of a
The,
question? What do you mean by that question?
Okay.
Jim,
Why
I
can
do
you
kind of
you
expect
why
there.
do you have to run the guy's mind? That's really the way it struck
No,
me.
I'm not running the guy's mind. That's the point. Because it is unreasonable for me to think that I'm going to be the last woman that he finds attractive. And so when we're walking down the street and he goes, "Wow, she's a beautiful woman," most women will go, "Oh, really? Well, let me tell you, you know." But the man's
Okay.
allowed to look, right? I mean,
the
what's wrong
man
with that?
the man does look.
Yes, he does
Well,
look, but yet men are
women
holding
look
it.
just as much.
Yes,
Absolutely, they
yeah.
do.
I agree. It goes both
This is a
ways.
question
It
of
goes both
poor
ways.
form, not so much
Hey,
something that.
No,
Jim,
it's not for
Oh my
form. It's you
God.
don't want to.
Jim, do you
It's
have headphones?
Say ahead. Yeah, you know what? I can go grab them. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
because
Hang on.
you're the only one without headphones, and we're hearing echo.
Oh,
I
okay. Not a
my
problem.
Okay.
I'll go
sorry.
take care of that.
Thanks, Jim.
You
Okay.
worry
My
about the other guy being attracted to other women.
no, I don't. But what I worry about is somebody feeling like they have to curtail their behavior to be in a relationship. Like
Yes, I
That's
she
would worry
needs
about
exactly
that.
the point. That's exactly the point of the honesty. Like
Yeah,
I can
that's
sit
exactly the
here,
point.
I can sit here and chat with people on here, and
It's not.
my partner will come out and I'll say, she's really beautiful, and she'll go, yeah, she really is, because we've had that discussion. She's not threatened by that. It
Yeah,
doesn't threaten her
jealousy.
that we sit here and I look at, I've got my Tumblr feed up on here and I'm looking at porn.
Love my porn.
It doesn't bother her
It's
because she
weird.
enjoys it with me, because we've
Yeah,
had that discussion, right? I don't have to hide who I am to be with her.
yeah.
That's the
I don't
reason you
like
have these
jealousy.
discussions.
Has to do with male prerogative, and if it's,
What does that mean?
What the
I
fuck
mean,
does
it's
that
sort of
mean?
like,
What's male prerogative?
well, I can explain myself. I mean, it's sort of like, okay, sugar. The hypothetical is like you go and tell the guy if he's attracted to other women. I mean, you'd ask him, or what would you say? I see you looking at other
I,
women.
So here's the guy. I talked to the guy today, right? And I said, by the way, I don't. If we were walking down the street together, and you happen to see a beautiful woman, I'm not going to if you
Okay,
twist your neck a little bit to see her. I'm not that kind of girl. And he goes,
offering
that's
that.
great.
Okay, what
Yeah.
else was he gonna say? Well, it just strikes me as like, what are you getting at? I don't know. I anybody that sort of steps on my male prerogative, I mean, I would have
What
to
does
teach
that
them
mean?
that.
What
Okay,
is, I don't
well,
understand a prerogative.
finding out what I'm attracted to at any sort of moment of time, and why it's important to the other person.
Hmm.
Um, why would they ask that? Because they felt some sort of insecurity on their part that, I
No,
find somebody better looking than them, or what?
I don't want jealousy. No, that's the thing. I don't want jealousy. I don't
No.
think I'm the last person he's ever going to think is pretty, and I want him to know that I don't think those thoughts. I don't
Okay,
care if
you
he's
don't
finding another.
want.
I don't think that finding another woman sexually attractive and infidelity are mutually exclusive.
How do you
Just
think? How do you think I feel, Monto? I'm dealing with a woman who is attracted to both sexes, right? So it's
you both have that issue, don't you?
we both have that issue. So if there's
Issue.
any jealousy at all on any level, it's a problem if we can't talk about it. That's why we have to have those discussions.
How weird.
Mic
It's
check,
Yeah,
not
no,
mic
weird.
check.
It is what it is.
I
Right?
hear
How's
you.
my mic?
Yeah,
Yeah,
much
very
better,
good.
Jim. Thank
Is
you.
that better? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go on. I'm sorry to interrupt.
I think
All
that
right, so it's important
threesomes
to know what the other
threesomes
guy's interested in.
are I think in that same thing. I think you have to have the perfect storm in order to have a healthy threesome experience. I don't think that they're. I think people are often unfulfilled with those because they're going after. They have another issue. There's another
It depends
deficit
on
in the
what you're
relationship.
into.
Right, right. I agreed. It's not 100%, but there's at least for me, if I were going to engage in that, I got a whole
Okay, well, what
set
would
of
you want to
perfect
prove in a
storm.
threesome?
What do you mean to
There's nothing to
prove?
prove.
Okay,
Have you ever had one?
no, but I
Okay.
mean,
Well,
Yeah, there's
well,
nothing to
okay,
prove.
I'll tell you the closest thing I ever came to group sex was freaking on prom night, everybody in the
Mm.
same area. And there obviously some people were getting screwed, but that's the closest I ever come. Never like, these porn threesomes.
I
Okay,
think they're all hyped. Yeah.
if you're gonna
Okay.
have a threesome, you want to like sort of, prove something.
there's
Mm-mm.
nothing to prove. It's just
Nothing
something
to
you want
prove.
to experience.
Everything to prove.
No,
No,
there's
there's
nothing to
nothing to
prove.
prove. It's a
It's
moment of
Yes,
enjoying with another human being or
it's an
two other
excellent
human beings.
opportunity for competition sex.
Oh my
not it at
gosh.
all. You're not even
It is
listening.
an excellent
Yeah.
opportunity for competition sex,
James,
man.
James, you have to know. I know you have to know he loves to do this. Stick it
It's
in.
true.
Stick it in.
It's called the way I think. I mean, it's
Yeah,
like you pitted
I
against
know.
a
I don't
woman,
get
and
it.
you want to see how well you can do.
No,
No, not in the least.
Yes.
no.
No, I mean, I don't even. We couldn't
I'm
be
sorry,
more
but I think
different.
so.
Well, it's okay. You can think it,
We
but you're
don't.
wrong.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm wrong.
that's how
Okay,
you think. No,
thank you
it's
for your
well.
wisdom, but
It's
Let's
in
true.
my
you're
case,
You're
yes, it
right.
would be.
you're
I mean,
you're wrong
golly, I
for
mean,
us.
this guy is just
Bento,
freaking telling me how to think. I mean, all right,
Bento,
No,
but yes, it is
No,
I'm not
it's
excellent.
telling
not.
you how to
Your
think.
way of thinking is your own way of thinking.
That's
Thank
right.
You
you,
know he's
Jim.
telling. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, it's
Uh,
this is an individual.
It's an excellent
Yeah.
time for what I think is competition
Mhm.
sex, which is fun.
Well, I
hey,
mean,
if it's an Olympic sport, I would vote for it. Okay, I'll give you that.
yeah, I
Okay,
got that.
the
I think that
fear
the
of
Russian judge is giving out good scores. He's
seeing
giving all
somebody's
10.
adeptness in, one of the primary physical activities of a human, I mean, maybe you guys don't work out as much as I do, but I mean, it's a chance for, competitions. See where the rubber
Work
hits the
out.
road.
Yeah, but why are you doing that? What is that behavior rooted
Because you want to see
in you?
toughness. You want to see what
Why?
is,
See, that's a
well,
good point.
What's
Because
the
this
exciting
point?
part of
morning,
sex.
but this morning I decided to rake the yard. Now this is also a pheromone attraction. As soon as I
Uh-huh.
build up enough sweat,
Oh,
I will create a pheromone. And,
that's one of my favorites.
this workout activity is actually a, a form of a small mating call
Yeah.
Look at this male work. You know, and then you come in, you shave your beard, you take a shower, you say something, you look great. These are pheromones. These are
I
working
like
pheromones.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
That
There's
I will
nothing
park
wrong with the
myself.
old mating call of raking the backyard.
I will park my nose in a man's underarms if the scent is right. So
Okay.
it's not everybody. Yeah, right in the groin and in the underarms. Oh,
Okay.
it's
A
like
lot of,
See,
you
that's a
know,
good question. I've always wondered, does right at the taint, does it smell like crap?
yeah. I don't go down there too often. That's no man's land. I got a lot of stuff to do up here. There's buildings
Yeah.
that need to be scaled. I got some stuff down there to work with. I don't have time for that place. It's not for me.
oh
Yeah,
well.
not for me. But
But anyway, I was going to say
I've been
that,
down there, and it's
I've
always
always
after
wanted to
shower.
know. Just I was curious.
Yeah.
love is a good chance to prove yourself.
Why? Why not just be? Just be with
Why?
somebody.
Because you have to like have
That's
high
Bhagwan
hurdles.
Sri Rajneesh.
You have to have high hurdles. You have to have standards, man. You have to have,
I
people
do have
prove
standards.
themselves.
I want them to prove themselves to be themselves. I want them to prove themselves to be not in a competition in our relationship. I want them to prove that they um, value
Okay,
their
how would you
Self-acceptance.
life.
fare in competition in a relationship? How do you feel?
Why
I
would you bring
don't.
that question up? Why would you
Oh,
fare in a
Because, okay, this woman has this problem of always talking yourself down. And I mean, it gets on my nerves constantly.
I-
And I
Oh,
mean, I
she
think
is not talking to
some,
herself. No way.
you
No,
have to have
no,
some
I'm not talking
standing
about
in yourself.
self-loathing. But wait a
no,
minute.
she's
You're missing the point, though. I may have been insecure coming on to this live hangout, but I have absolutely no problem putting down my standards when it comes to a man. Not anymore. Of course, I did compromise them for a long time, but that's not where I'm at. See,
I love
and that's the
honesty.
problem with this is the problem with the internet, right? You never get to grow or change, right? Once you're a jackass, you're always a jackass, and that's
No,
it. No.
honey.
oh,
But so
once you
I,
get
I've
put in a
gone through a
box,
lot.
they can put the label on top of it. So yeah.
Nobody puts sugar in a
Okay.
box.
Anyway,
I
you're
guess they
right. I
do.
mean, Jim, I can see your point, but the thing is, like, you have to have your own standing. You have to have your own faith in yourself
I
that
do.
you're doing what you believe is,
I am. I am.
proper.
It's what I believe
Yes,
is
many
proper,
people will
right?
say, okay,
I
like
want
you
to.
guys are saying no, 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 bunch of no. I mean, many people will say no, 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 but you have to know in your
Yeah,
heart,
just like
hey,
the coffee thing, with the romance. It's like if somebody asks you
Do
out
you
for
know
a
what
cup of
happened?
coffee,
Okay, I'm gonna put this out here. I'm gonna put this out here, and I'm gonna let you all know right now that you're gonna have just the most. I'm gonna have a little narcissistic moment right here. Okay, for whatever reason, and I don't give a damn why. Stizar, yes, it's my tits, whatever. Um,
was he
if
around?
eh,
Get that punky bitch in here.
no, I don't think so. He's not coming in
Really?
here today.
If
Yeah,
he
he
if
told.
he's
Yeah, no,
really
no,
what?
no, no. You should have been in the last hangout we were into together. I'd had enough. Um, I love him, but I had enough. So if every time I was in the grocery store 2 days ago, and there was a guy that was sitting there doing the whole looking up and down thing, and I'm trying to be, polite. I'm not, giving him stink eye like, oh, don't look at me,
yeah, I love
you
it.
know. No, I don't necessarily love it when they look a little,
Okay,
like they're
okay, we get
hungry.
it.
So he says, hey, baby, I'm liking the way you look, and whatever he said that it was. I didn't hear the beginning of it, but then it was, I was wondering if I could take you out to dinner sometime. And
He said that.
yeah, it
All
happens a
right, a
lot.
perfect stranger. Okay, so I mean,
Yes.
you got to have like some sort of diagnostic you run in the guy to make him prove himself, correct?
Wait a
If it
minute. I
happens
can
all the
tell you right
time.
now that I can tell you, and any woman can tell you at the drop of a hat whether she wants to go out with a guy or not. We all know. If a woman walks up to you, if a guy walks up to you, do you know whether you want to be with him or not? There's no physical attraction.
Well, I mean, I don't think that immediately offhand.
So the man
Probably the
asked
guy
me
has
out
to
for
prove
dinner.
himself. I
The
mean, the
guy
guy
asked me
has.
out for dinner, right? I'm not
Sure, the
interested.
guy may
What's
ask you over
next?
and over
What do
again,
I
but he has
do?
to prove himself.
No, wait,
He
wait.
has
I
to make
don't
him sure
want to
it's
go out with him.
worthwhile.
I don't
Yeah, I
want to
know, but
go
I
out with
mean,
him. I don't want to
okay,
go out
sure,
with him.
yes, I
How do
agree
I
with you.
handle it?
Yes, I mean, the guy, obviously you're not interested in any way, yeah, you can diss him. But
I
let's say,
said,
the guy, okay, let's say the guy reaches out, right? I mean, you can tell the guy's kind of reaching out.
Yep.
You can
And I'm not
give him
interested.
some sort of way to prove himself. I was like, well,
I don't want
what
to
are
go
you
out
doing
with him.
about it?
I know this, right? I
Yeah, well,
said
that's
to
what I mean.
him,
I'm trying to say it's like, okay, if you know the guy's, gone right off the bat, go ahead and tell him. But I mean, if the guy,
I
is
should tell him, no, I don't want to go out with you. Ew. I would never
okay,
do
well, I
that.
mean, the guy says, hey, you want to go out to dinner, and you have no wish to go out with the guy. Yes, say no.
I'm married. That's what I said.
Were you
And he
lying?
says, of course I was. I'm not married.
Okay, lying isn't good. Okay,
Wait, wait,
just tell
wait.
the guy no.
This is a
Honesty is the
stranger.
best policy. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Oh,
Honesty is
James,
always
did
Honesty
you hear
isn't
that?
honesty isn't always the best policy.
okay.
So
So
We
he
don't
lying.
live
says,
we don't live in a
What's wrong?
world that works like
anytime,
that.
Bunto,
Really?
anytime. Let me just finish this statement, okay? And then you can see the whole picture before you pull it. Because I think it might change, maybe not, it probably won't. Who am I kidding? I said to him, I'm sorry, I'm married, but thank you so much. I appreciate you asking me, right? He's all, well, it's just dinner. We can go out to dinner. And I said, let me ask you something. If I was your woman, if I was your wife, and some guy came up to me in the grocery store that I didn't know and wanted to take me out to dinner, would that be okay with you?
So you wanted to shame the guy.
No. After I politely said I'm married, to not humiliate him, to consider his feelings, right? No, dude, you're disgusting. I don't want to. That's not nice, right? That's not nice for anything. When he then insinuates that, come on, it's just dinner. I know it's not dinner. I know it's not just dinner. It's not what he wants.
It's never
If he
just
if
A
this man wanted
stranger.
a significant relationship with me, he would have come up and said, "Hey, my name's so and so. Here's my phone number. I think you're whatever XYZ, and I'd love to go out with you sometime." And that's it, and leave it in my hands, right?
Well, some issues there. First off, it's sort of like people have to prove themselves. I mean, you got to get used
What
to
do you
that
mean by
task.
prove themselves? What does that mean?
I've been hearing this
Okay,
for a year.
okay. When somebody wants to get themselves involved in your life, right? They have to, jump a hurdle. They have to make themselves worthwhile. You just can't like fool around with them. You have to just
Yeah.
like look them straight in the face honestly and say, well, what you got, man?
Okay. Well, you know what, Bancho, I will give you this. Now, I see what you're saying. And from that point of view, yes, at this point in my life, I'm not just going to go have sex with anybody, right? It's been over a year since I've had sex. So now I'm like, okay, I can do this on my own for a while. I don't need this. I'm not dependent on the um, physical touch. I seem to
All right.
really, you're going to just laugh at me. Ugh.
Well, I mean, it sounded so awkward. That's like, come on. It was a nervous
It
laugh.
is.
It wasn't a laugh
It
at
was
you.
just as. It was even more awkward to be that kind of person. It
All
was
right.
way awkward. But
Okay, you want to hook up
my
with somebody, right?
foolishness. I want to get laid bad, but I
You want to get
don't
laid
want
bad.
to.
Okay.
But I don't
Why don't you want
want
to get
to.
laid?
I don't want it. I don't want meaningless sex.
Okay, you want quality sex. Okay, fine.
Yeah, I don't have to
No,
get
she
married.
didn't say quality sex. She said she wants meaningful sex.
Meaningful. Yeah.
Fine. Either way,
I'd
I
like
mean,
quality
No,
sex
not
too.
either
however.
way. They're very different discussions.
Well, okay.
I'll take both. Could I have
Quality
both?
sex
One
is
of each.
meaningful. I didn't mean to rock
Quality.
the boat, James. Hey, Green, here's a good
Hey,
counterpart.
Frank.
Bunto is if it's really affecting you that much, James. All right, listen.
What's this?
You know what,
To
Bancho?
have. Uh-huh.
Nothing.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Be
You
kind,
really
please.
you really don't have to talk down to me, Bunto.
He talks down to everybody,
Well, he
James.
Well,
doesn't have to.
Don't think.
I don't
I
talk
know.
down to everybody. I just
Yeah,
talk
you
I
down
do.
know.
to
It's a
Yeah.
special
weaklings.
skill that he has. It's a special skill that he has because none of us are
This is
strong enough.
Bunto.
Even I'm not
No,
alpha enough.
Green. I don't talk down to
No,
everybody.
Even I'm not.
you talk sideways, down and up, and all in between.
I love it. Okay, what I was going to say is that, okay, in search of meaningful sex, quality sex, okay, this is achievable once you put your mind to it. All you have to do is have standards that are high and somebody wanting to prove themselves.
Okay, so
Oh
now
my God, that
this
just
is
went somewhere else.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. He's just pulling shit
Go
out of
ahead,
left field.
Frank. Tell me.
We,
I mean,
we
okay,
were
well,
too
listen.
honest in the coffee shop, and now we're not honest enough. I don't get.
The more you think about sex, the more you're not going to have it. There you go.
Okay, that's like a dude
That's
thing.
never.
That
But
is
see, that's
cool.
never been it. That's never been true in my life. This is a conscious effort to not have sex. I mean, this is
Sex is not
conscious.
just about intercourse, by the way.
Right. You're right.
Fine.
But see, I know that now. But I had a different mindset before.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, Banto,
What's wrong with having
I,
standards?
can I get the phone number to the school that made you so perfect, please? Because I really need it. Because
No,
I'm
I'm
really
not
a
claiming to be
mess.
perfect, but I'm claiming to be wise enough to have
Really?
standards.
Yes,
Yes.
unto the
Okay.
wise.
You have to have standards. You can't be
I
like.
should. So any man that approaches me, I
Have you
should
heard of this
say,
term called
I
pity
should say,
fucks?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'm doing one right now. Having no.
No, believe me, you will realize when it's a problem when it
What was the
rears
term?
its
I didn't hear it.
Hey, James, what
pity,
time is it over there?
pity fucks.
Pity fucks. Hey, who?
James, what?
I'm just after midnight.
Just after midnight. Okay, same time.
Yeah, I'm in Central.
Okay.
But no, one must have decent standards and somebody to prove themselves.
But what if you are living a lifestyle where you don't want that?
Okay, well, you don't want standards.
There are people who just want to fuck people.
Right.
Yeah, and they should be
So
allowed to.
why do they need standards?
Well, I'm
You
not
can't make
necessarily.
blanket statements like
Well,
that.
I wasn't making a blanket statement. If you're noticing, James, I was talking to Sugar's wish to, eventually have some sort of meaningful quality sex. That's what I was addressing, James. If you can
Well,
understand that.
we don't
Okay, I
have to
wasn't speaking
fix
of
my
blanket.
problem.
I thought
Well,
we
the
were
thing is
talking
that
in
well,
more
I was just
generic
offering
terms.
her the wisdom that it pays to have standards.
I
And
do have standards,
well, I
but
mean,
they're
in
they're not
order.
your standards, right?
Well,
I mean,
too
isn't
bad.
that really what we're talking? No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying. See,
Pluto knows that standards are not universal. They're not
right.
universal.
I know he
Thank you,
does.
Frank. But the thing is, Frank, wouldn't you agree that okay, not to be like cheapening oneself by saying that your standards should be non-existent. You have to have some sort of bearing worthwhileness in yourself, saying, "Listen, I'm not going to."
Yeah, but
You know,
not everybody lives that way.
Sure.
Not everybody wants to have those standards. Not everybody needs those standards. You know what I'm saying? Like we all see
I
life
don't know
very
how somebody
differently.
can have meaningful sex with non-existent standards.
wait a minute. But
They're
again,
conflating.
standards are subjective. What are a certain standard to you is a different standard to me. I mean, I don't need anybody to prove themselves other than to be honest and be willing to, um, not want to control me or be mean to me or you know what I mean. Somebody who
Okay, well,
respects.
when you read the laundry list of things that you're about, I mean, right? The guy you met today,
I didn't meet him
I
today. I
don't
met him
care
last
if
week.
last week, it's sort of like,
Uh-huh.
you know, there's nothing
So,
organic in that. There's no
uh, you want to read?
growth.
You want to hear the conversation? You want to hear the conversation
If
because
you
it
wish.
seems quite organic to me when I said, let's see, because I asked him a couple times how are we doing, and he goes great, and his exact words were, oh my goodness, I can't believe I'm looking at this because I had said, I'm not looking for casual sex. That's a big deal.
Okay,
Apparently,
why
everybody
did
wants
you
casual sex
offer that?
because I told you we were talking about the subject of sex came up, and I said,
Okay.
well, while we're on the
Who
subject,
brought it up? You or him?
um, I have to go back and see. I don't remember. Uh, he had said to me, not many women think like you. It's very refreshing, is what he said.
And
Um,
then,
and I said, oh, we moved on. What more do we need to say? We're having a whole conversation. He's flying back from Jackson Hole, Wyoming, right? This
okay,
is where the guy is.
Sugar, who
Yes.
challenged who?
I'm looking right here. We're talking about cardio. He says,
Hi, Sugar.
okay. Here it is. Here it is. I said I dance in the morning, which I do with my granddaughter, to the hip hop stuff that's on YouTube. And I had said to him, I said it keeps you young, and you end up with some very specialized life skills. If you ever get like in a dance off, you
Okay,
have
anyway,
that
so you
handled.
think you
He
challenged him
says,
about the sex or
wait,
what?
he says, He says, "Oh, I've got plenty of skills." So I ignore it and I don't take the sexual, because he's got a little evil face that goes along with it emoji. And then he made another comment, and I said, "Oh, skills, huh?" I said, "It's pretty big talk coming from a younger man who's about to go shopping," because he goes, "I'm going to go buy some souvenirs." I'm like, how girly, right? I was just giving him a bad time. And he thought it was funny. I wanted to see if he had a sense of humor, right? Because I'm a kidder and I want to see if he kids. He did. So it came on there, and I said, well, he made another reference to something kind of, flirty. And I said, well, while we're on the subject, you know,
Okay, so you
um,
challenged him.
yeah, I brought it up once he'd made two kind of overt
Well, what
conversations.
did
He
you
was,
say directly?
I said, while we're on the subject, you know, what is it that you're looking for in a relationship? Because if the guy just wants to hook up or he just wants a friend with benefits, I don't want to waste his time, and I don't want to waste my time. So I can go, sorry. I
Okay,
mean,
in your mind, did he like rise to the challenge?
yeah, he did great. He told me everything. He was honest, and at
Well,
least
how did he distinguish himself?
What does that
he
mean?
asked questions. He asked questions. He made comments about, boy, this is, he goes, I really like that you have this mindset. He goes, I don't find many women who have this
Okay, he
mindset.
went cerebral instead of physical. He didn't compliment your physical attributes.
Oh no, he's making plenty of physical attribute comments in there, plenty.
Okay, which do you think he preferred, cerebral or physical?
Physical,
All right.
absolutely, because he
So is
kept
that
going back to it.
how did that float your boat?
I was able to get him back on track for a little while. Because see, I know as a mate, he will never want for sex, right? I'm not using sex as a weapon. I enjoy it as much as a guy, so I don't have to really worry. He's the one that's panicked because he's used to women who give blowjobs and then take it away, or have headaches, or get pissed off and say, "Well, I'm not gonna have sex with you." I don't roll that way, so I don't worry about that, right? I just need to know what his agenda is. I need to know if he's the kind of person who wants um, to just be my best friend and just fucking have great sex and live our lives. You
Okay,
know?
you meet a guy in real life. You can't work it out that way. Facility like you did with this guy.
Can I?
It doesn't matter whether I meet
Do
him.
I have mic here? Can I be
I
heard?
can hear
Go
you,
right
Jim.
ahead. Go
Okay,
right
for
ahead.
some
You're
reason
loud and clear.
my headphones cut out, so I wasn't being heard. I heard a lot of things.
Sorry.
Yeah, it was really, I refreshed everything. James, real quickly,
Mhm.
what's your opinion upon lust?
What the hell does that mean?
Well,
It's
Do you have lust,
it's
James?
I know, my
lust is
God, what the
good.
hell does that mean? Holy shit.
Do you have
James,
lust in your
James,
heart?
well, because I was
James
trying to
has.
get in earlier, and I was trying to figure out what you were coming from, where Bunto was saying there was sexual competition in a threesome, and you were saying no, there wasn't.
There
Uh,
shouldn't be.
Oh, this is gonna be
right,
good.
right. But is Bunto's position where he thinks that the sexual competition is based on like a lust factor, or
Is that for me or for James?
Yeah,
well,
for
you,
James.
you answer your part, and then I'll try and reply with what I think he's asking. Go ahead, Bunto. What do you think?
Well, I think it's an exciting opportunity to just see how I do fare in man
but you
pleasing.
never done it, right?
No, I've never done it. But I mean, I would just look at it that way. I just look at it as like, just finally clearing something in my mind. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of fun with sex, but it's just an opportunity to just see, because I know for a fact in my heart, a woman just totally rocks a man. If I look at it, it's like, how can you compete with that?
I have a
What?
question for James, actually.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, throughout the year that I spent in Google Hangouts, I think James got the best looking refrigerator that I've ever seen.
Isn't that
I don't
nice?
know.
He's the only one that I actually focused on the refrigerator, but
Nope.
that's
I saw Airmeans the other night. Airmeans got
Yeah,
a bigger
well.
he's got a
refrigerator.
nice.
James is the one that I see the most, and I like his refrigerator.
All right, all right.
I'm
All
sure
right,
that's not
go
your
ahead. Let's
question.
go back
I
to the topic.
concede.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, what's the question?
I think he's asking about the threesome, about the
Lust, that's
competition,
something like
lust.
that.
Lust. What is lust? Well, I'm still waiting for a definition of the word lust.
I mean, what's the context that you're
It's
asking
a
it, Jim?
qualitative
No, it's not. It means something different
descriptor.
for everybody.
Well, because Bunto made the great point where he felt that a threesome was a competition, and you were saying no, it was an experience. So, who has? If I was in a threesome and I haven't been in, but would there be a lust factor for a higher degree for one other person between the three people? I mean, does it become a competition, like he said?
No.
Well,
We
In
need.
my experience,
I need a
it can
definition.
become competition, but it's not usually.
I need a definition of the word
I
lust
want to hear
in
Sheree,
that
what Sheree
context.
said.
I need a definition of the word lust in that context. What do you mean by lust?
I would like to hear what Sheree said.
Sexual appetite? Go ahead, Sherry.
I just said that if a threesome becomes competition, then it probably shouldn't have been a threesome to begin with.
Exactly.
Not that
Agreed.
That's the answer that I heard so
not that
far.
that doesn't happen.
Really?
It's
Yeah.
that
That's what I was trying to figure
mature
out.
partners.
Okay,
Mature
Okay,
partners
A
Frank.
threesome
Oh,
is like an
Bunto,
agreement, isn't it? Like, hey, this is gonna happen.
You're bringing.
You'll enjoy it.
You're bringing. You're bringing
This is the
another
last hang up.
person.
Psst, psst, psst. All right,
If
I'm
I
taking
may
over.
finish,
I'm taking over. I'm taking
if I
over.
may finish,
Frank,
um,
you are
Sorry.
you're the
I'm
worst. You're on.
It's
Hi,
a weird
hello,
question.
atheist.
I couldn't help
Hello,
it.
atheist. Hey, Ranger.
Yeah,
Okay, so
I'm the
here's
theist
the.
in the room.
I can
Give my
explain it to
part.
Frank.
Where's
No, no,
where's
no.
Brojo?
I don't
I
need
think there's
explanation for
Brojo to
this.
come troll
No,
me too because this is.
I don't
Yeah.
know where this is going.
I thought of the perfect simile, Frank.
Roger's got the
I still haven't
flu.
answered the question.
But I think exactly what Cherie said because it should be an experience. And like I said, for me, it has to be a perfect storm. You have to not live so close that I'm going to see you on a regular basis. And it would only be a female because I won't be with two men at one time. I did once, and it was not
God,
at all satisfying at all. I hated every minute of
whose
it.
fault was that?
All three of us hated it. All three of us hated it.
I
We
mean,
all
it's
sat there and
That's an
went,
honest
a matter
admission.
of
yeah.
preference also. It's a
Yeah,
matter of preference, and just
exactly.
because you have preference to perhaps be polyamorous doesn't mean that you want to be polyamorous with everybody who's out there. It's still got to be one of those things like, hey, does this click for me?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And then
Right.
we've got
There has to be a
partners.
perfect storm.
There's an additional dynamic. Okay, yeah, you've got an additional partner, but it's like doing any other thing. You enjoy it together, and you're not jealous about it as long as you're all in it together to do it together and have fun. Come on.
Right.
For the
That's
right
what
reason.
I was trying to get at with Bunto about that.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
not.
he didn't. He rejected it the first time, Jim.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
He
good.
rejects it every time. So
Okay, good. That's all I was trying to get at.
Damn that
because
dude.
that was the other thing that this guy. Until you're going to love this. This guy that I spoke to, we talked about that. I said, "Don't ask me to sleep with another man so you can watch. Don't don't strangle me. Don't spit on me, and don't slap me. These are things that have been requested or tried, right? Don't. I'm not interested in a threesome." I said it, and if I ever was,
Oh,
it would be a perfect storm. And he goes, "What's the perfect storm?" I went, "Okay." So I gave him the criteria. He goes, "I'm not really much of a." He goes, "I've never done it." He goes, "But it's not really
how long did
anything
you
I'm
know this guy? A
interested in."
week?
Wait, but if you said it's going to be a
Fun
perfect
to know.
storm, that means there's some interest in that.
That's what the.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm about 20% lesbian. Nobody knew that.
Oh,
You
okay.
what?
I would
Oh,
never.
I
I
love
would
it.
never. I would never. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I would never. I would have a female as a. I can't say never because of course we never know who is our perfect mate. But up until this point, the 51 years, I have yet to want a female for a full-time mate. But been there, done that. I've been to college. I mean, for God's sakes, really good at it too.
Which college?
So
All right.
just
Anyway,
be thankful
St.
that I've not.
Mary's.
okay, Frank, you have a hard time ingesting the idea of competition sex. It's
I
kind of
have
like
never
you're
experienced competition
passing over
sex.
your head. Okay.
I wouldn't even know how to answer
Shit.
that.
Well, I could, explain it to you if it's.
Oh,
you
go
know.
ahead, man. Shoot.
Yes, please.
Okay. For example, I'll use something that you're probably familiar with, like going to the gym, like a simile. All right.
Mm.
I take it you're about 6'2" something, right? Big guy. Okay, so you're at the gym and you're just like curling 10 pounds all the time. I mean, there's not much
10
challenge
pounds
there,
of what?
right? I mean, 10 pounds on something called a barbell. I mean, it's like you're kind
No,
of like cheating yourself, right? I mean, you can actually challenge yourself to do, much more weight. It's the same
of
idea of using
course.
challenge sex. You want to
Okay.
see if you can rise to the challenge of satisfying, somebody or two people at the same time.
I have never thought about competition sex, so I'm sorry. I just
Well, an
I
admission from, somebody
just
who's
got it.
had a degree in psychology or whatever, it's
I have not
telling.
delved into that, so I'm sorry.
How do you
Absolutely.
achieve any kind of intimacy when you're competing?
I have no clue how to answer
Okay,
that.
to just surrender when one is okay. All of a sudden, you find yourself in a threesome, right?
All of
Sugar.
a sudden, yeah.
Perfect
All of a
storm.
sudden, you find yourself
Showed
in
up
a
one day.
threesome.
So are you
You
talking
do
about
want to
role
acquit
playing?
yourself as best possible, or else you end up with that similar circumstance you had with the two men. All right, what you have
No,
to
no,
do
no,
is
no,
play
no,
to
no,
win.
So you're
no.
talking about role playing.
The,
You're
si-
talking about
the
me like dressing up as something,
yeah, that
and that's this
situation,
is yeah, this is what we're talking about, right?
the situation with the two
Okay, so
men.
you're saying that you're willing to surrender, before seeing if it could be big
Okay,
time
so
worthwhile.
the full
Sure.
criteria for the threesome is that the relationship has to be a solid, no
Okay,
doubts, no
honey,
jealousy, right? You can't be with a
honey,
jealous man.
no criteria.
I
Can
guess
you
I don't
acquit
really matter.
yourself well in a threesome right off the bat? You just fall into one. Could you do a good job?
Can I do a good job? I will
Yeah,
rock the fucking world, but that doesn't mean
that's the
that I'm
essence
in
of
it.
competition
I can
That's
go.
sex.
confidence
I
There,
right
don't
there.
want
that
Look
is
it.
at
the
I
that.
don't.
essence of
I
competition
don't want
sex.
to be a
He's
part of
slightly
that.
right about that, though. He's slightly right. There's got to be a lust factor
Okay, lust
involved.
and
What
competition are
is
two
this
different
lust
things to
factor?
me.
I still
Lust and
haven't had a
competition
I
are
think
two
lust
definition
different
of the
factor is
things.
a
word
sexual
lust.
appetite. Is that what you mean, Jim?
Yes, that
But how are
and
you gonna have sex without lust?
it,
Well, the appetite.
Isn't
Okay,
that the lust?
I'm sorry. I'm aware of a sexuality scale that includes asexuality, but we kind of all have lust. That's just like natural,
yeah.
okay?
yes,
So, okay. Let me make
You
this
know,
really
where we
clear.
Take
channel it
the
is up to us as sentient beings. We can choose to channel our lust where we choose to channel it, and we can choose to channel it in conjunction with other mature, consensual behaviors in a social manner.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I
Sounds like
never see
mystical
a
sex.
It's
threesome,
not a
I'll
no.
be fine. I'll be
If
fine.
you
But
want
if it were to happen, it would be because
Okay. There's no
I'm getting
point.
something.
the thing to do.
I'm gonna.
No,
Well, what I'm
fuck
trying to say,
off.
there's no point to surrendering in something that obviously other people can do quite well.
I love to
That's
surrender.
not the. Oh my God. Okay.
DJ.
Okay, you lay out a whole laundry list of
You know what?
criteria, right? There's no point to that.
This motherfucker, I swear,
Yes,
I'm gonna
exactly.
get this. I'm gonna get this out. I'm
No,
feeling
kiddo.
Gussie right now. I'm
Kiddo.
feeling Gus. I am gonna get this out if it kills me. I am gonna get this out if it kills me. If anybody says a damn word, I'm gonna bounce you all except for Atheist Ranger because he's the only one who hasn't said anything. With that being said, it goes like this. I would think twice about speaking, gentlemen. Thank you. It goes like this. If I am in this situation, it's because I want to see my man make love to another woman. I want to make
Right.
love to another woman. But you're just hair trigger, okay? It's because I'm feeling loving towards both of them. I want to get to that point where I'm in the forest and I'm just feeling good and we're pleasuring each other and I'm, wait. This is what I like. It's what I like, right? I want to walk away knowing that my partner and I have had a really nice time together with this woman that we've honored and she's honored us because there's, you don't just go around just screwing people. I mean, I guess you can, but I don't. It's an important thing to me. So it's not something I would take lightly. It's not, I have taken it lightly before and it was just, didn't seem like, it wasn't that exciting. I actually think I like talking about it more than I like doing it. I don't like the follow through as much as I like what goes on in my head.
Well, what do you fear?
I don't fear anything. I fear nothing.
Um,
Guaranteed. I fear nothing.
Okay,
Oh, I
yes,
fear.
you
You know
can
what? No,
fill.
I fear that she's gonna be humping my leg on the way out because
Ain't that happening?
Well, I think it'd be more
she
like.
wants me to be confident.
Well, the problem with polyamorous relationships is that the love is diluted between multiple partners,
Have you
right?
ever been in one?
Diluted.
No, I've just.
Then you
How about
can't make
shared?
that
I can actually,
statement, Barto.
study
Please
a
don't. Peter,
phenomenon
please
without
don't.
being in it.
Yeah,
I know that might not have occurred to you, but yes. Okay, listen.
I've been in one, and you're wrong. I'm just
Yeah,
Yeah,
telling you, you're
James,
wrong.
James, bro.
just
Look
just
at
just
that.
for the record, just for the record, you're wrong.
who's wrong? Banto?
So,
I'm
Bunty.
wrong.
Yeah.
Once again, okay. What's the number
Wrong.
one type of right? What's the number one type of relationship we have here in America? Is it
I
monogamous or
don't give a
A
polygamous?
shit.
lie.
You
It's
don't give
not
a shit because
monogamous.
your point has no standing. It doesn't
It's
stand up to
not.
No,
It's
scrutiny.
not. It's not
Okay,
no.
monogamy.
if it was such a strong type of relationship, then we would have
You
a
live in a culture
Wait
that's
a minute.
been.
Wait. Don't make me get. I'm gonna get my letter out. Where's my letter?
The
a
number
more
one
practical relationship is
relationship
monogamy.
Do you want me to explain
in
why?
America is just like you, Buntu. It's the rugged individualist, and we all love the rugged individualist in America.
it's got to
No,
be competition.
it's a bunch of people who are afraid to be sexual because they're dirty, nasty sodomites, and they can't be
Anyway,
proud of feeling sexual because Daddy in the sky told us, yeah, oh, here you're perfect, but you're a dirty
okay.
whore for having
Oh, there's a
orgasm.
society that does have polygamous marriage, and it's the Islamics, right? They
Oh,
have
wait,
multiple
no,
wives.
no Muslim, no Islam phobia, no Islam slamming in here. I won't have it.
Well, I'm just gonna
It,
say the way
it's
I see reality. I mean,
But
if
here's
you
the
take it
thing:
as
you need to
slamming, I'm
take
just telling
history.
Then
you.
You need to
no.
take history. Wait a
Then
minute. You need
no.
to take history
Let's
all the way
Bunto,
back.
Bunto,
See,
you don't
bring it
know
back
what the you don't know what the fuck you're talking
I
about.
have
I'll just leave it
you haven't
there.
even
there are
heard what I
societies.
said.
Doesn't matter what I
Then
say.
no anyway,
Doesn't
though.
matter.
You got to listen to her on
Hey,
that.
sugar, you should have a hangout tonight. Yeah, it's gonna go
yeah.
so good,
No, guys.
so
Yeah,
very good.
I know. Listen, I'm only gonna stick around for about another minute or
Here's
two.
an
I'm
important
offending you.
distinction. There's a difference between polygamy and polyamory.
Yes, there is.
Okay,
I agree.
okay, and usually when you're engaged with multiple sexual partners at the same time, it's got a little bit more to do with polyamory than it has to do with just polygamy.
I'll give you
So
all that.
polygamous society is not a relevant factor to this
It is
equation.
relevant. Okay, listen. We're
It's a
talking about
different.
this.
But
What do
just
we do?
stop
What do
interrupting.
we call it like this?
And if
You
you
said.
want to go there,
Let her
keep it in
finish.
America. Go with the
I'll make it
old
easy.
Banjo,
What?
shh.
the old Latter-day Saints that just went to prison for cheating
Mhm.
on welfare and food stamps.
Why don't we just go ahead and call it polylove versus monolove? Okay, monolove is a predominantly strong relationship that we have here in the Western civilizations.
I'm
Okay,
sorry. What's our divorce rate?
well, still, it's the
No,
strongest
no, no,
because.
no. Not still. It's not the strongest. These are
Okay,
people
well,
that
has divorce rate superseded the marriage rate? Maybe it has. I don't know. Tell me.
We'll grant it. Serial monogamy is the norm in the West.
Fine, but still,
it's the
it's
social
monogamy.
narrative
I mean, well,
norm.
look at. I mean, Sugar proved my point by laying down the laundry list to this guy about, you know, Fidelis, and telling the guy first.
No,
But the
no.
thing is that what I'm trying to say is that.
Way to misquote me.
Oh well,
No, it's
sorry,
all right. Go ahead.
my fault. What I'm trying to
Mm-mm.
say is that you can tell that polylove is a dilution of the love
No.
between
Do you
several
have any kids,
partners.
Bunto?
No, I have no
Okay, I
kids,
have 3 kids, and
and
I love
that's
all 3 of my
polylove.
kids the same.
Hey, Buntu.
So you're
Sure,
full of shit.
but
Nice try.
but there's a difference
No,
between
there isn't. There
being a
isn't.
parent and having a sexual
No,
partner,
no,
not a
no.
sexual
Love is
relationship with
love.
your kids.
The
We're gonna
Hopefully,
make.
feelings I have for my kids, the
Buntu.
love and caring that I have for my kids is no
there's
different.
no jealousy factor. Okay, go ahead.
Buntu.
If you want to just talk, just talk. But you're not going to have a conversation because you don't listen to anybody.
My bad once again, James, but
Yeah, it is your bad.
I've
Okay,
thank you for
Buntu.
gentlemen.
telling me that. I gotta go, man, because just
Banjo.
Buntu.
no
Before
way.
you go,
Thanks.
before you
Go
go,
ahead.
do you have siblings?
is I probably do have siblings, but I really don't know, the
Okay.
locality. My mother only had me, so does
Okay.
that answer your question? There's
Okay.
no other buntos to come in here to the hangout.
Mm.
I just want to thank you all for the wonderful conversation. Now, I don't like to apologize for the things I say honestly, so
You don't
do I
have
have to
to.
live for one, James? We'll see you. Have a good night.
All right. Night. Thank you. Bye. It's good.
Can I do a mic check? Is my mic working?
Yes,
Yeah.
please do a mic check.
It
Check,
is
baby. Check,
working, correct?
baby. 1, 2,
Okay,
3.
we're back on.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, great.
Good. Good. Good.
I heard a
So,
TV in the background for some reason.
That's
not
yeah.
me. Yeah. There's a
Could be atheist. Atheist
so
might mute yourself.
the atheist. Yeah, I don't think it's. Who's
It's
got the
Ranger. It's Ranger.
Ranger? Hey, atheist Ranger, sweetheart. We can get him right. I can.
Sorry, I muted you, Sherry. I
There
wasn't
we go.
sure who it was.
Thanks. Appreciate it. So my feeling is that Bunto did bring up one point that it's kind of stuck in my mind. This guy keeps coming back to sex. This is like the second conversation we've had. This guy and I, and he just wants to bring it around to sex. So as a man, if you're having that kind of conversation with a woman for the second conversation, right? Do you have the respect for it? Are you respecting her yet? I mean, you really don't even know her, but you want to. Are you just trying to find out if she's sexually compatible with you, or are you
Depends on
just
how
flirting
this.
with her?
Depends on the conversation. Like, if he's saying, "I want to get in your pants and I want to do this and I want to do that to you," that's not a conversation. That's this is what I want to do. If like the conversations that I have, this is how I am. This is how sexuality is to me. What do you think? That's a
Yeah.
conversation. That's not me, seeing what grosses you out and what doesn't. That's a different conversation.
So does that avoid the aspect of actual natural attraction, what I call like a lust factor?
No.
No, it doesn't.
Well, let me tell you. I'll tell you the background of how I met this guy. So of course it's the same way I find that I date is by the dating sites, right? I don't go to bars. I don't go to church. I don't work anymore, right? Majority of my friends live someplace else because I live out in the country, so I don't really have a big social. And also, I'm a bit reclusive, so I don't have that pool to pull from. And when I was working, I worked with mostly men, and I didn't date them because it's a not a good thing with all the cops and firemen and stuff. So I met him on the site, right? I was going through tons of them, reading them and reading them, because I walked away for a month. I didn't. I signed up and then I got discouraged, and then I came back a month later, and there's like 180 of them. So I got down to like the 50th one, and the guy was. I liked what he had to say. I liked the way he looked, right? I mean, because that's important to me. I don't know who. I don't know who admits yes, I look at the brain first. I don't care what they look like on the outside. I think that's bullshit. And I would venture to say it doesn't have to mean that we all think the same thing as good looking, because I've certainly had husbands that were not great looking, but I thought they were gorgeous, right? So I have to be attracted to them. So I was initially attracted to him. I started looking at the profile. I liked what he had to say. So I started conversing with him. I mean, I think it's pretty controlled. It feels pretty good to me. I know that there's things I have to look out for, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm never gonna. I don't go out on, massive dinner dates. Only coffee the first time, and I'm going to try my best to buy him a cup of coffee. I'll be happy if we just split it, because if I'm not interested, I'm not gonna waste his money, and I don't. It seems like it should be easier than this, but it seems like every man just wants to go, oh yeah, just give it to me. They just right away into it. It's like, okay, so I'm never getting respect, right? I mean, because like I said, at the end of the day, I know that I'm highly sexual. It's not going to be an issue, and I'd like to be able to say that, hey, I'm not like other girls. You're going to get all the strange in bed that you want, right? It's gonna be good.
Yeah, but I
So
can get
why
that
don't you
with a
just let me get to
20-year-old
know you?
your wife. I mean, there's no difference. I mean, if you if everybody thinks that the marriage is dead, they're wrong.
No,
You can have this,
I don't. Yeah, I don't
right?
think marriage is dead. I think people should just, those who want monogamy and know that they are monogamous should take that. Those who are undecided can say, I don't know, so they don't commit. But the
Right.
problem comes in when a guy knows damn well, or a woman, because women are just as aggressive. Somebody knows that they have cheated in the last 4 relationships. They're really not interested. They're always going to find a way to
I
be.
see. I don't know any of that. I don't know any of that.
Oh, it's
I
all
haven't been
over
through
the
any of
place.
that. I don't want that stipulation.
Yeah. I
Right
don't
now
think we're
I'm not.
supposed to be monogamous. I mean, I think it's a choice, and I think it's a fine choice if that's what you want.
Well, I mean, it's
Um,
just an agreement
I
upon my
prefer,
own satisfaction. Uh,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
I prefer monogamy myself, but I have no problem thinking. I mean, I could probably do a poly.
I'm not necessarily preferring monogamy even in a relationship. What I'm saying is that because of monogamy, I have to grow on it. I can't like let myself like not venture further. Uh, uh, if I was stuck in a relationship that made me feel like I wasn't growing, then the
Mm.
sex wouldn't grow either.
Yes, you're right. If it's not good outside the bed, it's not good inside the bed.
See,
Exactly.
it all comes down to that living honestly with yourself. If I
Mm.
have to deny an aspect of my personality to live in a relationship that I don't want to be in because
That is
some social
crucial.
norm tells me I
Yep.
have to, that's bullshit.
Yep. That's so crucial. That's a
Yeah.
very good
And
point.
that's why Bunto's point was absolute
That's a
bullshit.
great point.
And that's really my thing is I feel like now I've learned quite a bit about myself, um, and I don't want to waste any more time. I mean, obviously, I've made a mockery of marriage because of my maladjustment. I was the common denominator. It doesn't mean that I didn't want those things. Just it's the way I reacted, right? I mean,
Right.
that it is the way I react to this based on whatever I brought in.
Just
Depending
like
on
the
what you believe
unknowing
in.
I entered into a relationship 30 years ago. The same principle holds true.
Yeah, although you were probably more mentally stable than I was my first marriage. When I
That
was
is a
19,
compliment coming from you, but I do not want to even be like,
you don't. Oh, I
no.
was 19. I couldn't wait to get out of the house. My mom was just, it was bad. And then it just kept going and kept going and kept
Hmm.
going. But it's not that I mean, I have fantasies of one husband, both children, that whole thing, the whole 65-year wedding anniversary, you know, waking up dead one day. I mean, I think of those things all the time. But then there are days when I go, I like that one and that one.
Are you talking structure, family structure?
Well, my kids are grown and married themselves, so
Hmm.
I'm on my own. But I don't think that necessarily matters because if we go back, there's somebody a tribe in Western China that still lives this kind of community. Nobody's shamed. There's no self-shame. If a woman wants a child that's tall, she's going to go mate with whoever that's tall in the village, and if she wants somebody that's this, she'll go mate with somebody else that's has that attribute. And then I think there's another one other left in South America somewhere, where there's just the women the women do certain things and the men do others, and it's not like the way we have it, right? I think what we've developed is, I don't know that it's necessarily, it doesn't seem to work. I mean,
We, de-
everybody's,
we, de- we developed off a system of buying and selling women. And basically, that's. I mean,
yeah,
in Canada, the marriage law still calls women chattel.
Yes.
chattel.
It
Yep.
does.
Yeah, I mean,
And
this whole sex as a
in the
weapon
last
thing. Go ahead.
until a decade ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I mean, I look at relationships and you see people getting divorced. You hear the jokes of men, I get my special gift on my birthday, he's getting a blowjob on his birthday. And I'm thinking, once a year? Are you kidding me? Right? But you know what? In defense, if you don't like it, don't do it. And that's what I told my daughter. I said, if you don't like oral sex, don't do it. Don't start giving it because you can't take that away from a man, right? And either way, neither side should be using sex as a weapon. Why are we so sexually dysfunctional in America, land of the free?
Because we can't talk about sex.
Why can't we talk about sex?
A lot of reasons.
Well, I know, but what are they?
Well,
we're talking about it right now. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but
we're
not.
The main reason.
How many of us are in America?
It's structural oppression. It's leftover hangover of a chattel system, as he mentioned, that controls not only women but also procreation and child rearing, because the head count needs to be maintained for the proper allocation of human resources and other resources for maintaining society.
And property rights and having an heir
as well, yes.
Passing your shit down to the next generation. I mean, women never had a say in any of that until the last 20 years in most countries. It's just what it was.
In the modern world, there are instances.
Yeah, well, in the Western society.
Ancient world, but yeah.
So, it was never about love. I mean, medieval marriages were not about love. They were about putting families together, and you're going to marry that guy. Oh, great. And yet we decry that when we see it in, like, say, the Muslim world or anywhere they have arranged marriages, and yet that's the roots of the marital system in North America. It's the exact same system. We just don't marry our kids off anymore. Not that way. Not as often.
I remember the first time I worked with a woman who had an arranged marriage, and I was just mortified that I said, you slept with him and you didn't know him? You never met him? And she explained to me that she said, look, my parents know me better than I would know me at that age. They know what it takes to make a marriage. His parents know him and know what it takes to make a marriage, and that, they put us together that way. Now that's one way of doing it, right? But of course the data is skewed because most of the places that this is done is areas where women can't get divorced, so we don't know whether they're actually happy or not. But that does make sense to me.
Yeah, most of them leave the marriage dead, is my guess.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the data, and I would assume that some part of it's got to be right. I mean, there would have to be, but I was wondering if Frank had any input on about our sexual dysfunction. I didn't hear from you.
Oh, it's about arranged marriages?
No, just about why we are so sexually dysfunctional, at least in the U.S. Why we can't talk about sex. Why are we all so freaked out?
I could actually say, just modern times, not so much of history, but a lot of the way we kind of view sex is very objectified. Mm-hmm. Like there's a type of separation where it's really about one primary aspect. It's really about just the whole concept of intercourse, and they don't realize that sex is more comprehensive than that.
Agreed.
It's about talking. It's about about the foreplay. It's more holistic. That's why I like some parts of erotic art, which is really expressive.
Right.
But when we talk about kind of porn, I think sometimes it becomes too objectified.
Yeah.
The women even the men are more of objects. That's what they basically are. So
I like the stuff
I think that's the issue.
I need to get going. Good night, Sugar.
Okay.
Talk to you guys
Thanks,
later.
James. See ya.
Good night. Good night, James. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Let me ask you though, because that brings up a point. I think there's something very primal about us that we deny. I think that we forget that we are primal creatures and that there are parts of us that just pull at us all the time. I think we are misguided in the way that we treat our teenagers as far as with sex. Um, I can't think of anything worse than shaming young boys over what they're supposed to do. You know,
Yeah,
they're getting ready.
yeah, that's funny. I don't mean to interrupt or go off
No,
tangent,
please.
but I was dating a girl in high school, and um, I turned 18 in high school. She was a couple years younger than me. Well, during the whole time prior to being 18, the mother did not approve of the relationship. And about a week after I turned 18, this mother just laid down a statutory rape charge on me and had me
Oh,
arrested and pulled out of school. And so this is where my concern was about what you were saying about um,
mhm.
y- you can't put sex on the table down at that level. You can't put it
Why?
down, all the way down there. You just can't. You can't. You can't.
Explain to me. I may not be following you. What do you mean? What level? You mean the teenagers?
Yes, right. Like
Oh,
they're not fully coherent of the laws.
I'm not suggesting that we encourage them to have sex. I'm encouraging us to not shame anybody for chronic masturbation from ages 12
Yeah,
to
but my
whatever.
lust factor during those ages was the highest.
Yeah, isn't it supposed to be that way?
Yes, that's
Okay.
what I'm trying to get at. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, well, why is it that we don't why do we not understand that? I mean, why is it?
Be, well, would you?
Because the same chattel system that we were referencing also incorporates this aspect of controlling sexuality to make
Yes.
sure that it's for the sake of breeding, or
Yep.
either property or lineage or these other factors. And so we need to control sexuality. Therefore, we need to institute something that will make sex shameful. Well, what's more shameful than the dichotomy of we are spiritual beings versus those animals that don't have
Right.
souls? When
Right.
we have sex, we act just like dirty little beasts who
Yeah.
don't have
Oh,
souls.
Cherie, you're
And
nailing it.
sex is bad because suddenly we expose ourselves as the animals that we
We are.
actually are.
My God.
Yeah,
Well put.
I think that's really important to think about. I mean, our bodies are doing what they're supposed to do. They're preparing, and we're just cutting them down. I mean, it's. I mean, nobody can talk to their kids. When I even tell anybody the way I
Yeah. Can you imagine
taught my children
being
about sex,
arrested at a very young age for
yeah,
having sex? I
that's
mean,
just
it's just
horrible.
pathetic.
It's horrible.
And these are the statutes of what I'm learning more about what you guys were saying about the Canadian thing in chattel. I'm not up to date on that. But
I'm not either.
what I realized is that local governments, you may be in a republic, you may be in a democratic county. Um, it has a lot to do with, if you're in the Bible Belt or where you're at when these laws are and enacted by a sheriff.
But the stigma is on either is secular or theistic as well, because it's really, I have a feeling it's really not about the fucking. I mean, it can be some of it, but okay. So if you have to teach, like from the religious point of view, you teach the teenagers that look, this is the way God made you, right? At this age, your body's going to start to ripen, and it's going to start to get ready, right, to get prepared to have sex. So you're going to have all these feelings. You're going to want to experience these things. You're going to be thinking about girls or thinking about boys, whatever it is. But we're choosing to follow our faith, and our God says that we're going to wait till marriage, right? You're you now have given your faith to them, right? And you've taught them the way you want them, but they're not dirty beasts, right? They're not filthy, sodomites. That's just good. I can't believe that God would want that. I give you the hormones, I make them ripen around this time, and then we're going to call you. We're going to tell you how dirty you are. On the
Yeah.
secular side, it's the same thing. It's here you are. You're gonna mature and on and on, but our society has certain things that you have to pay for. So it would behoove you to get an education first. It might be nice to travel a bit before you have children. If we can
Hmm.
instill some kind of pride in our children,
Yeah.
something that says my life is valuable,
So
right?
do you think
But
sex education be taught at an earlier age?
no, no, not at all. Um, I, I I think the problem goes even before that because, and I do apologize, please, to the theist, and it's just the way I feel. When I cannot take credit for my successes and I have to give it away, and when I don't have to take responsibility for my bad actions, I no longer have a sense of self. When I no longer have a sense of self, I don't. I'm not important. I don't matter, right? So I'm already from the get-go. I'm not a strong being, right? I don't
You're going
stand
from a lost
full.
identity standpoint.
Yes, because I don't matter, right? I
Well,
did all this great stuff, but it's somebody that doesn't even bother to come down and say hi to us, right? And while I do something wrong that I should be over there apologizing for, and well, I sort of did, everybody in the community saying, "Well, God forgives you," and and maybe He does, and I'll take my hit if I'm wrong. Um, I don't think that sets us up to be strong. You can't walk into a relationship, if we're going back to relationships, you can't walk into a relationship strong and on your own and say, here I am, and this is what I'd like. How about you? What do you like? Can we see if we meld? But we're also
Hmm.
desperate to be accepted, that nobody can handle rejection, that our sexuality is eating away at us because we didn't have anybody to say, I don't even know what I'm going to do. It just disgusts me. Because nobody's bothered to say,
because because we're living with the legacy of a system that was designed with a couple of things. First of all, it was originally designed, the partnership and the marriage, especially the arranged marriages and all these kinds of things, were when marriage age was at uh, prepubescent or early onset of pubescence. Okay, so yeah, you got your yayas out with your wedded partner,
mm,
and teenagers being monogamous actually probably is good for them. Um, if they
we,
have a partner to whom they're committed and can be committed, and the families are supportive of, and so forth.
Are you historically speaking, though?
I
Are you?
am.
Okay,
And
you are.
and there's also another dynamic that was at play that we have to recognize why that system seems to have mostly worked for so long, and that is because people really didn't live much longer than about an average age of 30.
Okay, because that was my next question. Okay.
Sugar, you and I wouldn't be around probably because of some kind of dental problem that would have taken us a couple decades ago. Okay,
isn't
Okay.
that the
so
truth?
discussing this kind of advanced relationship dynamics that we are wouldn't have come about. We wouldn't have had time. We wouldn't have
Right.
survived long enough to have the time to even consider. And a single monogamous relationship lasting from early teens until about 30 or so, 20 years, that's about the average length of a generation, of a raising of a child, not just
Hmm.
It's actually
conceiving a
24
child, but
years.
bringing it to adulthood. What's interesting is that we recognize that span of adulthood as the end of puberty, that 18 or 21 threshold in there,
But there's a
rather
sliding
than at the
scale on
early
that.
beginning. And so we've moved marriage up to the end of puberty when it used to serve as the channel for puberty. It
Mm.
used to serve as like, here's where you're going to get your puberty out.
Yeah,
And then
that's
when you
true.
become an adult, you'll be able to do adult things. And you probably have extracurricular relationships. They're described freely in most scriptures. But somehow, in the last couple of centuries, in order to keep distinction between the animals and us, in order
Yeah.
to keep that duality of we have spiritual consciousness that's elevated and above the animals we're different from.
Yeah.
We
I
have to make sure that the most base
Go ahead, Jim.
act
Go ahead, Anita.
of our existence is diminished
Yeah.
and
Sorry about
controlled.
that. I hmm.
The way to change it is to talk about it like we are and increase the education of social dynamics that includes sexuality. It's not about sex education, it's about relationship education. Sex should be part of relationship education.
Yeah, I thought about that. Why aren't we teaching our children a relationship dynamics a little earlier? I mean, I know with my kids, we would people watch. You know, I go, what do you think of that? When we were watching television, the minute I saw a kiss between a boy and a girl and they kind of squirmed, I knew it was time to start asking questions, right? What do you think about that? And get them to go, sometimes they're like, ew. And then maybe ask again another time. And we ended up having conversations. And then there was the day that the 5 boys came home and said, my son and his friends, okay, what's a 69? And I went, let me take this laundry upstairs real quick. I take the laundry upstairs. I'm like, oh my God, what do I do? What do I say? And I went downstairs and I said, okay, you and you're gonna have to call your mother and let them know that I'm having this conversation with you or not. I mean, I couldn't very well tell them all these things. I could tell my child, but I couldn't tell everybody. And I wanted to make sure I respected that because I'm not raising their children. But I think it's important. Why wouldn't we tell them? We all know that we do these things. How do we live in a society where we all know we're all having sex, or a lot of us are having sex in our late teen years, much sooner, unfortunately, now? How is it that we know that this is happening and yet we deny it, right? How is it that we still hold on to these things? A friend that we all know and went on and on about cognitive dissonance, and a lot of people laughed, and unfortunately, I really think it's such a big deal. How do we walk past the homeless and just not ache for another person? I don't care if they're drug addicts or not. Remember, it's not like
Mhm.
they're not having a party out there. If I think about Sleep Street, I get really nervous. I get really anxious. How do we get so disconnected from everything? Our sexuality, women freaking out about breastfeeding. Seriously, I mean, what's going on? Babies can't sleep in the bed with mom. Well, what do the other mammals do? They have a bed, they have Serta come out to the Serengeti and deliver a big old king-size mattress out there, or in a crib. I mean, our babies are supposed to be with us. I think we're
No,
missing
it's Petco delivering little dog houses in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I think we're really missing out in that we have a primal side, and that doesn't mean we can act like animals. I'm not suggesting that we be rooting around like pigs, but we have instincts, right? We have instinct, and our bodies have purpose. I mean, if we want to blow up into this whole feminism thing, I mean, I don't know why women shot themselves in the foot. I mean, we're the best thing since fucking sliced bread. We are the most incredible gender. Why would we give that up? Why did we think that giving birth and nurturing our children was such a hack job that now we can't even nurse our babies? I'm not talking about the women who get mastitis or some kind of infection or are really not able to. I'm talking about the women that go, no, I'm not going to breastfeed. Why would I? And they're out there all over the place. Why are we freaking out? I've heard
Like my
I
mother.
read recent yeah, well, I read that they're now suggesting that you not breastfeed in front of the 3 and the 4-year-olds because it may be traumatic to them.
But you're not against breastfeeding altogether, correct?
Oh, my daughter pumps. Are you kidding? We're like, you must breastfeed. But go ahead, Frank. Sorry.
This is what is happening, and this is just my opinion. I'm really interested in the transhumanist concept in the sense of development. I think we're heading towards that stage of artificial intelligence in the sense that the singularity. I think we're moving away from our primal nature.
I think that's wrong.
And towards, but it's happening.
But it doesn't have to happen.
But it's happening. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong.
Yeah.
I'm just saying what I'm seeing.
But now, the idea of transhumanism and the singularity, was this something that was manufactured for us and given to us, and this has been given to woven into our social narrative?
We're participating right now in it.
Okay, right.
The fact that we're actually talking into a computer screen and I'm talking to you.
Our network is humans online together right now. Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
So, there's going to be a period where you're not going to give birth anymore. It's going to be more sufficient in order for a baby to be born in an incubator.
Do we want that? Do we want that?
I think we do. For some strange reason, I think we do. Well, no, I'm not saying it's something that we want now, but I think it's something that we're heading towards.
Yeah.
You do know.
Think about fast food. Think about things that are being done very quickly, very efficiently. It's more about efficiency. What's quicker?
Right. Well, so now what about the fact that women that are having cesareans, they're going into the vaginal canal and getting out that bacteria now, and they're spreading it onto the babies because they see how important it is to the overall health of the child, that there's a lot going on. They're going backwards in some ways.
Yeah, they're going backwards, but the technology is getting better. Where they're
always going to need a vagina. Just saying.
Yeah, maybe some people don't want to go through pain. That's why we inject people with things
pain.
Like that. Exactly. But I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm not asking. But I'm seeing what's happening. So I think we're heading towards something.
It's very disturbing to me.
I see simultaneous developments alongside of the AI in biology. We've got to remember that genetic mapping and engineering is making leaps and bounds, and pretty soon it'll be like, do you want to take risk of your child maybe having this, that, or the other, when we can tailor the child from your genetic material to your needs? And it'll take a generation, if that long, for them to get the marketing in place to put, if it were permitted, to put the concept into motion such that people thought that that's the normal thing to do. It wouldn't take them more than about a generation before they would flip it over to everybody had their child. You couldn't afford to have your child designed. I'm so sorry for you.
Yeah, and it's going to be like the norm. Yeah, you're exactly right. It's going to be part of ethics in a sense.
Some of the children will be, and some of the children will be adopted to have implants to access this neural net, whether it ever becomes artificially intelligent or remains the tool of biological agents of intelligence. It will grow. It will get better. It will get faster. Whether it becomes self-aware or not, it will make us evolve into something different.
This is what we call evolution.
Yeah,
but
well,
is it universal?
I think a lot of transgenderism is evolutionary. Really do.
It's, as far, how we developed through history and now. This is where we're going now. Is it right or wrong? I don't know, but I could definitely see how it's heading towards it.
Yeah, it really it really bothers me that we're moving in that direction. I'm sorry.
I just gotta accept it. I'm sorry.
I know. I can't. I feel like I can't. That's the whole reason I want to go out. And you know what? I figured I lived this world for 25 years in this little microcosm of EMS in the ambulance, right? And I thought I really had my the finger on the pulse of what was going on. I knew what real life was about, right? Because I dealt with life and death. And then I lose the ability to do that job because of PTSD, and I go out into the real world, and I can't function in a regular job that everybody else can function in, right? No longer I no longer have special skills. So then, uh, fast forward to here I am, and I'm thinking, there's got to be a world out there. There is a world out there, right? There's roads and smells and air, and so that's one of the reasons I've decided to get that RV and just start driving. I want to live out in the world, and I want to talk to people, and I don't want this. I mean, I like the internet. I don't want it to go away, but I want the singularity. I don't want transhumanism. There is something about the first 4 weeks that you're nursing is like lactation slavery. You're a servant, but something happens around. I mean, it's different for every woman, but something happens at a certain point, and you just look into that child's eyes, and it looks up at you, and
Yeah.
just gives you a little smile with your
Okay.
nipple,
Yeah,
and you
this
go,
is a really
oh
good
my
point.
gosh.
Okay. So, as a father of 5,
Mm,
Damn, dude. 5?
yeah, it's good
yeah,
work. Good work.
Good job, man.
yes, thank you, brother. So, as a father of 5, and watching a woman go through this lactation process and breastfeeding, I've never seen a process that is so, in a mild form to put it, exhausting. Um,
Okay.
it's a love. It's a true love.
Yeah, it's a job, and I don't have a
It's the
problem.
most amazing thing I've ever seen. Um, uh, One day when I get my balls between my legs, I'm going to do this video, and I'm going to come out on G Plus and be funny one time. And I'm going to make a video. It's about breastfeeding, and I already have the title and have everything. I've been working on this for a long time. But men that have watched women breastfeed
Hmm.
have a unique aspect to it when men don't have it. If you've been around a woman that has to get up in the middle of the night and deal with her, the next day because she's tired, you,
Because
men
she's going to work, because she's working
it's
outside of the home instead of.
the most insane thing I've ever seen. It's beyond child labor.
Well, where was I'm trying to.
The 9 months is nothing
Yeah,
compared to the breastfeeding.
I'm trying to think about where I was at the age when I was having children, where I did not think, why would I ever want to grow a child inside me for 9 months, only to spit it out and give it to somebody else 6 weeks later to raise? If we don't think that our society is severely changing because we are not raising our own children, we should think again.
Yeah.
Because when you take your child to daycare, they stick them in a playpen and put them in front of Fox News, and they listen to Sean Hannity all day long. And heaven help us. I mean, it's really interesting. You take this baby out of your vagina, and then you put it down the hall to cry itself to sleep. That's
But those are
bullshit.
choices made by people that are individuals. And
Yes,
they have
I understand that, but when I was a young girl, and feminism was, the thing, right? 68 now was created, and by 74 I'm 10 years old, and I'm starting to hear, little girls, you can be whatever you want to be. You can be a doctor, you can be a construction worker, you can be anything. What we didn't hear was, but don't forget, ladies, you are the giver of life. You grow life. You're the nurturer.
like
There's
every
honor
every
in your
male has
position
to
in
every
society.
male has to respect they spent 9 months in a female.
Yeah, but you hear what I'm saying? They did not tell us that we're effective. I mean, that we're valuable, right? And
Yeah, but you're the
exactly what I'm
but
saying,
you're
put them in a fake uterus.
I would hope men that do not look at women that way. I would hope that men look at women as the progenitor and the reason for life. I would hope that they would understand that.
Well, you look at feminism, the MRAs, the MGTOWs, the two sides just feuding, right? The third wave and the guys that are, making it on their own, and what's in the middle? There's men who are no longer allowed to be men. They can't even. I mean, when we're talking about dating and flirting, I mean, men can't even make a passing comment. I mean, I'm not talking about the real lascivious stuff. We all know what crossing a line is, but somehow we've got it into these other women's minds that, they can get
That's
up,
a good
go to
point.
work, and take care of the family, and do the shopping, and do the breastfeeding, and it can't.
It's
Something has to
hardcore.
give. There's
Yeah, no.
an old an Indian saying, a Hindu Indian saying something about you must have your whole mind on your work, right? You can't be split. You'll never have the quality of work if your mind is 50 places as opposed to, focusing on your job at hand. And while we're in childbearing years and while we have children at home, do we really think these children raise themselves? Who teaches them about bullying? Don't ask why Billy's in 6th grade and he's been kicking everybody's ass since kindergarten. It's
Yeah.
because for the first 5 years of his
Yeah,
life,
but that's what
nobody
the
paid
importance
enough
of
of attention.
siblings. But that's what the
It's
importance of siblings is.
it's
Agreed.
interesting because you
But
mentioned
again,
about
who teaches the siblings?
you mentioned there's this
Siblings
dichotomy.
need siblings.
Yes, but somebody has to be the example. There's always a mama and daddy duck, or two ducks, or one duck. I mean, I don't care what dynamic
I'm
is.
not going to argue that point. What
Yeah,
I'm saying is, it gets easier for a parent with the more siblings.
sure. But again, if you send those children out to somebody else,
Okay,
they
okay,
go.
we'll get back to
You,
choice. Okay,
yeah,
come
because
on.
if you look, I look at the day. Like I didn't know this stuff when I was a young woman, right? We don't value the children. They come out of the wombs. We cut off their penis or cut on their penises, and we think that it doesn't really affect them, right? It doesn't really bother them. I beg to differ. I bet it does. I've heard the scream, and I bet it does. And
You know,
then that same baby goes down the hall and not next to mom, right? Which now they're saying don't do that, right? Now they're wanting skin to skin contact right away. They're wanting the mother to be closer to the baby. Stanford did a study years ago on monkeys, and the farther away they had the baby and the monkey, or the monkey and the baby sleep, the higher the mortality rate of the babies. Farther away, higher the mortality rate. These things just are. Why don't we see them? I mean, why would we
because there
spend
was
time?
also another movement in the 60s. You mentioned about how in the 60s they kind of were telling, and 70s, they were telling women, hey, you can do anything, except they were forgetting to say that you can be a mom. But what they were doing at the time, they were telling single fathers that you can raise children. Look at Family Affair with Brian Keith and
Keith, yeah.
Yeah,
Sebastian
what era?
Cabot. Two
Wait a minute. What
men
era are
raising
you speaking of?
children.
Wait a minute. What
60s and
era
70s.
are you speaking
The
of?
70s, there was this emphasis of either a single mom can do it by herself, like the Partridge Family,
Hmm.
or a single father can do it themselves also. And
Yeah.
this is where there was this movement that towards equality and egalitarian movement, towards the equal rights movement, that eventually feminism shot in the foot because maybe we don't want to also be eligible for the draft.
Yeah, we didn't want to be eligible for the draft, and we didn't want to be chased around the table and made to give our bosses blowjobs so we didn't get fired. That's all really that we wanted, right?
Well,
That was
that was
really
those
it.
are to the two contradictory things. Because if women had said, "Hey, we'll take if there hadn't been any argument about, yeah, we're equal and yeah, we should be drafted just like men,"
Mm.
then the ERA probably wouldn't have had any opposition. It probably would have been passed, and we wouldn't probably have the type of venomous feminism that we have nowadays, nor the opposition from this men's rights advocacy or the men going their own way, because there would have been this settlement before where there was like, yeah, we all can take care of children, and we're all responsible for taking care of children, and we all don't want to go to war.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We don't all need that second. People go, well, we have to work today. No, you don't. You don't have to live in a gigantic home that
Right.
you could put 4 families in. You don't have to have 2 gas-guzzling SUVs. You don't. You don't need it. Don't confuse wants and needs. You know, you don't. I
Media-driven consumer society.
yeah,
This is great. We're way off topic of sex, so this is
I know.
wonderful.
Oh,
But
sex is
see,
part of the media-driven consumer society. Don't worry about it. We'll get back to
that's
sex.
true. Yeah, we'll get back to it at some point. And it's my
If
favorite
it's
subject.
not being peddled directly, it's being used to peddle something else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, give me a Carl's Jr. burger right now.
Needs something. Everybody knows that I'm not very good at having these hangouts. And
What do you
who
mean?
knows
You're doing a
why?
great job.
Well, I'm okay with the fact that I'm not great at it. I'm trying. It gives me a challenge, something to do. And I know there's probably people out there that want to come in. And if you want to PM me, I'll give you a link as well. I, yeah,
Let Stizo in.
just alive. I don't know that he's even requested to come in. He's welcome to come in if he wants. Um, I don't know that I don't think he's asked. I'm looking through Brother Timothy Clark. I don't know who this gentleman is, but he is on fire, and hmm,
Go
yeah, he wasn't happy with us.
Go for it.
He's not happy. Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah, you gotta
sex
let
was.
him
He
out.
says.
he's
He
not
says sex.
happy.
He says sex was never supposed to be fun. It was supposed to be.
Mm.
It was supposed to be a sacred matter between one man, one woman, and God.
Wait a
Well,
minute.
tell him
But
I've
I
done
think,
that,
you
and
know,
it's
to
still really
have
fun.
Wait, see,
sex outside of this is not of God. To have sex just to have sex is wrong. I'll be praying for you all. God bless. I think he's a troll myself. I
Bring
Brother
him
Timothy.
in. Bring him
No,
in.
I don't know who he is.
Oh,
I have
come
no
on.
idea. MMA artist one.
Oh,
Looks like
he's wonderful.
and
He's
surreal
wonderful.
and
If
surreal.
you bring MMA artists in, you'll have your ass kicked.
Oh no, I
He'll,
know. I'm aware of him. He's a great guy. I
yeah,
mean,
he's wonderful.
yeah.
He's
But I
he's a
think
great guy.
I love finding the greatness in all kinds of guys and all kinds of
Let
people.
MMA
all
in
kinds
too.
of guys. Okay, gotcha.
I know that was a Freudian slip, wasn't it?
Mhm.
Ooh. Hey, you know what? I no longer make apologies that I love men. I think men are fabulous. I think the fact that we have feminized men, that we don't honor them for the good men, and just like we should honor the good women, um,
Yeah,
honoring people for
that's
good
funny you bring
behavior.
that up because uh, you see women that talk about flat Earth on YouTube and Google Plus, and of recent there was a girl named Orphan Red. Um, she's a good-looking lady,
Big,
and
oh, it's not Big Red?
Orphan Red,
Mm, okay.
Orphan Red. Look her up on YouTube. And she's a flat earther, and she's very sexually attractive.
Hmm.
And she has a nice sense of humor, and I find it like where what you were talking about, like how like women are like growing up in the 70s and they did this.
Mm.
She exposes the fact that we are a gender neutral society. She exposes that fact quite well.
Mm.
But she uses it in a sense where she exposes herself through a sexual connotation. And I find that very interesting that she knows that she's going to get attention because she's exposing herself a little bit.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. How do you deny it, right?
right.
I mean, and I think the goal is just keep it in a humble place. I mean, I don't know what do you do? What's the right? It depends. You get 10 different answers as to how you handle that, or whether it's true or not. People. I don't know. Orphan Red, you say?
Yeah, Orphan Red. Yeah, she's
Oh,
wonderful.
yeah. I'm gonna
She's
have to look at
extremely
her.
funny and very sexual in her
Mm.
presentation. And the fact that she uses a flat earth and everything to her little benefit, It's just wonderful. It's like you just want to motorboat her tits. It's like,
Yeah, yeah. When I
So
sent that link.
MMA's here,
Uh,
and Surreal. Welcome. Thank you for coming in, gentlemen.
Thank you for adding us.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I sent that link to Reg Rhetoric, and I'm like, I said to him, man, this chick explains debunking the flat Earth theory really well. And I had watched the full 16-minute video when she's using Distance to the Sun, that one. And then I realized afterwards, wait, fuck, she was trying to promote flat Earth. I was so distracted.
Oh man,
everybody in their right mind would be.
Yeah, I was like,
I can't wait to watch it. Can't wait to see
oh,
it.
yeah.
Flat Earth.
Sometimes
So,
her voice is a bit annoying, but it's cute at the same time to some extent. And then, I don't know, yeah.
Is she American?
Distracted.
Yeah.
Huh?
American, yeah.
She's
Yeah.
American.
Yeah.
Well, you just can't assume that anymore. I want to remind all the Americans out there, we're not the only game in town, people, and we're not doing it so good. Doing so good, so we lay low. Ask questions like that.
Kiwis.
Well, ask questions like that. The American, we assume that we are it. Ridiculous. So, I noticed that MMA, you asked if the topic is still on sex. We've really kind of gone all over the place.
No,
if you've
we're
been listening,
back on sex right now.
Yeah, whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm up for talking about any of that. I mean, if you've got a subject in mind or something you want to talk about, please.
Surreal's here. Let's do the.
Yes, Surreal. I adore this man, Surreal. You know I adore you. You are just a wonderful, wonderful man. I always enjoy listening to you and talking with you. I'm real honored that you're here. Thank you.
Is he even here? Can we hear him?
I don't know. I'll be talking to myself. It's kind of what I do. He'll make his way. He may have. He's usually on his cell phone. The transhumanism, this really frightens me, Frank.
It doesn't. It doesn't to me.
I get all Don Quixote over this.
It's something too hard to envision, but I think it's a positive. But
Frank, would you approve of a genetic design of a baby then?
Yes.
You would? So would you be able to choose the color of their eyes, even their skin
For
color?
me, at this moment, I would not approve of that, but I think this is something that's going to happen in the future. But I can't
okay.
How does religion? How will religion fit into?
It'd be interesting. Maybe.
Well, I would think that religion would be non-existent at that point.
Well, we don't know that for sure.
I think it might go another way. I mean, I would agree.
A different route.
It would keep going. I mean, religion's not going to just stop because we can quote-unquote design our babies. Though I hate that analogy.
Religion that says, hey, the fall was a genetic accident and we can reverse the fall now. Kind of like their own new Tower of Babel.
We can't even really.
Yeah, particle will go a different direction.
The fall to them is quote unquote sin, and if you look at sin, it's pretty much human nature. So you're not going to be able to genetically engineer human nature out of people.
Okay. Yeah.
But that might be exactly the
wait
point.
a minute. Does that not? I've heard many Christians say, that the innate ability for a child to sin. I think that the innate ability for a child to assimilate language is in the same concept.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I yell at the dog every day. Cash, the dog's name is Cash.
What I hear is like maybe Surreal can chime in on this. Do children innately have a function to sin, just like children have the innate ability to learn a language?
I don't know if he's joined us. Oh, you there?
No, that's me. I was gonna say, well, give us an example of sim, because kids are just trying to figure out
Right. That's my
shit.
point. That's my point.
Yeah.
That's exactly my point. They're just trying to figure out. But I notice, raising 5 kids, that they assimilate language quick. If a parent was to like dawdle with lying, with their children, well then the kids would assimilate that.
Mhm.
It's just like they would
Yeah.
with the language.
Well, Reagan's 10 months old, right? And I take care of her every day. And I yell at the dog all day long. I'm yelling cash, cash. And I notice that she walks around the house going, duh, duh. Well, the other day, she's now saying, shh. She ends it with she's trying to say cash. She's copying everything I do. She's 10 months old.
Right. So isn't that the same principle? This is this Ernie guy. He's also gone with Hava, and he has a parrot as his icon. I really would love to have a talk to him because he brought up the fact that children innately lie.
Yes,
And
they do.
yeah, but children also innately learn language.
But they're testing out their skills, right? Like,
Yeah, but
I mean,
that doesn't mean that the
I think you're thinking of terms of right and wrong. Right and wrong is a very subjective thing in the sense of how we use our language and how we construct society. Kids are not exposed to that yet.
Yeah.
There's stages of cognitive development. There's certain levels that they can't go through yet. Like right now, as a baby, let's say for birth, they're experiencing their world to like sensory and actions. But yet there's also another side where they see a stranger, they become very aware of that because their survival skills. So there's in a way kind of sensory and motory in that range. And then as they get older, you see how kids play with dolls, they talk to their dolls, things like that, because now they're kind of representing their words with their images.
Frank, can I ask you, do you have children?
Yes, I have 2 kids.
Okay, and their ages are?
7 and 8.
Okay, and you noticed when your child developed language skills that they began telling the truth more as soon as
Well, the reason why a lot of times they will hide the truth because they don't want to get punished. They won't have consequences.
Okay, I have an example. Okay, I see what you're saying. My daughter grabbed a plant off the shelf the other day. She's 2.5 years old. In the past, I had had reactions with my other children, but I've learned better. So this time around, knowing my daughter understood this last daughter, she understands language a little bit better than the other ones because she has siblings. Instead of crying that she spilled all the dirt on the ground, you know what she did? She came over and walked up over to me and actually explained herself. She wasn't lying about anything. This is the part about the cognitive attitude that I don't understand, where people think that children have an inherent it's almost like it's a reciprocal of the parent.
But there's a function. There's a function to lying. There's a specific function of why kids also lie. It actually helps with cognitive development. Think about it.
They're trying to work it out.
They're trying to work it out, but they're making up stories in their head.
So you say my language argument is out the window?
No, it is part of language because they're being creative with the things. Not only that they have to actually explain this, they have to hold on to it. So it gets kind of the brain working in a sense.
And you think about, what their role is we all have this idea that we're supposed to have perfect children, and I always say we're not raising perfect children. This is what they do. This is what children do. This is what toddlers do. This is what teenagers do. But like, look at Reagan right now. She wants to pull the cat's tail. 10 months old. She looks me straight in the eye and reaches for that cat tail, right? Or she'll look away.
But isn't that experimental?
Yes, it's communication. Yeah, it's communication, though.
Right? Yeah, but they don't know they're lying at an early age.
But it's not lying. Lying it implies some kind of need to deceive for some type of gain. They're just testing out their wings. They're testing out their brain. They're testing out the vocal cords. They're testing out their boundaries. They're testing out what. Okay, I know I came out of you, or I know I'm supposed to be connected to you, but I'm not sure why. So I'm going to try these things out. We're going to box around a little bit, and I'm going to take this
Yeah.
hit, and it's
Yeah.
just
I
who
know
they
what you're saying,
are.
but as a parent coach, you can actually look in a child's eyes and
Hmm.
control them without language. You can
Well,
look at them
yeah.
and you can just look at them. You can get your point across. You can use mannerism, but the
Yeah.
right approach is always love. So we know that.
Great.
But there's not a distinctive function why children want to lie. There's only the cognitive reason to learn.
But we're putting a construct on lying as if it's a bad thing as a child before they've
That's what.
learned it. It's like holding
Okay,
Adam and
okay, I
Eve
see what you're saying.
responsible,
Okay.
right?
Yep,
Right?
yep, yep, yep.
You
I got
sure?
you. Yeah,
Um,
yes, I got you on that. Yes, because I was trying to make the distinction between inherent. Is it
mm.
inherent for a child to lie? While it's developing language, it can express itself.
Yeah. I don't think it knows it's lying. Like if I tell you that
Right.
I didn't start this
Okay.
hangout,
At
I
what
know
age
I'm
would you
lying.
begin to think that a child starts to lie? Like
It
cognitive.
varies. Probably 4.
4.
Yeah,
That's what I
it's hard to
agree.
say.
I agree with that. It's about 4. It's
Yeah.
it's
It
not
depends on their developmental stage. To them
exactly.
personally. It is case by case, but yeah, you could say around 4. I don't know exactly, but
Yeah.
Ladies,
yeah.
If
ladies
you've
room,
raised
Peter,
5 kids, you would know that.
you guys are in control. I'm gonna give somebody mods. I need to go to the little girls' room. I'll be right back. So keep going, doing what you're doing.
All right, the sausage fest. Yeah, I don't believe that children
Sausages.
are inherent to learning. I mean, at 2, 2.5, 3. I remember my first cognitive memories was about 2.5 to 3. That didn't mean I have the stability to learn. You know what
You
I'm
start
saying?
learning as soon as you come out of the womb.
Well, of course, because of an
Well,
impact. Just because of the
technically,
impact.
yeah. Technically, it starts when you're somewhat developed in the womb, because you can hear sounds and so forth through the woman's stomach. And,
Yeah, but you also learn by touch.
oh, of course. But I'm saying,
Yeah, and
yeah,
actions and
there's
motor
some things that
functions.
Right. And
audio tends to be kicked off in the
tone,
womb.
right. Audio tone has a lot to do with it, too.
It's to us they're lying. If you go to the ages of 4 and so forth, to us they're lying. They're making up a story to possibly get out of punishment or even before that. But
Right.
so to us they're lying, but to them it's just like
That's right.
fucking.
Right.
I started seeing shit. I'm tripping
Okay.
balls. But
Yeah. For example, if a young child is throwing a fit, and you want her to calm down, it took me a long time, but we found a little television show that taught the kid to take 4 deep breaths, and we used the word calm down with 4 breaths. And it worked. We used to use little lies to calm her down. I mean, the other kids. We don't use little lies anymore. Now we just go, hey, calm down. And I've noticed a truthfulness because of that. I noticed it. It's very unique. If the parent's a liar, even if it's in the littlest sense, the child's going to pick up on that.
Yes, because children don't just learn the language, they learn the art of communication
tone.
from their parents or the figures who are around them most often, including parents.
It's right. It's
They
the
learn
impact.
all of the art. They learn all of the art of communication. It's not just simple symbolic representation or
Sure, I
abstraction.
love you.
There's all kinds of behaviors, and they learn about intent. They learn about manipulation. They learn about emotional content and value.
Yes.
And learn about all of these subtleties. And the
Real
brain
quickly.
is very absorptive at that age. This is why If you learn languages, for example, at an early age, you'll develop certain areas of the brain, and you'll be able to learn them more rapidly. But if you wait until adulthood, then those areas have already gone through their growth spurt, and they will pretty
Yeah,
much
you
be
got
set,
about
and you'll learn
6
your
years old.
language in a
About
different
6 years
area.
old, they become independent. You have about to 6.
And your languages will be actually after that learned in a different area of the brain and relayed back for reference to the area in your prime language or prime language base. So
Yeah, and, you know, punishment is something that MMA just wrote in here. You know, that's a very unique quality because there's a strictness behind a parent, and that can relate to maybe even dilating a child's function. A child can realize an emotional quality through tone without even the language. And the barriers between the parent and the child can be interpreted between what we call a loving aspect. So if an adult speaks to a child with a loving aspect, the benefits outweigh that. So you can get past it. You can move past it. But it's always that distinction of a parent that wants to fidget, somewhat disturb, or not get to the truth of the matter with the child. That's the key. You have to get to the truth with the child. They're sensitive. They're like a sponge. They can learn 5 languages right then and there at that age. They're so open to everything that I'm blown away by this, because just thinking of it just right now is like, wow. Their abilities to imagine is beyond our own scope at that age.
well, Frank was talking about something about this that's relevant to it earlier, and that's about all these connections that are made. I don't know if it was in this hangout or the hangout we were in previously.
It was San Tommy's hangout, yeah.
Yeah, but we're talking about how the neurons and the plasticity of the brain and how it can rearrange. But the neurons in early childhood are setting themselves into their main patterns, and we're sloughing a lot of the ones that aren't getting actually used at that time.
Yes.
And the ones that survive want to hold on to who they are, and they become identity to a large extent. If there is something that we can identify as identity of a person,
Okay,
it's
but that's the responsibility of a parent.
pattern that gets set up.
Yeah, but the proposal, the proposal of a parent knowing the difference is the crucial setup to that. You don't. If you're a parent, you should know better. You should know better.
Not necessarily.
Well, no, really. I mean, no. In a sense that when you look into a child's eyes, and if you say something the same words, but use 2 different tones on it, you can see the reaction that's different between the child. That means a neurological process is being assimilated. Do you understand what I'm saying? In other words,
if you're observant, yes. If you're observant, yes. But
okay, there
just
you go.
because
You
you're
got
a parent doesn't make you observant, and just because you're not a parent doesn't mean you wouldn't be observant. That's the thing.
Okay.
It's whoever's around the child that the child can grab a hold of positive influences if they have the opportunity.
Right.
And they will lean towards those people who nourish them more. If they have that ability to exercise choice.
That's why dads are so important. And I'm going to stand up for all men out here who are dads. That's why men are so important.
Yeah. The problem is that children aren't even consulted in their preference for their own well-being.
No, that's not true. That's not true. What it is that
changing. I'm sorry.
Say that again?
The standard has not been for children to be consulted about what's best for them.
All right, I couldn't hear you.
I think I have some invaders.
Fight. I just sent Brother Timothy an invite because I saw his comments, and I want to get someone in instead of having an echo chamber where we all pretty much agree on the same thing. So hopefully we can get this bloke in here because he thinks sex is bad and all that kind of bullshit.
Well, bring him in.
Yeah, I just sent him an invite to the chat, so hopefully he'll join in.
Yeah, there is bad sex. Yes, I agree.
No, like, he's totally against, sex outside of marriage and all that crap, so.
Is he?
Oh,
Yeah.
My God. Okay, bring him in.
He's obviously a Christian, and
he's not going to be a good friend to the Eskimos. Eskimos, man.
Well, they're going to get really cold, and you know what happens when the things get cold.
Stack of dimes, man. Stack of dimes.
It's not good.
then yeah, that's why I have penis pumps and shit like that.
Well, that's why you go up there in Antarctica and you hit the igloo and you hit a family. You can sleep with your wife because it's hospitality.
There you go.
You know, it's just the right thing to do. It's proper ethics and practice.
Sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring, and it's being hospitable. If you don't share your wife, you're not a good hostess.
Exactly. Yeah, this.
I guess that's wrong.
Hey, wait a minute. You're doing the transgender thing there. Stop that.
Who's transgender?
No, I'm just joking.
Oh, transgender.
Yeah.
Oh, I had to laugh when fucking if you guys watch shit, what's the show called? South Park, when Cartman, I forgot the terminology, but he becomes a he goes transgender so he can use the female toilets because they're so clean and spotless. And because in that season, it's a running theme right throughout the whole thing. And at the end, when he starts taking over like all the TV screens and all the phones and shit, because he's like PewDiePie, where he starts moderating everything. If you guys know who PewDiePie is, the guy who plays video games and he talks over them and shit, real famous. Eric Cartman starts to become like him, and then he says something like, "I've reached transgenderedness," but he means transcendence. But he twists transgender around. It's just really fucking weird.
I'm beyond sex.
Because it's like he starts popping up and like when people like PewDiePie do this video game shit, they have themselves being recorded and they have like the top right of the screen. And then so he starts appearing in the top right of the screen to everyone, even if they're not watching any videos. Yeah, and he just appears there and he starts lecturing them. He starts trending hardcore.
I've seen that one, but I only seen it once. I have to see that one.
Frank is the first person that I've ever heard to bring up the AI thing into the birth concept. I've never heard it before.
Well, I actually created a community called the
You gotta
Transhumanist Society.
invite me into it, would you please?
No, you could go in there. It's
invite me.
free. Yeah, okay. I'll get you the link.
Just
Is that Transhumanist Society?
because that's funny.
The Anarcho Transhumanist Society. That's what it's called.
Anarcho what?
And like Anarchist Transhumanist Society, basically, is what it is.
All right.
Yeah, anarchy. It's not what you think it means. It really isn't.
No, it's exactly.
Wait a minute. Cherie, what does it mean to you?
It means a lack of non-voluntary agency.
So is it
That all agency that's established and endowed with privilege is voluntary
Okay.
consent for those who are participatory. It's
And
that's
you're
a
not.
voluntarist. I'm sorry, that's a voluntarist spin on anarchy, which is not necessarily true for all. But I'm also a neo-libertarian, so that fills out the rest of my perspective on that.
Thanks.
How will
Yeah,
how will
this is not one of my bigger communities. These are one of my small communities. This is something I'm just
All
interested
right, I'm
in.
gonna join right now. I'm just gonna do
Yeah,
it.
I'm not on the side chat.
Okay, I'm in. Thank you.
That's no problem.
That's interesting. I've never heard anybody bring that up
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
about the.
I actually first heard it, and I have a master's degree. Like close to like a year ago from this other dude. He's talking about transhumanism. What the hell is that? And then I figured out what it was, and I just got a little bit into it.
Yeah. It's so AI, but you're pushing the envelope forward right now. Is what you're doing.
But
I'm just bringing it to discussion.
Right.
Definitely.
And it's just one corner of the cognitive landscape of transhumanism, and there's all kinds of robotics and the substrate doesn't have to be silicone; it can be biology.
Yeah, but you can't clone a silicone form. You can biogenetically you can clone, but you can't do a silicone replication. You can multiply under this.
Why not?
Huh?
Why not?
What do you need a biological function to create that?
Why do you need a biological function to create a self-replicating organism?
Right. What I'm asking is about the clone aspect. No, I'm asking about the clone aspect.
A self-replicating existence in silicon.
Because that brings in the transgression aspect. Does cloning lead to intelligence moving towards that design?
It definitely can.
Right. Exactly. That's what I was saying. If your genes have a memory bank, would you be able to design them to fail on that fact or not? No. If you're going transgressional, there would be a positive aspect towards it.
Well, I guess you have to really define the word positive when you talk about.
Yeah, and that's the loose word I used. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It's really about exploring, these things. And yes, it takes some technological knowledge to do, which I don't have. But I'm willing to actually dive into it. And
that's totally cool. I totally dig that. I was like, I've never heard anybody say that before.
There's many movies about it, like of course AI. There's also movies about transhumans like Ex Machina. There's which is really good. There's some. Say again?
There's one I just watched recently where the scientist is developing his AI off in the woods, and it's like super compound. Oh, geez,
yeah, there's a lot of movies I haven't seen, but there's one. It's called Her. It's actually a recent movie about a guy who falls in love with a program, which is.
That's Ex Machina.
No, Ex Machina is one. There's another one called Her. Which
but
you
Ex
don't
Machina came first, right?
I believe it. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe around the same time. But there's Her. Her, you don't see like a cyborg or anything like that. You actually just see a guy falling in love with a program. That's all you see. But with Ex Machina, the guy actually builds it.
Yeah.
You know, so it's pretty surreal.
And then, no spoilers, but damn, that was a shit ending.
What?
It was a shit ending, really. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I agree, but the movie itself was okay. It was good.
Yeah.
So you're
Sugar,
wondering
why
what
did it take so long?
because I had to go out there and I had to go to the little girl's room, and then I had
Well,
to go into
in
the
the next building.
no, and
Jesus.
then I had to go into the kitchen, and my son-in-law stopped me, and so it was
You
just
took a bong hit. I knew it.
yeah, I wish I'd taken that, but no, it was available, but I did not. Yeah,
Was available and you didn't take the hit? Oh my god.
yeah, I don't.
So good.
I
You're
don't
a
like
good
the.
girl.
I'd rather have the edible.
Did you see
Edible.
Cherie's post earlier today about how you can have a death thing where your body's buried underneath a tree seed?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Isn't
Yeah.
that the coolest thing? I thought that it gave a whole new meaning to going green.
Yeah, you can have yourself made into a diamond.
No, what really was
Wow.
the difference between being cremated and, have your ashes put in the ground as a carbon atom, or
Mhm.
a slow metabolic, uh, you know, digestive rate
Yeah,
where the
yeah,
tree fed off you.
yeah.
That's the difference.
I think it's really interesting. You can also have yourself made into blown glass.
No shit, I never heard
Mhm.
that.
And I'm considering this. You can have the ashes put into ink and have it tattooed under your skin.
Oh, wow,
And
that's cool.
I've been toying with it because I have both my mom and dad's. So I'm a tattoo. I don't know. I haven't decided.
Has Surreal offered anything into this conversation? Is he somehow muted, or what's up?
I'm not
It's
sure.
sexy drugs.
Yeah,
That's what he offered that.
dread.
Yeah, that's
He
sexy
just came
drugs.
looking good. That's all.
I really appreciate this guy's opinion on a lot of subjects, so I was
Me
just turned
too.
up.
Yeah, I do too. MMA, you want to know why I was gone so long? You want to know the truth now? Now that I've told you
True,
that
nothing but the truth.
fabricated stuff. I'm reading up in the side chat that this. So what was I doing? So what was the consensus? Was I, rubbing one out or what? I mean,
Who?
Yeah, I
Really?
was thinking. I
I
was
didn't even
like,
go there.
see, yeah, see, Aussie in the room.
Fucking
Yeah,
Aussies.
I got a Queensland healer sleeping right here next to me. See, I already got Aussie in the room. There's another one out there.
bravo.
Oh man, Bunto, he forgot me.
You had him pegged to left or right. Shut up.
Oh, he cracks me up. Well,
He's
he and I have been friends for a
hilarious.
while, and he just loves to tell me, you need to make these men, work for it. I'm like, I'm just not that
That's
kind
the
of girl.
perverted side. Yes, okay. The poor guy's never procreated. I mean, come on.
What has to do with anything?
I
That
do.
I heard Jim say peg, and then I heard.
I know.
I was like, wait, what?
It doesn't have anything to do with it. What it means is the guy hasn't experienced something.
Well, I think I think we all. I mean, the fact that I've been married so many times, and my path is because of my upbringing. What I had to go through. I mean, I had to overcome that if I want to move forward. So I think we all probably bring a little something.
Right.
I mean,
Well, your
and
sum total of your experience is
yeah,
yeah. And I mean, he has no sum total experience of procreation.
yeah, and
So he's not. Is he valid to offer a legitimate argument against it?
I think we were talking about the courting part. I think he's had
Okay.
courting experience. I think that's where we were in that
No,
earlier
that was the
conversation.
threesome experience. That was
Oh,
the
that's right,
threesome.
threesome.
Yes.
Yeah, that doesn't require kids now, does it? Well, I don't
No,
know.
he was talking about how it was a competition between
Oh,
the
yes.
yeah.
He and I had that conversation in private once before, and I thought it was outrageous. I remember going, "What? When is sex a competition, even in a healthy monogamous? I mean, should
I think
be?
what he was doing, and I said this before, he was exploring the role of role playing.
Yeah,
That's
Without
what
being
it
a
was.
parent. Yeah, he
But he was talking about the aspect, the whole actually ritual of sex.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm
So
so
I
confused
think
here. So,
I,
what,
I think that Bunto actually elucidated where the topic of sex intersects with another discussion that was going on not too long ago about what makes something a sport and what makes it a game.
Right.
And I
Mm.
think competitiveness is very much at the heart of it. And I
It's
suspect
slightly there. It
wait,
is slightly there.
I suspect that's where he's coming from, is that he's viewing sex as a game rather than or as a sport. I'm not sure which it is,
Well,
but
I called it
But
an Olympic
I think
sport.
sport is we're all
it's
trying to do our best, and a game is where somebody's trying to win. Yeah, something
right,
like that.
right. Well, because no, and that brings us back to our question about teaching our children about sex, right? Teaching them. I mean,
Yeah.
first of all, we are the example of what happy parents look
But I
like and what
asked you
happy adults
earlier
are.
about sex education in school. I thought you said that you were not.
I'm not I don't, I think that children ask for what they want when they want it. My first mother-in-law taught me, when the child comes up and says, "Where do babies come from?" You say, "Out of mommy's tummy." Period. Stop. Don't say another word, right? If that child goes and runs down the hall and goes back to playing, that's all they wanted and it's all they needed, right? If they look at you and go, "But how?" You say, "How what?" What, and you
Well,
get them
It's
to
a matter
you
of
get
being
them to
true.
I
yes,
think I
but do you know
think the
what happened?
mistake too is that we actually think that the kids actually think like us
Right.
at this
Yeah.
time, and they don't.
Right. And
They have a totally different view of the world. They're
yeah.
not.
Well,
And
unadulterated effect.
teaching your yeah, and teaching your children about sex starts with confidence, right? It starts with teaching them to care for themselves, to respect themselves, right? That's the beginning of it, because you've got to go into any great sexual relationship healthy and have with a
But
clear
does the
mind.
parent have a right to even digress into this situation?
Again,
Uh,
I don't believe that you're going to teach a child about sex until they ask for it. And again, it may take you years to get up to the point. If once he says, okay, we're talking like a 5-year-old, right? 5-year-old comes up and says, where do babies come from? You've got two choices. Give him the whole give him the Kinsey, report and say, go read it, or you say, out of mommy's tummy, and that's it. Now, if he asks for more 10 minutes later, then you say, mommy's and daddy's put it there. If he says, well, how does it get in there? And if he asks for more, then you give him more. If he doesn't ask for more, or she doesn't ask for more, they're not ready for more as they ask for these things. Now, if you get to,
but
if
you
you,
blew the opportunity then. You just
oh, no,
blew
no,
the
no,
opportunity.
no, you did not. Because I think that we overwhelm our children. Why are you going to tell a 5-year-old about
Overwhelm them?
intercourse?
well,
Overwhelm them.
Yeah, yeah, I think
well,
we children have a right to be a child and they ask for what they want.
yeah. I reckon you could explain it to them exactly how it works if they're of competency to understand that, but it's not explaining how it's going to get in there, so they don't
Yeah.
try and, fuck each other's legs. Um,
Yeah, there comes a time when a question is asked around maybe 10 years old that you go, how much do
yeah.
you think you want to know about sex? Because it's kind of a big subject. I mean, it's about communication with your kids. It's about asking questions. Hey, where did you hear this part of it? Like, why are you asking? Just to ask questions, to engage. It's talking to your children and finding out who they are. But I don't think a 5-year-old has any business knowing about intercourse.
Yeah,
Not
but as a
in the
child
least.
grows, they
Yeah.
have their own independent value.
Yeah.
Um, they're not dependent upon the parent for that thought concept.
No, you're right. That's why when they come to you and say, "Hey, remember when I was 5 and I asked you where babies came from, and you said from the tummy," and I say, "Yeah," and they go, "Well, how did it get in there?" And you go, "Okay, well, the mommies and the dad put it in there," and you figure maybe the kid's 8 or 9 years old, and he goes, "Well, how does it get in there? I mean, how do they put it in there?" Okay, so he wants more, so give him more, right? If he asks you 15 questions and it gets to intercourse at 8 years old, then he's asked the right questions and he deserves to be there. But if he doesn't ask, he may not be ready. Maybe he's not as mature, or she's not as mature as another child. That's not. I don't believe that's right or wrong. I think it's just individual to the child. Is that out of really unusual?
Well, no, not necessarily. It could be where that you're right. You're right. Individual has I almost want to say the word audacity, but I'm not going to go there. But you're right. There is a concept where a child learns on its own time frame.
Yeah.
But
you could certainly speed up the process. I mean, remember, we should be watching, if we're watching television, we should be watching television with our children. And when you see a situation that might be flirting or hand-holding or something, you can ask them about that. Look at that boy and that girl holding hands. I wonder what that's like. Do you think they like each other? I mean,
but wouldn't it be better just to leave the child alone and let them develop that on their own?
No, absolutely not.
That's weird.
We are teachers. We are their teachers. When it comes down, when shit rolls downhill and they need people, their sanctuary, they need to know that mom and dad have the answers. They need to know that mom and dad can be trusted.
Disagree.
They need to know that mom and... Really?
Yeah. Totally disagree.
Why?
Because if you have an independent value, let's say whatever your sexual
you're assuming though that I'm not presenting the entire story, right? Because like when my son wanted to go to a youth group, I said, okay, here's all your options with religion, right? Christianity is not your only option. I gave him the full balanced option. I did the same for my daughter. Sexuality would be the same thing. I mean, our whole family is LGBT friendly to the core, so we give a broad spectrum. So, I mean, if that's what you're worried about.
I'm not trying to hold back. I wouldn't hold back anybody's sexuality.
Right.
Yeah. No. But
I mean, go ahead.
As a parent goes, at least my book, you would have to leave that as an independent thought value to themselves.
But who are they going to learn who they get the information from? Make the information.
Sure, there's a guidance that's allowed from a parent.
Yeah, I think.
Sure.
I think that's all I'm talking about. Just the guidance. I'm not suggesting that we tell them one way or the other. Where's that echo coming from? When my daughter got a boyfriend, and I knew she was going to be sexually active, we sat down and had a conversation, right? And I had it with her boyfriend. Now get ready to rumble because most people hate this conversation that I've had, and you'll either think I'm a maniac or not. She was just about 17, and he was 17, and I lived with my son as well. And he's 9 years older than his sister, so he was about 26 at the time. And I sat down Sarah and her boyfriend, and I said, "Look, I'm not always home, and I know this is the way life goes. I would prefer that you don't have sex, but in reality, we all know that these things happen. And here's how I feel about it. I would rather you have sex in your own bedroom. I do not want you having sex in a car, in a back room, wherever else it happens in a party."
So lust goes right out the window. You
wait a minute.
Lust right out the window.
Wait a minute.
In other words,
let it talk.
Wait. Let me just finish. I looked at them both and I said, because they're already making out, right? These two are not nice, right? Not at all. And I can see that in them. I've watched them. I've observed them, as they've been in the home, and I know they're getting close to it, right? So now it's time to let them know that what you're feeling is not wrong. What you would be doing with each other is not wrong. You should make love in a bed like a human being, like the rest of us do, with no shame and no guilt, and with your 6'4" brother down the hall in case it goes sideways, right? Or me, depending on who's home. I looked at her and said, if you don't if you don't like oral sex, don't start that with him because you can't take that away. I looked at him. I said, if she doesn't learn how to orgasm someday, she will not let you do that to her for very long, and headaches will come, and she won't be interested in all of these things. I explained to them that only 26% of women actually have an orgasm, in which ways they do. I also told
Well, you really
him.
went into details. I'm sorry.
Yes,
Like, that's
I
a lot
did.
of detail. Wow.
Well, they're 17. They're about to be adults, right? She's just a couple days shy of 17, and he's 17. Really, they probably know all the things already, right? What they needed was the permission and a few little details. I looked at him and I said, and also, never ask to do something to a woman that you wouldn't have done to yourself, right? I know that's unreasonable, but I wanted to put that thought in their head that just because you see it on porn, just because people are talking about it, you ought to think about the person that you're doing this to, right? Because that's considerate. So that was it. Now, I did not give them positions. I did not write it out. I said, the rest is up to you two. Protection, I knew she was taking the pill, and she was fanatical about it. Flying to Hawaii and the time change, she almost freaked out because she was afraid she wasn't taking it at the right time. I have no problem with that, and I would do it again and again and again. I'd go to jail for that because nobody teaches us about orgasms. Nobody teaches us about these dynamics of oral sex and how important it is to certain people, to a larger percentage of people. Intimacy, that what they're doing isn't wrong. Both of my children have thanked me for that. They said it. They appreciated it. My
Okay,
daughter's
on
less.
the education
He
part,
doesn't.
on the education part, do you feel that the parent is more responsible than the education system?
Hell yeah. I
Okay.
hate the sex education that's in school. It is
Yeah,
useless.
but what's your advocation towards sex education in school then?
Like I said, you have two. You've got the secular and you've got the religious, and I think both should be respected.
So you're going to
That
break it
for
down
the
to two narrow classes.
Well, I can't break it down to anything. I think that individually, as families, however your family dynamic is made up, whether you're a family or whether you're a theistic family, you have to make that decision. However your family is structured, we are their teachers. We're their teachers. You send them to school for math and other things, but life, this
Back in
is
the
our job.
yeah, back in the
But I
days in
think
India, hold on. Back in the days in India, the girls like before they were like 12, they were learning about the Kama Sutra.
Hmm.
And they were
Yeah,
learning the positions and things like that. So I'm
yeah.
just bringing that out there.
well,
This is
Where do
I
where do
think
you base this off of?
It's
history.
history, yeah. I just actually saw there's a video I think that was just on YouTube about that, about
The
the
Kama
or
Sutra
maybe it
is
was
a
a
very
TED.
religious, spiritual practice that they do. This
Yeah,
is something that they actually
might be a
is
TED
part of.
talk.
I would have to say that it's better to have the education system do it to teach them how it's done, the biology of it, the STDs and so forth. They can go
Hmm.
into a more complex explanation of it than parents can, because not all parents know that
But
stuff.
how
Agreed.
early of an age? That's what I want to know,
Agreed.
Monsanto.
Boy,
At what
So,
age do you at what age do you start?
well, I first had my sex ed in about year 3 or some shit. Year
three?
3.
3?
Wow.
No, year 4.
Oh, so what age is
It's
that?
oh fuck, that's shit.
Because for us it's usually isn't it sixth grade? Around.
No, fuck no. Shit, hold on one second.
My experience with
Kindergarten.
sex education, where I had in high school, that shit kept me away from sex because all they did was show me freaking venereal diseases. It
Correct.
was like, screw
Yep.
that shit.
Yep. The Reagan
No.
days.
Yeah,
I was
I don't have a problem with schools teaching that. I mean, if
yeah,
they could, if
like
schools taught,
herpes for life. I was like,
sure,
no, I would
yeah,
not want that.
I
But
mean,
they like a scared straight type of thing, but it actually worked for me anyway.
yeah. Well, and I don't have a problem with that because that's biology, right? That's like teaching science. I mean, you could be teaching the medicine for all I care. But when it comes to dynamics and sexuality and answering those personal questions, um, who
It's
better
still
else?
parental, is what you're saying.
I believe so. There's a new book out, or I don't know if it's new, but it's a more
Yeah.
recent book. It's
Okay.
about
So
sexual
let me ask
shame.
you this question.
Okay, hold on. It's about sexual shame, right? And this woman writes about it, and got a religious slant to it. Her grandmother
Shame.
tried to drown her frequently when she was
How
about
how
3 years
do
old because her mother had gotten pregnant out of wedlock. So we see how, you know, religion gone bad, not religion itself, religion gone bad. I mean, there's a lot of sexual shame within theism, and I don't know why. So having somebody else teach you
but are
sexuality
you
and
correlating that to the aspects where everyday parent has to resume a, a protocol? I mean, do we have to like have a dogma attached to it, or
if I had $1 for everybody who said my parents never talked to me about any of this stuff, I couldn't talk to my mom about this. I couldn't talk, you know,
yeah? But
we're
we've
obviously,
changed. But we've changed.
yeah,
We're not
I
the
don't think
same.
so.
We're not the
Well,
same as our parents were.
also, it's just really
You're right.
contingent
I'm
upon
not.
the culture where you live
Right.
too. It's some
Yeah.
people, some
Culture's
folks.
a little bit to do with it, and that's a good
Yeah,
point. But it doesn't. It's not an
It's not
overriding
sexist.
factor.
yeah, it's not a
It's
one
not
size
sexist.
fits all type of thing. It really contingent upon where you're at.
You know
You
what
know,
sorry.
I think
As
that the
well.
sexual independence of a child should be left up to the child alone without the parent's
They
influence.
they don't. Why? But why is that?
Why? Because it's a natural process. We don't want to invade
So
them.
okay. Oh
I mean, if we're
wait,
gonna
wait, wait.
place any statues upon them when it comes to having sex, then we're also putting limitations on them.
Okay, so as a
Not
mammal, remember I
necessarily.
was talking about primal. Remember I was talking primal, our primal self. If we take this back 1,000 years, right? If you look at monkeys, right? How do the little monkeys learn? They watch the big monkeys fuck, right? That doesn't happen in this society anymore, right? We don't do that in this civilized society. They're not getting that dynamic, and we're much more civilized. So how do you teach that if there's no examples? Teach them porn? I think that's a big problem. Children watch porn too early, I think, is really damaging. And I
yeah,
would
and
only say porn, so I'm
porn
not
is
against
actually
porn.
is orchestrated. It's not
No,
really
that's
real. A lot of
disgusting.
it is not real.
Yeah. So for my sex ed, you're taught, how it happened and so forth. But more on the biology side, again, that's a
Hmm.
plus compared to what the parents can do. But it doesn't. Obviously, we were immature at the time, as you are, at the
Yeah.
ages of like 5 or 8, whatever the fuck it was. And it didn't like damage us, It didn't take away our fun time at lunch. We'd like gossip, go, oh, what's this thing and all
Hmm.
that bollocks. But it didn't do anything to our creativity or our learning. It was just okay. Well, here's a new thing that we just learned. It's not going
Yeah,
to
but
do anything
you
to
live in
you at a young age.
you live in a country that's mostly secular, though. You're talking about, I mean, when I tell you this book, Sexual Shame, is full of one story
Oh,
after
come
another after
on.
another. I didn't write the book. I didn't ask that it be written. I found it because I was researching sexual shame, and it is written from by a religious gentleman, a woman or a man, I can't remember
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
I just tell story after story after story
yeah.
about the sexual dysfunction, the sexual shame that's come out of the church.
But
Again, I
but
did
you're putting this in the context of country to country.
what? Country to
So what's
country?
it like in
Well,
America?
yeah, yeah, because but Jim, the rest of the world is very different about their sexuality and Christianity than the United States are. Most of the rest of the world
So,
doesn't have, other than some of the fundamentals, they don't have the fundies that we have, the intensity.
That's a good
It's not the
point.
same.
Good point.
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, with America, what's it like in sex education and the broad
Zero.
spectrum of things?
Zero.
Well, it's very aversive in the sense.
Yeah,
They
it's a negative.
There are some states that are trying to have it not taught at all. I think Mississippi or Alabama or
Yeah.
something is attempting
Oh,
to.
God.
They don't
Well,
want any of it.
all the Bible Belt states
Yeah.
are that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
And
here
that's
it's
called the
actually
Southern
pretty.
Poverty Law Center.
Hmm. Here's the thing here with sex education here, it's actually pretty good, but then our laws are very, strict and fucked up.
Well,
When,
give me
when,
an
when it
example.
comes
To what?
for
Guys, I'm
so
sorry. It's 3 in the morning. I gotta get some sleep.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So,
Thank you,
Chiller, man.
Frank.
yeah,
Appreciate
no
all your
problem.
Hey,
contribution.
Frank, thank you.
There's no problem.
there's compare Australia to America or the UK or Germany and stuff like that. There's a strong gap between the sex industry over there and what it is over here. And that's because the laws are highly. Sorry?
You've got some states that prostitution is legal, isn't that right?
No, not that I'm aware of. But you can
Yeah, I
have
think
brothels and all that kind of stuff.
yeah.
Not in
You,
Australia. Australia, it's not legal.
no,
Well,
I think there is.
it's you can have brothels. They have to be registered and so forth. But
That's what I'm
if you're
talking about.
selling yourself on the street, that's illegal.
No.
But
Yeah, right.
yeah, in the other areas of
It's what you
Texas,
call it. It comes down to
BDSM and so forth.
yeah. There's a loophole in the law.
It's like Nevada, like the way Nevada is. How Nevada has the brothels that are legal.
Yeah, so it's sex education is more positive on the academic side of things, but yeah, the laws here are pretty conservative, so it's a mixed bag almost.
That's what I said too.
That's
That's
in Queensland, Australia. That's fucked.
Yeah. Well, because I think the UK and Australia, you all tend to be more progressive. I mean, when you take a look at, when your country has a big mass shooting, it takes action, right? And not that everybody agrees with it.
Weak argument.
I am not saying it's the everything. I just think it's a responsive part of society. I wonder how much we want to turn a blind eye to, and I see other countries not turning blind eyes to things, the sanctity of life.
Disagree with that.
It's okay. I mean, we can do that, right, Jim? We can disagree with each other.
That's why I like.
I could learn something. Yeah, I like you too, because we can learn something, and that's important. I don't want to take my country's guns away, but I would like my country to take it seriously.
That comes down to a majorative position, and that's always the thing that is.
Say that again. I may not understand that.
A majorative position.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, you have a gun shooting in Australia, a total bad thing. Now the guns are gone, right?
Yeah.
Now, do you feel that way? Do you feel that way because we are numb to a lot of stuff, that we've been desensitized?
No,
because
I don't.
Okay.
No.
Because I think that's what our problem is. I think
Well, that would be the commonality of mainstream media then. Because
I think it's just
Rupert Murdoch.
It's hard to pin why America is what it is with its guns. I'm fucking pissed off that our government took our guns when that shooting happened.
You should
the
be.
year I was born or the year after, but or before 1920.
2009.
It was no.
It was after the fucking can't remember it. But it was one shooting in, I think, North Australia. And yeah, they just took our guns off that. And it's just like, fuck you. But
the one with the 50 murders, the one they went out to the campsite.
It was a mass shooting. It was a mass shooting.
The biggest in history, I thought.
It was Port Arthur. And I've got the details of that, but it was a mass shooting. About 20 or so people died. Oh, boo-hoo. And then they took the guns. But it's there's the steps that can be in place that can prevent that. I do disagree with Hillary on one thing about getting rid of assault weapons because they're military stuff. Woman, fuck off. I agree with her and everything else, but fuck you on that. But
I disagree. I'm on the
But
other side of
that's
that. I'm
because
okay with guns, but I'm
Monsanto
not
doesn't
okay with.
believe in the militia.
hey,
Yeah,
Okay.
you're not into a militia.
Yeah, I'm okay with regular guns, but I don't like the assault
Well,
weapons.
he
That's
knows
just me.
quite well what a militia is.
Yeah, well, I know he's quite smart.
So I mean,
And I'm okay.
but
I'm
that
okay
took the
with.
right away from Australians to have one, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
and so we're limited to only fucking 22s, pistols and so forth, and we can't have AR-15s and all that fun stuff.
But see, he just gave it away. So let me ask you something. Really, is that what we want to value? Because it gave away all the fun stuff, right? Like I love the way your country. I love the
You
way your
really
country.
caught him on that with the fun stuff, didn't you?
I'm sorry. I'm
You
sorry.
really did.
That's-
You
that's-
really
that's
caught
good
him on
because
that.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I
that's
get
good.
it.
Because,
I get it. I get it that there's some fun in shooting. Like I said,
No,
I don't want to
it's
take
not.
away all the
It's not
guns.
fun stuff to go shooting. I don't shoot. I don't go out to
Some
a
people
range and
do.
shoot.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh no. Some
So,
people do, though.
yeah, so
Okay.
for
What about
home
the
defense,
voting?
yeah.
Hmm.
So, so to elaborate further, so
Hmm.
for home defense, you're obviously not going to use an AR-15, but you can have it for recreational use. So to the ex-military going into the military,
Hmm.
for shooting, sports, and that kind of stuff, AR-15 is the way to go. But and some of the pistols and shotguns and so forth. But when it
The
comes to home
fallacy
defense,
of me. You hear the fallacy of me. If everybody thought like you, I would be in full agreement with you. But we know damn well that it is those who blow it for the rest of
what I'm
us.
saying is no, but what I'm saying is though that a lot of people in America are law-abiding citizens, and a lot of the
Hmm.
guys that do own guns are law-abiding. So
Hmm.
they would typically have either a shotgun or a pistol for home defense,
Right.
and also for the range as well.
Right.
And the AR-15s, AKs, and so forth are typically for the range.
Hmm.
Sometimes they would have an AR-15 for all situations, but
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. Okay.
yeah. So
But
yeah,
But go on. Let
recreational
him finish.
an AR-15.
Let him finish. I want to hear this.
And you can regulate how an AR-15 operates. So you can have, with the current laws, you have a certain barrel length. It can't go underneath. You
right.
can't have fully automatic. I would agree with that.
Hmm.
I would disagree with making the magazine sizes shorter. 30 rounds.
You would
Sweet Gun
agree on that?
I would disagree on making them shorter.
You
Keep
would.
them at 30.
Okay.
He doesn't want them shorter.
Does not want
Yeah.
him. Okay, go on.
Yeah. Because that's just a pain in the ass. It's just like,
All right, I
Yeah.
just want to know where you stand on that.
Incidental. Yeah.
yeah, it's just English. And besides, it's not going to do anything. I mean, if I'm going to go on a killing spree, all I have to do is reload faster.
Exactly.
That's right.
Become more
That's right.
efficient
Exactly.
at that, well
Yeah.
then,
I just wanted to
it's just
know
make
that.
difference.
I was trying to get at what you were getting at. Okay, go
Oh
ahead.
yeah, yeah. And I'm in favour, and what I disagree with that are more on the right-hand side of the right wing of people in America is why they disagree with fucking Obama. What that recent thing he did was actually good. He didn't impede on the weapons functionality or the
Yeah.
weapons themselves. He allocated more funding to different agencies.
But that's our
Yeah.
country. That's our country. We just, I mean, I have
Yeah.
only Rupert Murdoch to blame for creating a media shitstorm that I mean, he knows what makes us get up off the couch and pee and what makes us eat and what makes us happy and sad and what makes us riot, and he's just sitting back, just it's not right. I mean, our media really has to be changed because I don't believe that a lot of the
Can
things
I
that.
ask a question? You know, if we had the news coverage we had back in the 70s, do you think it would be the same as today? I would
No,
almost say
because
yes. No, I would almost say
Oh,
yes because
let
of
me
what we
turn you
call
on.
a popularity. If everybody has the possibility of a connection being posted or presented to the internet and the sharing aspects, you
Let me send you to there's a Brave New Films dot bravenewfilms.org, I think it is, and they're on YouTube. They have a documentary, and I think these guys are real fair. So I'd love your feedback on it because I find that it's well balanced. I hate to use that, fair and balanced, but and they have one called the Rupert Murdoch story, Outfox, the Rupert Murdoch story, and it talks all about
I saw
media.
that.
And did you see it? So then you
Yeah.
see the way it changed at Desert Storm, the way he writes it all himself, the way
Yeah, I
he
saw that. Yeah.
decides. So tell me something, because when I saw that, it was like I found Jesus.
What did
I'm
he
not
say about
kidding
that?
you. Sorry.
Can you put that
What did he
link
say
up?
about this?
Yeah, put that. I can't
Yeah,
remember where I have that link, but
it's Brave New. It's just Brave New Films. All you have to do is go into Google, YouTube, and type in Brave New Films,
yeah,
and
but you
it'll
gotta
come up for
key
you.
that up.
Yeah, I'll find it for you. Um, it's Brave New Films. It's called the Rupert Murdoch story, or Outfox Rupert Murdoch story. So it talked about the way, like he's a big Ronald Reagan fan, right? So he always does something on that. He would tell people, you're going after this person, you're going after that person. Baltimore was a very good example of that. The media decided to show on the news 24 or 48 hours of an 11-hour riot. And
And with
about,
the mayor, and with the mayor doing a
right,
standoff. Yeah.
and about 4 minutes, maybe 4 minutes total of an 11-hour peace march. That's a problem. That's not correct.
Yeah.
That's not the
It's
way it
one-sided.
is. Yeah, I mean, when all the stuff happened in Indiana with the pizza joint, and that they weren't going to serve a gay couple or a gay wedding.
Yeah, but I was
Well,
on YouTube, and I gotta tell you, I was watching the Ferguson thing live on YouTube.
mm-hmm.
I mean, I had so many avenues to choose from and independent views, and I really looked at it. It was clear cut that there was a better choice. And if you're
Well,
watching the mainstream media, you're actually making a mistake.
yeah.
Let's go case by case. So what did he say or show about Desert Storm?
Desert Storm was when the news, the format of news changed. They used that Desert Storm, all the 24-hour, something always happening in the news, right? That was for Desert Storm. Instead of going back to the format they had prior to Desert Storm, they just kept that going. Even though Desert Storm was, had died down or was over, they kept that format for all the news. So it keeps us in this heightened sense of excitement all the time.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
I'd say that at least it has its advantage if you want to keep up to date on certain things.
yeah,
Like,
but then
say, for example,
Well, that's
but
a heightened police state.
the problem is that they're fabricating facts. You'll see in this documentary how things. It's been said that some say, because you can't verify those things, right? You can say anything you want. So the problem is with integrity in journalism, the ethics, they're gone. I mean, it's just one lie
Well,
after
why is
another.
that? Why is that?
Watch it, because somebody else is pulling the strings. I mean, I didn't make this up. Again, I
There's
learned
so
this.
many good journalists still out there. I know it.
Brinkley. Remember the old days with Brinkley and Chet Huntley?
Yeah,
These guys were.
I feel you
These
on
guys
that,
were.
but there's still a lot of great journalists out there.
Okay,
Right
so
now.
here's another side of this, right? The first presidential debate that was on television, Kennedy and Nixon, right? Before that, everything's on radio. We're all listening to it the same way. So they have the first debate. Kennedy comes in. He's from a wealthy family. They put the makeup on him. He's ready to go. He's camera ready. Right? They don't even know what camera ready is at the time. Nixon just had knee surgery or hip surgery, one the other. He's a more rough and tumble guy. He walks in and says, they said, we're going to put your makeup on. He says, hell no, you're not putting makeup on. They both go up. They have the first televised presidential debate. The polls are done afterwards. Anybody listening to the debate on radio says that Nixon is a clear winner. Anybody watching it on television says that Kennedy is a clear winner.
Okay.
This is when they know how powerful it is. And
Right,
from that
right.
point on,
Because you're not putting you're not. I get what you're saying. You're saying that according to the mainstream media today,
mhm.
that there that filter wasn't there at that point in time.
Yeah, they spend loads of money on trying to figure out what makes us do these things. Remember the Nielsen families, all of those things. There's a documentary on YouTube called Body Language, I think, and it goes over even the way presidents shake hands, the way they teach them.
Yeah,
We
that
saw we
Nielsen
saw
rating thing is
we
so.
saw Clinton do this,
Yeah, but
right?
the
How
Nielsen
every
But
president
rating,
that's
does it.
used
man.
throughout. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
used
mean,
throughout. That's not.
Now, but watch the documentary. It's all there. I mean, they tell you here's when this came in, here's where that came in, and you can see these things. You
Well,
know,
no doubt. But I mean, that's not a
yeah.
bad thing.
Well, is it a bad thing, or I mean, is it or isn't it? If they're guiding us, if they're telling us this is where you're going to spend your money, we're not even smart enough to know that if we don't
well,
like,
that's where I would disagree.
we don't like a lot of people don't like Fox News, right? A lot of people don't.
Well, then don't
But
watch
yet,
it.
right, I gotcha. They don't even do that. They just sit and complain. Or you can write to every advertiser that advertises during that time and says, I'm not going to use, you could say, I'm not going to use your products anymore, and then don't put your dollars there. But see, we're told how to think. We're told what to say. We're told how to
No,
react. Everything.
no. We're told to do what we want to think. We're in control of our own thoughts. Uh,
Hmm.
that TV does not rule me. I will never let it rule me.
Maybe not you. Maybe not you. Again, the fallacy of me.
Yeah, maybe
We
not
cannot
me, but
we can't
if,
we can't think that that
every
everybody thinks
time
like us.
sitting down from the television as a child,
Mm?
I've never ever really ever once bought a product from a commercial TV ad. Never
Oh,
once.
I have,
No,
and
not me. No.
I'm pretty aware of what's happening, and I always have been. A mass media class in high school and learning about
So you're
virtually,
saying somehow
almost
or
but not
another
quite.
you were influenced by
Mhm.
a television.
We
Um,
all are. That is a known fact. We are all influenced by it.
but do
There's a
you
reason
not
that
have
the
the ability?
UK and Australia.
There's some
Hold
humans.
on.
Wait a minute. Is there some humans that have the ability to reject it though, or
Of
not?
course, of
Okay,
course.
then. So there's some people that don't actually assimilate the same thing you do.
Okay, but what I'm saying, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is there are a large portion that they do affect, and these people they're from all different walks of life, right?
Okay.
You know that
Do
they
they
can't
have? Do
advertise.
they have
You
their
know
own
that they cannot.
consciousness? Do they?
Yeah, but
Do they
you
have their
can't.
own?
When I worked on the ambulance, I got to see people in all kinds of different walks of life, right? From the very rich to the very poor, those that didn't even have houses or lived in gigantic ones. And I can tell you that John Q. Public is not as smart as you think. I can guarantee you that. And I've been saying this from the very beginning. Don't be fooled because you're smart, because you're responsive, because you're an independent thinker, to think that the
Mhm.
regular man is. They're not. They are not. I had a woman once call the 7-digit number instead of 911. When I asked her, ma'am, why didn't you dial 911? She said, I couldn't remember the number. I mean, and if I had a dollar for every stupid thing that kept my job secure, John Q. Public is not that smart. They don't think for themselves. We don't think for ourselves. Diabetes is out of control. Type 2 diabetes is
Yeah,
virtually,
this is my issue. This is my issue. Um, I, I hate to say this, but it's really on the person. It's really on
yes,
the person for their,
but
and
how is
I
a
don't think
person
there's
if
an
it's
excuse
dementia?
for them. I don't think there's an excuse. Everybody has the ability to think, and
Then
they
why
should
isn't it
know
happening?
better. Why isn't
We
it
should.
happening? Well, would you say that? Um, I'm just asking you. Would you say
Mhm.
that is a causation of TV? Would you cause it? I mean,
It's
yeah. Who
everything.
didn't watch TV growing up, right? We all grew up. Did we interpret it the same way?
Some
No,
did.
not everybody did.
No, not everybody did.
You know, there are real people in this world that really believe that they really interact with their TV. I mean, they believe that those people are real.
Yeah, well,
That
there's an extreme minority.
no, it's not as extreme as you think. I'm
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I'm going to
I
prove
know
this.
what you're
I'm
saying
going to
because
prove this point this year. You know, I'm
Monsanto,
going to
she's
prove.
we're American. I'm not in Monsanto. I'm saying you have to understand the American side of what she's saying.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's
Well,
anywhere
even
else in the
then,
world. There's a reason that
It's
you
different
cannot
here
advertise pharmaceuticals in the rest of the world. We're the only ones that do it, right? And
no,
when
everyone does it.
no, the UK does not do it.
Yes, it
You
is.
cannot. No, they do not. It is illegal. Guarantee you.
To for
Hey,
adverts on
sugar,
TV
watch
for
out,
pharmaceutical companies.
sugar. Listen,
Mm.
don't mess with him on this stuff. He
Oh
knows his
no, no,
shit.
no. I'll challenge him on this one. Unless they've changed the rules in the last 12 months. I mean, it's the truth. They don't allow it. It's illegal. They don't. You know, we take everything. All you had to do was be a part of medicine when all of these ads started coming out. The people were flooding to their doctors. Give me this, give me that, and the
Because of the
doctor would go,
TV. Because of the
yes,
TV, right?
exactly. The doctor
Okay.
says, ma'am, you don't need Viagra. You don't have a penis. I mean, these are the stories that are coming out. This is my world.
Some people
People are
have
demanding.
choice still. I just this is what kills me. It's like, what percentage of the people are you talking about that are involved with that?
Enough to make you come here and talk
I
about it.
grew up in Minnesota. I grew up in the '70s. I mean, really, did a single mom? I mean, come on. I don't get this. I don't get this thinking like I just don't get it. It's
What is
confusing. It's
I want
confusing.
people to think on their own. I mean, I'm with you. I think people should think on their own. This is what bothers me, is because we're seeing time and time again. Look at our voting in Australia. You're fined if you don't vote. Canada
No,
has
no,
about
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
yeah, you are. Yeah, in Canada, they have like a 67, 68% voter turnout. We're the
Yeah,
high
but you make
30s.
me feel like those Americans are like so like dumb.
We
Like they
are. We're arrogant and we're ignorant all
really
at the same time.
are we dumb
Ask the rest of
and
the
arrogant?
world.
Uh,
Not all of us, but yeah,
really?
unfortunately, we are.
I'm
So some
turning
things
over.
could be changed, like having it forced to be voting. You shouldn't have the option to bail out of voting. You should be forced to vote because it's inclusive of everyone. Um,
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Stop right there. Just throw away the electoral college and make the majority vote win if you want to talk that.
Yeah, but you know what? If you can get me 2 election years back to back where we have maximum voter turnout and it still happens, then I'll believe it. But I know people who have never voted who are my age, and they say, "I've never voted. I've always been told my vote doesn't count."
Because they were
That's not a good
silent.
enough reason. That's not a good enough reason.
the in the US, the electoral college seems like a good idea somewhat because a lot of people don't vote, and
No,
also
not with the
yeah,
gerrymandering of districts. No.
We can change it if the electoral college doesn't work. Then we ought to change it, not to not vote.
And not only that, but when you put superdelegates into the whole picture, it creates this whole thing about PACs.
Well, you know what? If we all were at our own city council meetings, different people would be inspired, and people would start moving up the rank. Different people would start moving up the ranks, right? But this is what we have because we all sit back apathetic. 99%
Monsanto,
of
is
us,
Bernie Sanders getting robbed right now?
99% of us, 99% of us are screaming about 1%. How is that? Do we not know that 99 is much bigger than
I,
1%? Why
I
aren't
would like
we
to hear
doing peaceful
somebody who
things?
has he's Australian. Is Bernie Sanders getting robbed right now?
hey,
Yeah, with the
what do you
delegates.
mean?
What's your opinion on that?
What? Sorry, the question again?
Bernie Sanders, like the New Hampshire, he tied. Hillary won 6 coin flips, blank, blank, blank.
Oh, that's cool.
And then what's your opinion about the super delegates?
What do you mean superdelegate? I don't know the terminology. What's
You don't
I don't
know?
know. I don't know what your terminology is.
Okay.
He doesn't know what that is.
All right.
So what do you mean by Bernie Sanders is getting robbed?
And the very
Well,
Go ahead.
he can
Go ahead.
win on majority still, but lose the amount of delegates. So it's
In the
it's kind of
electoral college thing.
Yeah, in the U.S. in the primaries, the Democratic Party has a number of primaries and caucuses, and the delegates, a certain amount of delegates, are divided based on the vote that each receives in those affairs. However, there are also a number of freestanding delegates that are not assigned by the elections or the caucuses. They have the right. There are various party leaders and politicians that are involved in the party who have the right to just back whoever they feel is the best for the party. So they're considered free delegates, if you will. But they often will endorse one side or another in advance, and many of them have endorsed Hillary already. So it gives an uneven head start to Hillary.
I mean, look at, and no offense, Monsanto. Look at our country. We don't even remember the shit that she pulled, and they're going to put her in the White House. I don't understand. She's a criminal. The way they treated the Secret Service alone just breeds disrespect for anybody. I don't understand.
Well, what do you mean she's a criminal? What has she done?
Well, there was, all of the stuff with the cell phone. There was what was it? Bright. I gotta look it up again. Is all the hold on, I'm getting the Brave New Films thing that he wanted, and then
The
I will.
cell phone data collection?
Cell phone data collection. There's the
Okay, so with that specific topic, the NSA gets its information from it's literally billing information is literally all it
Right.
is. And they get that from the companies, your internet service provider companies. That's it. So they get your name. It's pretty much everything that's on your bill they get.
Okay, but what companies are those, and where are they
All of them.
founded, and where do they live? And where's
All
their
of them,
home?
all of your internet service providers give pretty much only billing information to the NSA.
Yeah, we kind of know which one they are. Are these companies at all founded outside of the United States?
I don't know what your internet service providers are. I don't know your companies, but yeah, that's what those are. For phone data collection in America, the NSA simply
Okay,
gets
we're
its phone
talking
bill data.
yeah, okay.
and their dick pics. NSA loves their dick pics.
They can't even get content.
Mm.
And that's the whole big kerfuffle with Apple, which it should fucking submit to the FBI's requests. But
Well, they already
that's the
broke
thing.
70 phones. Yeah.
Huh?
They already cracked 70 other phones.
And they want to crack this one. Apple, the CEOs at Apple who are trying to make this call, they're the criminals.
Yeah.
In this case, they're the criminals. It's a ploy by Apple to be the defenders of your freedoms, even though you're talking about a criminal case here. And the actual technical owner of the phone actually gave consent, and there's a court order for it to be unlocked.
Well, if it's a criminal case, then let it go forward.
Well,
Yeah,
why
and Apple's not doing that. But that's the thing. So these companies need to actually help the agencies get the actual content out of the phone.
I have a question for you when you're done. Sorry.
So they actually help these the intelligence agencies, but what information they already get is literally who you are, where you live, like your address, and the numbers that are called to and from the phone. General Michael Hayden, who worked with the NSA and the CIA, he did an interview with some doctor or professor at Stanford University's Center for
When
Cooperation
was
and
that?
International Security. I'll provide in a sec. And he's literally just explaining how the intelligence agencies work. I'll pull it up. It goes for about an hour or so, but I love Stanford's
Yeah,
CCAC.
they
Um,
actually good shit.
and he goes into great details about that. And if you look on the NSA and CIA websites, they elaborate on how the system works. And it
Okay.
Okay.
doesn't, yeah.
Let me ask you a question on this because it's you can even continue to elaborate on it. How do I, I'm going to put myself in John Q. Public. That's kind of the position I've taken around here because I'm not an expert on anything. You know, I've lived and worked within John Q. Public. How do I know that? And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but how do I know which is fact, which is fiction, which is embellished? How can I discern this? Because I've spent the last 2 years trying to do these things, trying to figure out exactly how to confirm these things, how the regular man confirms this stuff. It's really a big question because
Okay.
people believe just
Okay.
about anything.
Do you ever go to a doctor?
Yes,
Do you ever go to a mechanic?
yes.
Okay. You know, the two things I always I
Have we ever
question.
had anybody lie to us in history?
Uh,
Have we ever been sold a bill of goods?
Here's my point. My point is this: if I was responsible for what I was to put in my body, or be around, and subjected to, according to you, we're slightly influenced by a TV. Uh, you know, there's got to be some type of negative effect that can actually work to a positive.
There's millions and millions of dollars spent on what we respond. This is common knowledge. How we respond as humans to television and the things that we see. I mean, and we see the effects on
So
our
let's ignore that
amygdala
people are
and the
weak-minded then.
frontal.
That's the same people are weak-minded.
But why are we weak-minded? Because we never have a sense of self. Because we can't take our successes and somebody else pays for our crimes. And I'm sorry, it starts with that. I mean, we're empty. Everything's done for us. Everything's programmed.
I just can't go there with that. I'm just not down with that.
You're smart because you're smart. It's called the
Well,
fallacy of me. You can't
no,
you
it's
can't
just
think that
that.
everybody's thinks like Jim. Jim's smart. You know.
It's
I wish we
almost
were.
like it's almost like as if you've taken the movie Wall-E. If you guys seen, it was actually a really cute movie. If you got
Which movie?
Wall-E, have you seen it?
Wally
No.
is one of my favorite movies.
Wall.
Yep.
Yeah,
Who is
and
it in?
how they go.
I know.
It's a
I know that
cartoon.
movie.
Oh no,
It's
I've
a
not
few
seen
years
it.
old, but it's this little cartoon movie, and
Little
humans
guy.
leave Earth because they're turning Earth into a waste dump, pretty much. They leave Earth. There's a little robot left behind, and anyway, and the humans in a galaxy nearby um, are all part of the ship, but it's owned by a company, and people, because of they're in space and gravity and so
Okay,
forth,
let me break
their
it down for her a
bones.
little quicker for you.
Yeah,
Okay, so they go up into space, right? So this Wally guy, he's a little robot. He takes trash from the Earth that's left over. The Earth is just totally desecrated, and
Mm-hmm.
everybody's off in space on this big old planetary ship. They lose their body mass, okay,
Mm-hmm.
and bone density. They turn into a fat globular type of people, and
Mm-hmm.
basically what it is a search for when a
life.
sign of life where plant material can grow again.
Okay.
Okay, that's the whole premise of the movie. So this,
And could go to the human section where anyway, yeah, this it's owned by this corporation, the ship, and the AI of the ship is trying to keep them in the ship because it's like a consumer kind of thing, and they're floating on these little ball things because they're so fat, and they get all this advertising straight in front of them, and they don't literally don't turn their necks. to
Mm-hmm.
talk to one another, even if they're right next to each other. They use this fucking thing that just
Yeah.
brainwashes them. So
Right.
it seems almost as if you're going that kind of route, not obviously to extremes, but
Yeah.
Okay. But these things are in
a
place,
lot
and
of people,
I didn't
yeah,
put them there,
But
right?
but if we were to believe
uh,
what the TV does, he's saying the same thing.
You can't say that
you
TV. Go ahead.
with the TV, you have multiple forms of media. On the TV itself, these companies, media companies, know they're in competition with others. But pretty much, no, I don't know of anyone, and I don't think you guys either do, know someone who only listens to one channel, one radio channel, one newspaper, and so forth. If you do, they're in an extreme minority
Oh, I
because
don't
people are
think. What?
constantly bombarded by different medias.
Okay. Well, let's. You guys really give America a lot of credit, and I'm sorry that there are people that. I used to go out with a guy who said, "I will never watch anything other than Fox News. I was a Marine, and I believe what they
Sugar,
say," and
you
he would
need
get
to watch
irate.
Sugar. I
Mhm.
highly recommend it. Um, I will give you my Netflix account, and I will let you go watch this movie. You need to watch Wally one time,
Well, you can just
just
watch
one
it.
time.
What do you want, Anthony? You can watch it for free on. I'm not
Yeah,
going to say the website out loud, but
just watch
it's not even
Wally
free.
one
But
time.
Okay,
it's a really cute movie.
well, yeah, I have no problem with that. But the thing is, I mean, like, I want to know, why are we even going into space? Why are we spending all this money on
Well,
space when
that's not the
people?
issue. The issue is, does TV
Is it? Is it not
great?
the issue?
No, does TV?
Why do we walk past the homeless? Why does it not pain us? I mean,
Well,
in our
maybe
own
because
community. I'm
we're
not.
watching too much TV. Maybe that's
I,
one good reason. Maybe
I
we
don't.
should shut the TV off and pay more attention to other people. Yeah, that would be a good thing. Yeah, I
I
agree.
agree. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
mind going to
no,
the
no
space
problem
after
there.
everybody
Yeah.
is
Who's
clothed,
all busy?
fed.
Who's all doing what? Hey, listen, at least we have the ability to talk right now and work
Hmm.
this out.
Absolutely.
That's the good thing.
I love the fact and I love a good debate when we can talk about something and we can get ideas out and that we're not calling each other stupid. Nothing
Yeah,
bothers me
this has
more
been
than that.
really good. Nobody has got out of hand at all. And usually Monsanto's a big. I mean, no, I'm just kidding.
No, I watch him. I watch him.
He's a wonderful
I'm
person.
sorry.
He's a great kid. The kid's got a great, good sense of humor. So wonderful.
Notice I haven't brought up GMOs or anything. I mean,
Yes, I mean, listen, he's a civil person.
being a good girl. Oh, I heard him. I heard him that night.
Yeah,
Bruh,
Dealing with some people.
I'm 20. I'm not a kid. Jeez.
I'm sorry.
he's a
I may look
civil
young,
person.
but
I know. I saw you.
do
You
hate
look
my
like
happy
I
head.
saw you one time when Drag
You're a man.
had the little
You're
thing.
all
I saw
man.
you. Wow, man, man, I was like, wow, there he
Mhm.
is. Look at him,
Mm.
eating a Vegemite sandwich and everything.
I've not
Oh,
seen
that
him.
was good. That was good.
I've only seen him from the back.
But
I'm not so
yeah,
lucky.
Can we touch back on the
Mhm.
sex education though?
Sure.
At what age? Because Monsanto brought up a really good point.
well,
Well,
Go ahead.
you did. Well, I don't know if it was involved with just on topic at the time or not. But Sugar,
Yes.
do you feel like sex education should be taught to a child um, after the age of 6? Is that what you were saying?
I say that it should
Or
start when
right
the
about?
child asks the question, and if they don't ask the question by
Okay.
7 or 8, I
So
would
5 and
probably start
6
some
is,
kind of a
but when we
comprehensive.
know a child develops cognitive skills, around 5 is really when they got their own thought pattern together.
Let me ask you something. If you come across your 5-year-old, or say 6-year-old, you tend to think you think that sex should be taught sooner. If I'm saying for a general they, not necessarily you, and you notice at 6 or 7 your child hasn't asked about it, but yet you catch him tugging on his wiener, right? Maybe well, how do you handle that?
No. Well, first
No,
of all,
I'm
it's
saying
never
how.
happened. First of all, it's never happened to me. So I
It
don't
never
know how
happened to
to.
you. Okay, so how do you think you would handle it? Because I know how I would handle it.
Gently, very, very gently.
I agree. Agreed with that.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Wait, hold on.
Um,
Better rephrase that wording.
I'm
How'd you let him
sorry,
handle
that's
it
the word
very
I used.
gently?
Yeah. I, 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 I would be slightly embarrassed for myself.
Why?
Just because the awkwardness.
What's
But
awkward?
love.
He's grabbing his penis. I mean, it's.
Yeah, yeah, it may have been his private time, and I interrupted it, and so
Oh, no,
that's.
no, 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 no. But see, that's the thing. He doesn't even know. He's looking at you right in the eye. He doesn't know anything. He's just pulling on it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not that he's doing anything bad or good. It's at that point that you have the opportunity to make something that would normally a parent would snatch him up. Don't you touch it like that. I mean, I've heard all the stories to where you can go, you know what, if you need to spend some time with yourself, you can go into the bathroom. Maybe it's time to take a bath. I mean, you can suggest other things that don't humiliate and don't and that also
I've
bring
never that
bring
the
a
concept has
conversation.
never crossed my brain.
I mean, is it so horrible for a parent to say, "Do you know what your penis is used for other than peeing?" Is that a problem to ask a child that? I mean, I think you were the one that was advocating teaching them. What's wrong with that? I mean, if
Yeah,
they're at a
I would
point where
agree,
you
but
feel like they need to learn things, I personally did the route that my mother-in-law taught me. And I know it's just anecdotal, but it worked for it. It worked and was comfortable for me. Your mileage may
Yeah.
vary.
I just
it would. He's gonna go.
I just you know. Oh,
See, I want to know what happened, Jim. I want to know what happened
none
to you
of
when you were young.
none of my children have ever. I've never had that experience. So I don't know how to respond to it. I'm slightly confused.
Do you
Um,
want to discuss this? Because I have a feeling that
yes,
you have okay.
absolutely.
So
Yes, no,
when were
absolutely.
you aware of your penis and that it did different things?
I think 11.
And was there any controversy around it at all?
Uh, yeah, for a moment, maybe. Yeah.
Were you caught and humiliated or embarrassed, I should
Nope,
say?
never. No, no,
Okay.
no, no.
Did you grow up in a particularly religious household where you were told that was bad?
No, no.
So what was the problem with the erections and the
Oh,
penis?
I don't think there was. I think it had been all pure experimental.
Hmm. Okay. Well, then, I mean, I think there's a million stories out there in the city, and I think that when we're critical thinkers, like you're talking, like you say, how can people think like this, right? And I'm telling you, they do, and that's why I'm taking the RV out.
Okay, okay,
I'm
I see what
taking
you're
it out
saying.
because the world
Okay.
is not as on both sides, right?
Yeah, but I just don't want to put the dumb factor as such a high ratio. Like, it makes me feel like you think that like it's above 50% or something.
Well, I can't make any kind of claim because I don't even know. I don't even know that. I only know my experience,
How,
and it was
but
25
so
years of in the
is
public.
it like I understand people go to the Walmarts and they watch their TVs and they watch their movies. I understand that. But don't you think that everybody has a point in time where they actually have to reflect on their own life and go, look, I know what I'm doing. If I want to make a change, I can do it by just stopping what I'm doing.
Mm,
Hmm.
well, we wouldn't have obesity. We wouldn't have smoking. We wouldn't have diabetes, type 2 diabetes. These things are all preventable, but we don't. I mean, I had to have gastric bypass surgery just to lose weight because I didn't have a firm grip on that. You know, it.
Well,
I
my mom
encourage you.
had gastric. My mom
I
had that surgery.
yeah.
I come from that's kind of weird. I do come from a heavy set family.
Hmm.
Um, my mom had it, and guess what? It really wasn't a great thing at all. In fact, she gained all her weight back.
And you believe that it's the surgery that was the problem, don't you?
No, no, I don't.
Okay,
What I
good.
do, I realized was what I told her from the beginning is that you need to get off of the fucking sofa there. That was sitting in front of a TV. Get your fucking ass up and walk around the fucking park, and fucking come outside and just fucking walk
Yeah.
around.
So my
So
mother gave
that's
me that. My mother told me that too. She called me veal, said that I wasn't trying hard enough, and I was 308 pounds, and my blood pressure
you
was
were
so high.
308 pounds. I can,
Yep,
honey, you are
308
so.
pounds.
I'm so happy for you. Wow,
And when
that
I
is
went to
amazing.
when I went to the bariatric surgeon, he said, some of this is your fault, but only about the first 70 pounds. And once you've kept that on for any amount of time, you break your metabolism. And unless you know the science behind it, it's going to be almost impossible. The statistics that I was given at the time was I had a 5% chance of taking off 100 pounds or more. Of that, of that 5%, I had another 5% that I would keep it off on a lifetime for a lifetime on my own with no surgery. And those were not good enough
Can I
odds for
ask you a
me.
question real quick?
Hmm.
Because of the surgery, did you have to regulate your diet as far as your consumption?
You have to do the same things you would. It's all the same thing. Calories in, calories out. It's always going to be 2 + 2 is always 4. You can't get around science and math when it comes to this whole thing. It's a tool, right? It
But it was
it
based on body
it
weight. Is that correct?
a BMI, the body mass index.
Okay, so you were going there. So it was a fat-based type of, according to what your fat ratio was on your body.
Yeah, it was 46%.
Okay. Okay, go on.
Gigantic. So what I had was a surgery that was a hybrid that would save me from myself because undoubtedly we all test, right? There's cross addictions that happen. There's people who've eaten their way out of the surgery. The most common one,
Monsanto, would you mute? I don't want to hear your keyboard anymore.
the most.
Would you mute your keyboard, please? Just
What?
drive a wall. Click, click, click.
Jim's just he's in a mood. Um, the surgery, the most common surgery, the pyloric valve is taken out. And so the space between, I mean, there's just the small intestine is attached to the side of the little pouch that's made. And we all test it. I mean, you don't take somebody who's been using food for however many years and say, oh, by the way, this is just a tool. You still have to do the work, and then not give them any behavioral therapy, not make them go through therapy, not make them examine their life at all. You just make sure they're not bulimic or an alcoholic or a drug addict. That's all they want to know, and you're not schizophrenic.
Right.
Um,
It's almost like an academic approach to hospitalization.
it's silly. It's silly, and then they expect them to be able to learn their lesson. So I knew, working in the medical field, I needed to outsmart myself, right? So I had a hybrid. So I kept my pyloric valve, but it was decreased intake and decreased moderate food restriction with moderate malabsorption. That's what it is. So it just helped me. Now I had a year
That's the
later.
key. That really is really the key. Um, you know, even if you eat 6 times a day, small little meals, you're going to metabolize, quickly and more often because you're eating 6 times a day. Yet again, you could also do the one-day type of approach where you kind of slowly eat a large meal and digest it very slowly.
But that puts
So,
you into. I've always learned that's what men do mostly, and that puts you into
yes.
like a starvation mode. Your body will start to conserve.
Which is actually kind of a good thing. A lot of dopamines are released at that time. In fact, I believe that you should, in a small sense, mini fast every day. At some point, create a starving effect in your body. And not only that, I would consciously call that a little semi awakening to all the other people in the world that are eating less. In other words, if you can combine the two, or like you're saying to yourself, hey, you know what? I don't need to, gorge myself. I would just like to eat like a good solid meal, yeah, And by the way, if you live in America, you're blessed. So just be thankful. You live in Australia, you should be blessed. You're blessed. These people live good. We don't live like the rest of the world does. So I don't want to hear anybody bitching and moaning about this and that. So eat lightly is what I'm saying. Eat lightly.
Yeah. You know who just to get back to what we're talking about, you know how I learned about America and my views about America? It was when I was in Europe and when Bill Clinton got in trouble for sticking cigars up Monica Lewinsky's hoo-hoo and getting a Hummer in the Oval Office. And the way the rest of the world, I was flying at the time, the way the rest of the world was laughing at us, I had no clue. I thought we were the greatest thing in the world. And I had no clue that the rest of the world thought of us. When Monsanto's MMA talked about, why are you guys blaming Clinton for this? When you look at our news, you read all of our little, comment sections and stuff, our people are going crazy. You watch foreign news, they don't have as much to say about Barack Obama. As a matter of fact, the UK news will talk about how cool he is, and they don't think he's a monster the way our country talks about him, some of our people. When, we do these things, I mean, the UK is still asking, so let us get this straight. You want to keep your guns and you don't want free health care. All right. They don't get us. They're not third world idiots. These are competent human beings that live in the real world. And they have more freedoms of speech than we do. They have less problems with religion. I can't go to the South and walk down the street and go, I'm an atheist. Welcome me. Because something bad's going to happen, right? But they don't even think about it.
Well, no, a lot of places in the UK can't do that. I mean, especially in more Muslim dominant. Every nation has its, its little bit, its areas where it's more heavily.
Okay, well, we always have little bits of something,
but I don't think
it's not on a government level.
Drastic. It's not drastic.
Yeah, the majority of the
and
bits
it's
on
not
here.
affecting government in that sense.
You're right in a small sense, but in America, it's a heavily populated Christian country.
But it's not supposed to be. We're a secular country.
You're secular, but most of you are Baptists.
But does anybody remember what our First Amendment is? Why we have a Constitution? Why we came here?
Sure.
I know why my grandmother came here.
That Constitution states that it can't influence government, and it's not. But because you have a heavily Christian population, that's fine. That doesn't contradict anything. But
77%. 77% of Americans identify themselves as Christian. That's not accurate.
That's simply because of the population. That's not, and so you have a majority.
What poll is that? I want to see that poll.
It is not accurate. I'll Google it for you. I'll get it for you. It's not accurate because of the fact that data comes from hospitals.
I heard it was more like 45%.
It comes from census data.
Right, but census data is people that are going into hospital and go
I just got
and
my
say
census data card today.
and they say, what is your religious preference? And you're looking around and you go, oh, I'm Christian. And they don't go to church. They don't even believe in any of it, but because their dad does, and because you can't say atheist in so many places here. I mean, it's again not my rule.
It's a rough number to say exactly, but it gives you a starting point to look at. The majority of Americans are Christian, so you have more of a sample size for politics to come from of most of being Christian. And because a lot of them are
especially if you consider that the actual foundation from the Christian founding is based on our parents. In other words, the children are already there as Christians because of the parents. I mean, if we just take from after Vietnam, let's just go from after Vietnam. At that point in time, there was a baby boom, correct?
Yes, 46 to 64.
Wonderful, big baby boom, right? Big boom. Hey, everybody's happy. What was the standard of religion in America at that time? Just
I have no clue.
It was Christian.
Well, okay, you can tell me that, but how do I know that?
Oh wow, okay.
No, I'm asking you because I've also been told the Earth is flat. I've also been told that, Bigfoot is here, and I've also been told all kinds of things. I mean, really,
Yeah,
I think.
there's a difference in the quality of the claim. If you're talking about the majority of a religious population, that's going to be more accurate than, say, the claims of flat earth and so forth. Census data comes from hospitals and so forth. It comes from people responding to the polls. In Australia, I'm not sure if in America, but you actually have people coming around to the homes to fill out the forms to do the census. If that's still the case, I'm not too sure, but I think it is. Anyway, but you do have these things happen. So if people identify as Christian, then they're going to identify as Christian. So you're taking the
But
word
that
for
doesn't
it?
mean that they
Yes.
are.
Well, yeah, but I mean
Well, you have a lot of denominations
you've got
out
to
there.
give them. Yeah, you got to give them what they say they are. I mean, if you say you're an atheist, I'm going to have to accept that you're telling me that you're an atheist, and you could be a closet Christian. I don't know.
I never called myself even an atheist till I came here. I mean, we weren't raised with that kind of.
Yeah, I mean, you have to accept what someone says they are at face value initially. And so if people are identifying as Christian, well, then let them be that. Could they be a secret atheist? Sure. But the rough numbers are about 70, 80% or something like that Christian.
But look at what Justice Scalia is doing, right? Or what did when he was alive.
All right, we need to get back in here. Invite Cherie.
Well, I invited Punk.
Get Cherie in here on Scalia.
Yeah, there's I don't know if anybody else has more information on that, but
Cherie's really good on Scalia.
Yeah, that's fine. She left for a reason. I'll find out. She sounded tired, so I don't want to disturb her. She's earlier than us.
Well, she's in Hawaii.
I just remembered that. I'm sending it now.
9:23.
Scalia made no bones about the fact that he was going to stick his Christianity into every bit of government. I mean, we haven't even finished. We haven't even gotten rid of the "In God We Trust" off our money. And I never was really a big anti-theist. But if you've got people working on the other side trying to, I mean, it seems that it's not in the spirit of true freedom with Christianity, with it being such a big deal. It's like in a country with religious freedom, why are we having these issues? We shouldn't be. We ought not be. There are other countries, even though they're much smaller, that have multiple religions. They don't have a lot of this issue. It's not as big.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean on that. Yeah, but we face a larger problem here in the United States, especially when we have a brainwashed society that's been indoctrinated with a TV. We have to worry about what these people's thoughts are, because if they're not able to make the right decision to protect themselves or their family, this TV thing will take them over.
I don't know how it is that it's the media.
Because that's
control,
what you're kind of saying. It's kind of what you're saying.
Hold on.
It's like
the
you're saying that. Look, you're saying that the overwhelming population is consumed with this shit. That's basically what you're saying. I know. I grew up in that era. I didn't have to relate to it, though. I didn't have to relate to it.
I agree with you.
Well, why would the majority of the other people that you're saying would relate to it then?
Okay.
I don't get it.
Okay. I'm going to find you the info. I'm going to just find you the info. You can make your own decision, because I couldn't possibly give you every bit of information that I know that I've learned over time and that has been I've seen confirmed. I don't have that, but I can find you stuff.
But you won't go down the road of don't please. Are you saying that, like, the flicker rate or anything on the TV, or are you just saying in other words, just the programming on the TV, just the programming, the actual show itself, or are you saying
there's a TED Talk?
Is there a slight?
It has nothing to do with the flicker. It has nothing to do with that.
Yeah. Okay. So nothing
I just watched a TED Talk. I just watched a TED Talk the other day about sensuality, and the woman was talking about people in Cuba, right, and how they're all very sexual from a very young age, and they love themselves. They're very confident sexual people. Even the little kids, they'll be dancing, in the streets, very sexy, and it doesn't matter whether they're big or small or fat or whatever, because
Yeah.
they're a socialist country, communist country. They don't have the same advertising that we have in America. They don't have the same models to have to live up to. They don't even have a clue that they're not sexy. To the rest of us, they think they're sexy, right? And that got me thinking. I wonder what our country would be like if we didn't have all of these, women having issues with eating disorders. And I mean, have we all been asleep? Have we not been listening, watching the 60 Minutes about everything, and about Photoshop, and about the unreal expectation of beauty and what a man is supposed to be, and the way we are all bombarded with media? Are you telling me that I have been watching something that isn't happening? Because it seems like it's everywhere.
Sugar, I have to pee. I'm so sorry.
Go pee.
I have to go
No,
pee.
don't apologize, please.
I'll be right
Go.
back.
So if I put in the words, if I go into Google, as I have, and I put in the words the medias, it comes up: effect on a woman's body, influence, effect on society, influence on society, effect on professional athletes, effect on self-esteem, influence on crime, role in society, survey. I mean, it keeps going and going. So I'm assuming, and I'm going to check that all of these have information behind them. Now, whether it's all Wikipedia that somebody else altered, or whether it's good stuff, that I don't know. But this is.
Yeah, I mean, people will make that kind of argument all the time. I mean, conspiracy charts say, "Oh, the media's pushing this thing," and you're almost
I'm not
bordering going
considered.
down that path.
I'm not considered a media, but yeah, but it's stuff that's provable. So I mean, conspiracy
They
theory
do
would be
have an
something
influence,
that.
of course,
Yeah,
but
right.
it's the
That's all I've
media.
said.
But I mean,
That's all I've said is it has a
yeah.
media. I mean, it has an influence. I think Jim is making it grander than. I mean, it influences us quite a bit. When you take a look at some of the news reports from the recent riots, and you see that certain situations are filmed 4 different ways, and when they show you the entire length of the film uncut, it tells a completely different story than what you saw in the news from different angles. They
Yeah, but
choose
here's
what
the thing,
they.
though. No, not necessarily. I mean, sure, they can quote unquote choose, but I mean, you also have to take into consideration the airtime they have. They need to get a chop of the news coverage, so they might show the worst of a riot and report on that, but they also then might, report on something else verbally
Right.
while still overlapping on the footage because they have a certain amount of footage they can run with. So
Sure,
they
sure,
might
and
give, yeah.
I get that, but the thing that's not coming along with that is, ladies and gentlemen, we only have a little bit of time, so we need you to remind you that there's information that happened before and after that may change the way you feel, since none of us are there, right? We see this little clip, and that's what we see, and that's what we take as the gospel, and that's, unfortunately, it's a bad perception because not everything is as it's shown to us. That's a big problem, and that's not a conspiracy, because I don't believe in conspiracies. I think there's a little truth in just about everything, or in a lot of things. There has to be some truths. We've seen some of the truths, come out. I mean, they may be small, and we'll research them if you want, but not everything is a lie, and not everything is a conspiracy theory. I don't believe the Earth is flat. I don't believe that there are reptile people, or I don't even know them all. So I couldn't tell you
Yeah,
what
of
they all
course.
are.
Conspiracies can go back to even the innocence of things, like pharmaceutical things and so forth. I mean, you said something that was wrong, and I did provide a few links from the UK bodies on that. But some people
when did they
would say,
change it?
"Oh, I'm not sure if they even changed it." One of the links was from the past 2 years, and they seem to be fine with.
Oh, the past
Where
2
did you
years.
hear it from?
2 years?
Where did you hear it from?
it was a knowledge in a pharmaceutical article that was written back. It was probably 20 years ago. But if you talk to people right here on YouTube and you talk to the Brits, they'll tell you the same thing. They live there right now. So I don't.
Right now, as it stands, they
Mhm.
advertise pharmaceutical,
Just like
advertising.
we do in media on TV.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, because
What's wrong with that?
print ad is one thing, but on television that's the issue. We've always had print ad. That's
But what's wrong with that, though?
well, if you look at the way the UK and any kind of socialized country deals with pharmaceutical companies, like even your country, Australia says we're going to pay you X amount of dollars and that's it, right? We don't have that. We pay whatever it costs. If there are laws that prevent if a pill costs
Right,
$10
because we
to make,
banned the generic market.
right? If it costs $10 to make, you can't in your country or the UK, you can't charge $1,000 for it. It's too much. But in here, our pharmaceutical companies, they can charge us like that.
Well, that's because Wall Street controls the
Right.
prices. Is that correct?
Well, I think it's the pharmaceutical companies that don't ticket because insurance pays for it and nobody really pays for it because nobody's really responsible for things.
So
Because humans
are
don't
you a
work at
believer
pharmaceutical
of
companies.
single care, or what's your position
Well,
on that?
yeah, I mean, I don't understand why we don't have healthcare for everybody. I don't understand why we, as a society, why we don't get everybody at least fed, clothed, and housed, even if it's a little tiny box. Have some shelter.
That's interesting because when I think of people, when they say like Christian people donate $73 billion or something, 73 million, I don't know what it is, but I know it's more than $73 million. These foundations to help starving children. It's interesting because the concept to me that comes in my head is, okay, Detroit, you look at it right now, it's totally desolate.
We only.
Hiroshima was bombed on a nuclear, and it's rebuilt. But in America,
Oh, I see.
Detroit's-
Oh no, I know the meme you're referring to. That's every city and every nation's gonna have a downtown that's an area that's run down and so
okay,
forth.
you fucker,
Oh,
you
no.
got it.
Yeah, I saw that on G Plus and on Facebook. Like, yeah, no, that's
Fucker.
not. Yeah, I could point out a rundown area in Tokyo, Japan. I mean, it's
Can
not.
you?
That's not the point.
Fucker.
That's not my point.
Motherfucker. I knew you would get that.
I think that a lot of the times people feel like it's all too overwhelming, right? The whole job's overwhelming. I can't feed children in Africa. I'm over here. Well, nobody should be asking somebody in California to feed people in Africa. But the people in my city ought to be feeding the people in my city. And if we all just took care of our own little.
Bitch about getting $16 an hour, doing something
There
that's
you go.
fucking not that hard, and the rest of the world's getting $2 a fucking day.
I think I'm a purist. I'm a human. I don't know what I am. I don't even know if there's a name for me. All I know is
So
that we don't
what do you
take
think about the wage increase then?
we don't take. I don't give a fuck. I
What's
care
the
about people.
minimum wage? What's your minimum wage? You think we should get $16 an hour to work at McDonald's?
Well, I don't know because I don't know enough about economy, but I think it would be awfully silly. I mean, if Americans won't even pick vegetables, if we have to have, all the people from Mexico come because, well, the Mexicans are taking our jobs. Yeah, well, there ain't no white people out there picking.
Mexicans aren't taking our jobs.
Do you remember that was
No.
that's what was said for many, many, many years. It's the immigrant taking our jobs. Mexican, we got to build the wall because the Mexicans are all coming over taking our jobs.
I think Americans have become complacent and lazy and don't want to do the jobs. And the people that were in a corporate position realize this.
Okay, again, my brain is food, clothing, shelter. From there, You can build whatever else you
Me
want.
too. Yep.
So yeah, so I mean that's what occupies my brain. I can't go anyplace else. I can't go to space. I can't go and do anything. I mean, what
But
I had a big issue
you're not
with
going to blame Mexicans to want a better life, right? I mean,
I don't.
right.
For 51 years, for 50 years I thought I was Mexican until I just found out that I'm not. So
That's right.
I have a lot of Mexican pride, a ton of Mexican pride. I mean, you take every Mexican that's quote unquote illegal
So you're definitely
out
not
of here.
voting for Donald Trump in the wall, right?
No, you know what? I loved what Bernie Sanders had to say from the very beginning, and I'm gonna vote
You
for
like
him.
Bernie?
I do.
We should get Cherie back in here. Like I said, she's
I did.
really good on Scalia, and she's really good on Cherie.
Well, we can have another one. You know, when we can get her in here, I'll write it down. I did invite her again, just like you asked. But
thank you.
Hey, Anif.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? How are you? I think that it at a very basic level, that's all I really care about, because that's what I feel. Like my grandmother, as you know, came here from Italy, and as an atheist, and she was very hopeful that the life she would have here in the United States, and I don't know how she came across the information or how it was presented to her that she was so enthusiastic about it, because of course we didn't talk about these things. I never asked her these things, and you know, she of course did. But she had us in service of humanity, and that's what we did. We cared for other human beings, and she told us not to put down the theist. Right. They would judge us.
Right. Okay. So that was all a moral precept.
I don't. She wouldn't even know about this argument of morals and Christianity versus. You know what I mean?
A moral precept. She was unbiased with your, you know. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we were never indoctrinated to anything other than, and which is probably why I'm a fundy when it comes to humanity, right?
This damn Monsanto clicking on his keyboard.
I know.
Right? You just click with your keyboard. I mean, I know you're just gold miner. I know you're just digging up the shit on everything, but come on.
Who's the people? Who's the group of people that you take care of?
He just goes click. It's like, what? Did you not have like one of these like keyboard that doesn't make sense?
You know who does that? You know who else does that is G. Whistler from the UK.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. Somebody's always yelling at him.
My dad like heavy keys. They call them heavy keys. Some people like, you know, be able to punch the button.
I'm that way too.
I agree with that.
Hey, MMA, what were you saying? There's groups that do take care of said people. Who are they?
You do. Yeah, no, you do have. I can't remember the names to be specific, but you do have groups of volunteers, organizations, and so forth, like the Red Cross. The Red Cross.
Yeah, Red Cross.
The Jesus Army, God, if it's a bird.
Salvation Army.
Salvation Army, yeah. You got them, you got a whole bunch of different groups and organizations that do help
yes, they do.
homeless people and so forth. And you do have government set up places for these people to go to and so forth. So I mean, there is people that are addressing this issue. It's not as easy as everyone thinks it is, but it is being
most
addressed.
of these are Christian foundations.
I do know that, and a lot of them are wildly mismanaged, and the corporate officers are making massive amounts of money that seem to be contradictive of the goal. You know, they often will write reports about if you're going to give to certain charities, please check them out. Make sure that they are responsible with the money.
Of course.
That the majority of it, this was a big 60 Minutes thing for a while when, you know, there were issues. So
the way you were writing it is off as if it's non-existent. So that's quite.
I never said that. I never said it was.
No, you didn't say that, but it was the way you're saying. You're like.
No,
You
no,
should take
didn't.
notice of these things.
Well,
Huh?
we ought be more mindful of what's really critical in this world, right? What's life itself. You know, if we clear out a
Yeah.
land and the spotted owl lives there, we ought to build some kind of a structure
Oh,
for
well, wait a
them,
minute.
right?
Wait a minute. What about Ted Bundy with this?
Isn't that
I mean,
Ted Bundy? Well, wait.
yeah.
Where does Ted Bundy come in? The spotted
Well,
owl.
yeah, same thing. Exactly. The turtle.
What?
They had a turtle that was supposedly out there on their grazing land, and
Hmm.
they wanted to, and keep their grazing rights going. But they finally said, look, we have this turtle that lives out in the desert. It's a very rare turtle, just like the spotted
Hmm.
owl.
Hmm.
Um, and the grazing thing is a very interesting part of it. Because you know what?
Hmm.
Why that turtle stayed there? It was eating the cow shit.
Okay.
Yeah, so
So okay. Wait. You're not done with the story though. What did they do with the turtle? The turtles? Did they
oh,
kill them or did they just
no,
relocate
the
them?
turtles are still there. Everything's fine. The Bundys won. Government backed down the BLM. The
Oh, well, see,
BLM.
I don't necessarily believe that. I mean, I think that there's a compromise. And when I say all life is sacred, what I'm saying is because there's the reverence that you can have. It doesn't have to be a God-related thing for those who are atheists. It doesn't matter to me. Um, if the spotted owl loses its nesting area because we clear it away, then wouldn't it be nice if we just build a nice dam structure somewhere near so they can still do what they do? That to me is fair, right? That
Yeah,
circle of
that's
life, that's
fair. That's fair
respecting.
and everything, but
But what?
I mean, but you have houses in America that are not insulated properly, and so we're going to consume electricity at a rate that's higher. Um, we live in over our means. I mean, it's just like let's consolidate ourselves first before we.
Well, if the spotted owl's not important, and then the big eagle's not important, and then maybe something else isn't
They're all
important.
important.
None of us
They're
are
all
important.
very important. No, they're very important.
He's saying pretty much what you were saying before, Sugar, where you say you got to sort out your own nation before you help out others. And then so he's saying you've got to do the same with humans, almost. You've got to sort out human living situations
I
first,
agree.
and then.
Yeah,
Oh,
because we got to simplify it. We're not going
come
to
on,
get to
gentlemen. We waste a lot of money. Are you telling me that if we do
right, and we
25
could put
acres
that
of
towards
homes?
nature. We could put a lot of that money towards nature. What's wrong with that?
No. What I'm saying is,
Nobody has a problem with that. But it's
no,
being
no,
allocated.
no. You're not hearing me. I don't think you're. I think maybe I've maybe not explained myself well. If we clear out 25 acres, could we not build a little tiny structure before we leave that area to replace what we just cleared out? Just a little tiny structure for these animals. That's all I'm asking. I mean,
If it
why aren't
was
we thinking
critically
like
needed
that?
within it, I can agree with that because let's say for example it was a critical area of their survival
Hmm.
and that habitat was critical to them, I would agree
Yes,
to. Yes.
that's all I'm asking. I'm not asking
Okay, well then
for,
I would agree to that.
yeah, my requests or my thoughts are not extreme. I don't expect anybody to die or leave or,
Yeah,
live.
but don't you think that the downsizing of our overall means to exist should occur?
I'm sorry, say again. Do I think?
It like I
Sorry,
still feel like I'm overprivileged. I feel like I'm
yeah,
overprivileged to live in America. You know,
I live very simply,
yeah, yeah.
and I'm
I
gonna keep.
overprivileged.
Hmm.
Just what is that? It makes me consider downsizing at every opportunity I can. Meaning, how many clothing articles I own
Hmm.
and how often I wash them. I mean,
Yep,
I'm talking about like turning on the water to wash dishes compared to
agreed.
using the dishwasher.
Hmm.
Right. Okay.
Or by
So,
hand, unfortunately, I hate it.
okay. Well, my point is, all right. Uh,
But
um, I
I'm
just,
hearing you.
Yeah, I know.
I'm hearing you.
It,
I mean, it's all slow. It's one of the things that
just like we're so we're so used to like the norm. Like what we think is the norm is like all of a sudden, you know, here we
it's
are
always been that
being
way.
hypnotized by a TV or something. It's not the norm. It's not the norm. We're
Yeah.
we're we're not here being hypnotized by a stupid TV. Um, a lot of people. I mean, when did you shut your TV off? When did you shut your TV off?
Over a year ago, right before I came here.
Really? A year ago?
Yeah. No, I think it's been actually 2. I forget that it's been almost 2 years. Not since
I,
I've
I
been
would
here,
I would like
but
to
since I
make a
turned my TV off.
declaration online on air. You know how come I quit TV? Because my kids weren't interested in it anymore.
Oh,
My
I have this.
Yeah, my kids would come home from school and they would go to the laptop. What? Wait a minute. When the function of the TV law it was just laws, I was like, the only one in the house that was actually wanting to keep the TV was me. Who was the most conditioned person in the house that watched TV? Well, other than the wife had no interest, but I did. I love my sports. I love my news. I love my drama, and that's what that provided.
I started having panic attacks
Wow, you
early.
took that too?
Well, I came out of my household or my childhood home with complex PTSD, went into being a medic for 25 years, and I saw enough violence on the streets. I didn't want to come home and watch the news, so I stopped watching the news because it was making me nervous, and I needed to keep my job, and that lasted 25 years. I have a question about GMOs, MMA, in a second. So then I stopped watching it. When I retired, well, he's written it on the side chat. That's why I'm opening it.
He's really good at GMOs, so watch
Yeah.
out.
Oh, no. I want information from him. I'm not challenging him. After I stopped working in 2012, I made the mistake of watching the news again, and I had no clue that it was so freaking crazy, in my opinion. That's when I started studying and learning about media. I said, "There's ethics in journalism," and looking it up, and there's all these articles about how, ethics in journalism is no longer a thing, and it just got one thing led to another. So this is just where I am. I'm John Q. Public. I'm not a Christian.
Can I ask you a question, a personal question?
Yeah.
The containment of an animal. Do you believe that, in a spiritual sense, that a man has the right to herd animals?
I don't go to zoos or I don't go to aquariums if that helps. So that's as far I can go there. I try to only buy things that are not tested on animals. I am not a vegetarian, but I do support free range living and stuff like that. Humane treatment of animals.
Okay. Sugar, you've seen my profile page, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You do know that I'm a vegan of hardcore, right?
Yeah, my father is too.
Okay. So you know I'm a hardcore vegan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm totally anti-vaccine because of a choice factor. Right. You know, in other words, I believe that what we call the humus, the biological layer of Earth, has the ability to grow really good plants and we can eat them, right? Okay. But I don't deny science. One of my best friends died. He was a diabetic, but I never knew that GMO created insulin. I never knew that until after he died. And I was just wondering, do you feel like, a plant, okay, plant life to animal life.
Mhm.
If you contain it, do you feel like it's like a freedom aspect to it? Do you think an animal has the right to be free whenever it wants to?
Yeah, I don't like the idea of, I don't like veal. I won't ever eat veal, and I don't
Oh,
think that
really? A
any,
chained down animal? Oh, that's an easy
no,
one. Okay,
no, I know, wait,
that's
wait,
a
wait, 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 wait. And I think that all animals, any kind of uh, cow, sheep, pig, whatever, ought to be out running
okay.
in the field. That, I
So, but
mean, that's
the
how I think it
majority of
should be.
America watches TV and sees these chickens. You know, they say, "Oh, go to this restaurant and that restaurant." I mean,
Mhm.
do you feel like if there was some type of coercion between like the people that actually contain chickens in cages, and there was a somewhat of a conspiracy towards chickens and like Kentucky Fried Chicken or something. Do you follow what I'm saying?
People, you're buying right into, you're proving my point. You're proving exactly everything I've been saying. People don't give a fuck. They'll let chickens just be treated like garbage as long as they know it. We've seen the articles, or have we? Who reads, right? Who watches the news for anything other than inflammatory bullshit? Who watches the news? I mean, how do you know who knows what? If you ask people how are animals treated, they don't know. We're so far removed from our primal self. I keep saying that over and over again. Who we were as man. Some things weren't broken,
My
and
question is, were we conditioned by a form of maybe a propaganda through
greed.
TV?
It's greed. No,
Like,
no,
oh,
it's
no, no,
greed.
no, no. I understand that man can grab at the greed. I
Mm.
understand that. But what I'm trying to say is the distinction between the ability to make the choice, like hey, like me, hey, decided no, this TV is doing this. No, I'm not doing that. I mean, do you, what level does somebody have to be at a conscious to be swayed? In other words, do you think it's like a hypnotic type of trance or something?
That is my question. That's the question I came to Google Plus with. How in the
Really, you
world?
did, huh?
Well, it's not. It's the question was this: how in the world do you get an entire country to all stop, turn, and move in a positive direction together while still maintaining their own beliefs and values? How does that happen? What does it take? What does it take to change the world? Again, if 99% of us are complaining
Well,
about the
first of all,
1% in
you need to get
control.
Mr. Graham
Did
and
you hear
Mr.
that?
Monsanto to debate, and
No, it was gonna be.
yeah, let's just have that up first, and let's get a pair of balls, Graham.
No,
Did you?
this. So some things were brought up: GMOs, vaccines, briefly mentioned, and choice
I
with
just had a
that.
question about GMOs.
Yeah, and well, and with what Grim was going with as well, animal
Mm-hmm.
research and containment and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So, I was once under the interpretation that animals were treated like shit until I did the overused word of quote unquote research, where
Mm.
then you look into regulatory. But I'm getting sick of the word research now. I've done research. Research. Oh fuck. Anyway,
Yep, you
when you
asshole.
actually go to the regulatory bodies and actually see the guidelines that companies have to go through
Mhm.
uh, for animal slaughter.
Mhm.
And recently, I was something that raised my eyebrows was this chick, rightfully so, got arrested for trying to give water and food to these animals that were in a truck in transit.
I saw that.
She and her friends were rightfully arrested because the reason why animals
Because it
are
was a
stuck.
bacterial contamination. Yes.
And also, it's just not nice to cut them up. Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
God,
bacterial
yeah.
contamination
That
and
too.
all sorts.
Yes, I
Yeah,
saw that. That was
it's
absolutely
a yeah.
brilliant. It's brilliant articulation of bullshit.
Hmm.
No, wait, hold on. You're disagreeing with it?
No, I'm not. I'm saying you're right.
Oh, okay, good. Thank fuck.
Well, because the
Yeah,
factor of is you can't.
when there's certain laws that say when animals are in transfer, actually, in fact, 2 weeks prior to them being shipped out, they have to be clean, what they call clean. There's nothing that can affect that according to the law. The law is that there's nothing that is allowed to touch them in transit. And so when this lady did it, she actually is breaking a law.
But does she? And I know that ignorance is is not a good enough reason. But really, they would expect the common man to know not to feed an animal. I mean, the human compassion takes over, and
Listen,
it
if
seems
I'm at a gas
logical.
station, and you know, I got my kids, I'm going on vacation, and I see, you know, I've seen cows, and you know, you think I'm gonna go over there and feed them? Really?
Somebody's doing
wait
it.
a minute.
Do they need to be arrested? Is
Wait a
what I'm
minute.
saying.
How am I going to improve this cow's life with a sip of water?
People don't think that far.
Yeah, but you know, it's not going to make the cow's life any better.
But do we really want to be arresting people for feeding chickens water? Can't we just educate them, find them, and send them on their way?
Look, don't eat that animal. If you really are that down with it, don't eat that animal. Just don't eat it.
Well, no, I know what Sugar's saying, that she shouldn't have been arrested because
seems silly, doesn't it?
she broke a law that she didn't know existed. Probably she probably did know it existed. We don't know. But no, I mean, if I was totally ignorant of a different law in a different nation, taking photos of some building, right? Would I expect to be arrested if I was caught? Yes. Could I object? Yes, from my own standpoint, but then I have to conform and say, okay, well, technically it's illegal here. I'm the foreigner, fair enough. I'll wait for my mate to bail me out or whatever has to be done. But you know, there has to be penalties for people that do break these kinds of things because that does contaminate.
Yeah, but why do we have laws about feeding chickens or taking pictures of buildings? Do we not have enough things to worry about?
I can answer that. The same reason we have laws to contain them. In other words, you're trying to subjugate yourself right here by saying that this lady has the freedom to do what she wants, but yet the industry. No, wait a minute. No, you're saying the corporate industry has the right to cage these animals.
No, I didn't say that at all.
Yeah, but
No, I was talking. That's not what I said. What I was saying is, why doesn't somebody just educate this woman and send her on her way? I mean, did she do something? When did you learn about this, Jim? When did you learn about the law that you can't feed anybody in transit? So a week ago.
Yeah, I saw it. My wife told me in the morning.
Okay, so then isn't it safe to assume that a lot of people don't know not to do that?
You know, that's interesting because why would anybody do it in the first place? Second of all,
about animals, and they haven't done enough. They haven't learned enough yet to know that.
Okay.
How old was the girl?
She had general concern for the animal. Yeah, agreed. And does everyone know that? No, of course not. But she should still be, fine. She wasn't, put in prison for like 25 years or some shit, but she did get a slap. She was arrested to be questioned. It was literally arrest just means to be detained, right? And so that could just involve taking her down to the police station, slapping her with an impressive fine as punishment, of course, and then explain to her why, and so on and so forth. So it's not. Don't assume straight up that it's drastically negative.
That's why I was asking.
Yeah.
Because it seems to me that.
It wasn't like. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Because
she wasn't beat up or anything.
No. Yeah. No. I'm not even taking it that far. I just think about the things that we do often.
But
put
we
our
have
energy
to obey by the laws.
Yeah.
The laws are the laws.
Yeah. Yeah. So then there's the other thing with slaughter itself. So animals are knocked out before slaughter, so they don't feel pain. They use CO2 gas, or a prod for the cattle and so forth. So a lot of these anti, meat eating, the full hardcore vegans, when they try and argue on the ethics side of things.
Watch out, buddy.
I'm talking about the strict ones
I hear you.
Yeah. So those ones, G-Man was doing this in a hangout I was with because I talked about morality and God and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
I then went down this path because I hate him by the balls.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, here's some regulation on how it's done in the US in particular, UK and Australia. And he ran from that, but you knock them out so they don't feel pain. That's an ethical thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then he tried to screenshot and screen share images and footage of chickens in particular getting cut open. I'm like, yeah, that looks brutal, but they're knocked out. You're seeing them move, that's because they're on a fucking conveyor belt moving them.
Right.
Okay. Has
Yeah.
anybody ever seen a slaughter of an animal?
Yeah.
Has anybody ever seen it? I have.
Yeah, the thing is, we always grew up with that, so it's not a big deal to me. And I think that if people had to source their own food.
Here's my story. Yeah, I think you'll like this. So I lived on the Big Island for 2.5 years. I lived on the northern point of the Big Island.
Mm-hmm.
It was called Kohala. I lived in a small town called Hawaii. I rented a house out while I was working for this guy. Anyway, I was doing landscaping. In my backyard, I had a pasture. This pasture was for the cows. The cows would every year raise a sibling. So it was female cows and with one stud in the field. Pretty much one stud. I think they may have had two. It was a white guy. He was
stud. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just the one stud. Yeah, I mean, he had the whole gamut, man. Wow. I mean, this guy was like busy. Anyway, so every year of the 2.5 years that I lived there, so I got to see it through. Actually, I got to see it 3 times. They would let the moms raise the siblings for about 11 months, just about 11 months, and at that point in time, they would separate the mother from the from the baby. And for 3 weeks, they would cry every night. 3 weeks. I mean, people don't understand this stuff. I mean, they just don't get it. They just
I don't want to see it. I don't want to see any of that happen.
You know, this is ridiculous. This is a humanoid type mentality. Who in the fuck?
But wait a minute.
Think that they can actually, consume. It just really pisses me off.
So, I mean, you have to look at it from.
What about my compassion for Americans living on the streets and stuff? I mean, can't I have my cause and you have your cause? Can't we all work on it together?
Well,
I'll eat half as much meat.
Let's not contain animals anymore. Let's just first of all get to the point where we don't contain them. You know, this Mr. Grimm's friend, EV Extra, what's his name? Kenny something. You know, he claimed he was a vegetarian. I was like, how long are you vegetarian? He's like, 8 years. And then, you know, I had a conversation with him. And then he goes, oh, yeah, 4 months ago, I ate some tuna. I was like, well
hold on.
You're not.
Did he say vegetarian?
Yeah, he claimed he was a vegetarian.
No, hold on. So vegetarians can do that, but it's the vegan.
No, vegetarian does not include animal.
Some people call themselves lacto-ovo.
Yeah, you know, I don't know what the fuck these guys call them, paleos or what the fuck they call. You know what? You know, if you eat
like an
flesh,
agnostic atheist.
It's flesh. It's a form of flesh. Bottom line, flesh.
I think there is a distinction between a vegetarian and a vegan. I think the vegans are the more hardcore.
Yeah.
Well, the vegans like me don't eat any animal byproduct at all.
Yeah,
so you include byproducts. Vegetarians, I think, can sometimes include like eggs and also.
No, fuck that shit. That's bullshit. Egg is the worst. It's worse than meat. Bullshit. Fuck that. Bullshit.
Yeah, but I'm saying
no. You know why egg is the worst? You know why egg is the worst? Because it never had a fucking chance.
Yeah, but
it never had a fucking chance.
Oh.
It never had a fucking chance.
But here's the thing, though. We've been doing it for millions of years, right? And so then when the population grows, exponentially, which it has now, you're going to need to do things more industrialized. So we're still going to need meat, and we're going to need to do that on a higher scale
Okay.
for more people.
Okay. This
So
is Grimm's argument. This is Grimm's argument. Okay. I love that approach. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. But you know what?
What approach? What's he saying?
There's some people have what we call a paleo diet. You know, because they're a culture where they live near a coastline or something like that. Okay, wonderful, great. You know, hey, you know what? You know, they may be underdeveloped countries too. Here in America, I can go down to a grocery store and get any organic vegetable product I want anytime.
Mm-hmm.
But do they have that option? No.
Who?
We live in a blessed country. So, listen, I'm about to start some hangouts.
Mm-hmm.
In my hangouts, and Sugar and Mr. Monsanto, listen, I'm gonna be calling it out, guys. I'm gonna be calling it out.
Okay.
It's gonna be. I'm gonna be calling it out. I have a thing. I don't. No metaphysical. No bullshit. All I'm saying is, look, an animal that is contained. I do believe that the rights of a human to herd animals. I do believe in that right. I also believe in the right to hunting. So, with that said, you better be out there on the fucking farm, you know, doing your thing, living that way. I mean, if you're living that way, that's fine with me. No problem there. Okay. But if you're a grocery store shopper and you're sitting around watching TV, playing video games all day, I got no excuse for you. You need to wake the fuck up.
Excuse for what?
For eating meat.
No, I'm not going to go there. No, what I'm going to say is this.
Okay.
No.
Teach me.
Okay, well, first of all, somebody's not going to just jump off the meat. You know, you're not going to transition off of it. Trust me, it's very hard.
I'm not. Yeah.
Right. Okay,
but I do
Monsanto, ask your question again.
I do make sure that.
So get to the crux of the argument and saying that you have no excuse for people who, you know, like us, who just do things in our life, but aren't farmers and so forth. What's your actual problem?
Okay. So my thing is what I call containment. If let's say, for example, what I want to call Kenny EVF is after he said he was a vegetarian of 8 years, and then he said he ate tuna, but I called him out. He's like, oh no, but it's dolphin safe tuna. Okay. Does anybody believe in that you should dredge the ocean with nets?
Dredge the ocean.
Just yes or no. Yes or no. Monsanto, yes or no.
I don't know.
Do you dredge the just huge?
You mean fishing?
Huge. Yeah. Do you believe that?
Yeah. Know the number.
Yeah. Do you think these huge nets are like totally necessary, especially when they drag in what we call dolphins? I mean, in other words, you got people debating the fact that they ate a dolphin-free tuna. What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck? The insanity of it in the first place is ridiculous. Of actually capturing the animals. I mean, we're talking about. Wait a minute. Have you ever seen a chicken coop? Ever seen a chicken coop? You ever been there? You ever smelled it or seen it? It's ridiculous.
So your thing is saying that these
chicken.
Well, I'm saying containment of an animal.
Yeah, hold on. Bring it back to the fisheries. Yeah, bring it back to the fisheries. You're saying that not whales, baby whales can, if they're really small. But dolphins can get caught in these nets, but they'll be cut loose if
that's minor. Okay, go ahead. Yeah,
and
go ahead.
If they're dead, well then they won't cut them up and whatnot because it's illegal still.
No, that's not the point.
So what was your point with the fisheries?
I live in the country right by chicken farms. I smell it.
What?
You still haven't really addressed the thing is that when I was saying that we have no excuse. You were saying that people who live that lifestyle, who to hunt
No,
and
you have
so
a
forth,
choice. No,
farmed by
I said
them.
you have a choice. No,
So,
you may classify it as an excuse, but it's not. It's a
what are you
choice.
talking about? What are you saying?
The
What
fact
my
that a
choice taking me?
corporation here, let me give you an example. A corporation that makes a massive amount of money about just going out there, doing their business, if it's dragging in, nets or tuna or whatever. If you were to vote with your dollar, if you were to vote for your dollar and said to yourself, well, what nutritional beneficial, what do I get nutritionally benefit out of that fish that's being dragged, compared to an organic vegetable in a garden? I know that I can compromise myself to go away from the dragnet to a garden. So it's not hard to figure that out. Do you understand me?
Yeah,
There
I
are things
do.
that you skip out on.
Oh,
You
you're
do
trying to,
you
I know what you're trying to do. Trust me, I know exactly what you're trying to do.
enjoyed it, but you
I,
do
I
get
believe in
I guess
corporations have the right to do it. Listen, I know what you're saying. They have the total right because the majority of the people are already there. I can't change it. What do you think I'm gonna be the one guy who's gonna be a
no,
superhero?
but hold on. Just because companies, it seems like you got almost this thing against companies themselves. I mean, if I want to make a company that's doing a fishery, then so be it. I'm going to make money off it, yes, but I'm also providing service.
Okay, so here's the comparison. Okay, so you're saying wild and the open, and the open sea, because it's not contained. I get you on this. So compare that to a herded animal. Do cows roam free?
Depends if they're free range or not. I mean, they do have a lot
Oh,
of
wait a
land
minute,
to actually run them.
wait a minute. I mean, naturally in the wild, do cows roam free?
In the wild, probably not. No, that gets slaughtered by
That's
other animals,
correct.
yeah.
That's right. Wait a minute. Can I ask you another question?
See, we don't have
Do
wild cows, do we?
do we have wild chickens? I mean, I know we do, but where are they?
I suppose
Wild.
we do, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. We have some wild chickens. There's not too many. In fact, the wild turkey is a
Hmm.
very national thing here in America.
Pheasants.
Yeah. So
We have all of those here on the Big Island.
Mm. Hey, Sheree.
Hi.
yeah. So my thing is containment of an animal. I don't care if humans want to herd them. I just don't want them to contain them. I don't want
Sometimes it
them
can be
to.
good for the benefit.
Say again.
Sometimes, in quite a lot of cases, it can be for their benefit.
Yeah, but at the level we're at, it's out of control. I'm sorry. You're wrong.
What do you mean it's out of control?
Well, the abundance, the fact that, as a waiter, shoveling fucking shit in the fucking trash can every fucking night, looking at people fucking wasting their food. It's indulgence. It's like ridiculous.
Well, yeah, you're gonna have to throw food out that's wasted because I mean,
Okay.
food
So you want me to save the food? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I work for a company. If I'm doing that, I would like voice my opinion. Is my opinion going to make a difference? No.
No, I'm saying that once you cook the food and it's not eaten because people get full or they don't like it, then you trash it. You don't reuse it. Otherwise, that's biosafety, breach. And you don't want to be putting that stuff back into, the pots and pans that you're serving to the next person.
What do you feel about vanity? Do you feel? I mean, I know this doesn't sound like it would tie into food, but I'm going to ask you a question. When people spend exorbitant amount of money on food, and it's like a week's worth of groceries for like a poor family or something, what's your opinion on that? If they don't eat their whole meal?
So if they don't, if a family spends a lot of money on,
like
hold on,
to
let
a
me ask the
dinner.
question. Yeah. So hold on. So a family, are you talking about a family that goes grocery shopping and they don't eat all the food they bought, or they go to a restaurant, pay
No,
expensively,
no,
and
that's not the question. The question is this: you have a rich family that goes
yeah,
out to eat a very nice meal, and yet the kids, like, they order spaghetti, it's barely half
yeah,
eaten, and the parents eat like 2/3 of the meal, a little
yeah.
bit's wasted here and there. It's a $300 meal for 6 people. Okay, so let's say $300. So if you had $300 and you went to Compton with $300 and you plug that into any single mom, you know how far that goes? Right, quite a bit. So my difference is that these people that have the luxury of eating what we call a byproduct of what we call containment of these animals is a result of our own necessity. I think our necessity is based on conditioned, a mind that's conditioned. You know what? She's probably right on the TV. She's probably right. But you know what? You have to break free.
But yeah, but well, they do have. I mean, sure, because we're cultivating so much to feed a massive population. It's in the very high
Right.
millions, whatever it is now. Well, yes, we can eat expensively and have fine dining.
Okay, so
And yes, the products from that are from animals. Say if they're eating something that's mostly meat in their meal, right? Yes, it's going to come from a cow, but that cow or sheep or whatever the fuck is going to be quote unquote free roaming in a lot of a big area of land. So they're contained for a reason, but that
really?
land
You think
is
there's a waste of
massive.
land going on here in America?
Sorry? Cows and so forth that are used, livestock have a massive area to roam in. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's the
Just
wild,
what
wild west, right?
miles. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So,
And you don't want them running off, going elsewhere. I mean, you do want them contained, but you want to give them enough space to act like cows and animals and so forth. And that's also for better quality meat, so it does have better quality as well.
yes,
But you
way
still want
better.
to be, you know.
Finally.
I'm not sure where you're going with this.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you contain an animal, its ability to be, mass produced is quite easy. You understand that? If you don't contain it, its ability to be mass produced is quite low. But the quality factor is, you're getting an animal that was just natural. Just, hey, if you want to eat your meat, fine. No problem. I have no problem. Even though I'm a hardcore vegan, go ahead, eat it. But just don't trap it. Don't trap it. Don't make it feel like it's your slave.
It's like what they did in Spain with the foie gras. They stopped force feeding the ducks, all the grain, and they just let them. They now let them overgraze, but they're grazing. They're still, but it's illegal here. But they're doing it in, I think, Spain. Yeah.
But I still don't see where the argument's going, because I mean, unless
don't
talking
play
about
your games.
chickens, where
Don't play your games. Don't play your games.
I think what he's saying is, look, if you're going to eat meat, then have a farm and treat them well, and do the
even a
hard
farm has to,
or survival mode.
yeah, or
but they're gonna have to
survive.
have borders. I mean, you're gonna have to have a section of land that is yours and where these animals roam. We've seen on chickens where they're contained in little tiny little boxes. I haven't looked into that one in particular. That could be bollocks.
So can you ever tell me a time where the actual species had that time to roam? No, you can't, because they've been contained the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So just stop.
So I'm all for free-range chickens. If you talk about chickens, livestock, they're not contained in small pens.
Steve McRae said the best thing to me one time. Steve McRae said something to me. I was having this argument with Steve. He said, Jim, you're right. I actually like organic milk better. It actually tastes better. When I heard Steve say that, I was like, oh,
fucking somebody finally gets it. Like, an animal that's not contained actually produces great shit. And you know what? Enjoy it. But, keep it into a minimal check. I would like to see people transition out totally. But, that's just my opinion.
I ate organic Kobe beef once. It was very expensive, and I found nothing special about it. But I had grass-fed, hormone-free organic beef. It was wonderful. Way different than corn-fed, which we shouldn't be feeding them anyways. It's like abusive. I mean, I support all that stuff. I don't know that I go as far as you go, Jim. But I mean, hey, have at it.
Yeah, but I'm a big GMO fan, though, as far as when it comes to science.
Well, I learned about it a lot about it, and I only have one question that I haven't been able to get an answer to, and I'm only asking for an educational purpose. I'm not trying to challenge. I originally was, of course, read the same articles from the beginning and the cancer-causing stuff, and then I saw the retractions and all the rest of the minutia. Right, so I'm good on that. My question is it a thing? Could it ever be a thing where one or two corporations owned all the patents to all of the?
Well, that's what comes down to labeling. Listen, give the people the choice.
Wait,
Jim, let it talk.
The plants, they could own all of that, and then somebody could do something dastardly like spray.
I just want labeling.
I just want
labeling. That's all I want. Go on.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not quite sure what that is. Is that a fear? Is that a thing? Does anybody talk about that, or is it just a nothing?
They talk about it, but it's misplaced. So a lot of these people that are, I'm not saying self or others, but a lot of these people who do push this anti-GMO rhetoric and so forth, by them doing so, they put pressure on the government to make tighter restrictions. By doing that, they're making the companies like Monsanto and DuPont and so forth, they're making them the market more secluded because they're already established. They already have that kind of funding behind them and so forth, so they're able to pay for the regulations to get it in and to be tested and so forth. So by these people making everything harder, it means that less companies can prop up and then join the market for, say, GMOs and so forth, because they're making it just harder.
Okay, I don't think I asked the question right then, because I think I hear exactly what you're saying. I got no problem with that. So I'm talking about what I've heard from, and again, I think I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I think we should ask questions, right? I'm definitely a skeptic.
Yeah.
Is it possible, is all I'm asking, and I believe whatever you tell me, is it possible that somebody could do something wrong and could take control of humanity by owning all that's food and not allowing people to farm even in their own backyards? Is that ever a possibility, or is that completely craziness? Because I've heard it said, and so I'm just curious.
So that involves a multi-layer kind of response. So if a company had multiple patents on all sorts of things, or one or two or three companies did so, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. It would seem bad to some people, but I mean, if a company has all the patents, so what? It just means they have all the patents. So, yeah. And also with patents, the patent only applies to that genome edit on that species and what the trait is. So a lot of people would argue, oh, well, Monsanto has this patent on the seed, therefore they control all the seeds of X seed. No, only that specific edit, and that is to protect their invention so they can bring back the profits, because if you're going to spend a few million in multiple years in research and development, yes, you're going to want revenue. So So that's that. Then when it comes to you also, when you re-asked the question at the latter half, you said about farmers and they're saying you can't farm this and so forth. Are you talking about obviously it's going to revolve around Monsanto? Are you referring to cases where Monsanto has sued a farmer for what the anti-GMO people prompt is, because he's keeping back the seed or whatever. Because in those cases, the farmer, I think this guy was in America, either America or Canada, he held back, it's illogical, no farmer would actually do it. He held back seeds instead of buying the next year. And so it's illogical, but it also breaches the contract. So he rightfully got his ass handed to him. And Monsanto, and then also want to explain what happens after, is that Monsanto, they paid for the court fees out of their own pockets, and the money made from that went into charity. Apart from that, though, I mean, yeah, it's multi-layered.
So my question is if a conspiracy theorist said all of those chemtrails that they all believe in, right, are spraying stuff that's now killing all of our vegetation except for what's GMO'd, can they go off on that? Is that even possible? I don't believe it. I'm not saying that I am supporting that. I just heard it said. I don't know anybody that's like you, and I have not been able to find any articles. So that's the only reason I'm asking. Because I get tired of hearing it.
With no, that I can see what they could get at with Roundup Ready crops and glyphosate in Roundup, where you spray it, and Roundup Ready crops are resistant to the glyphosate. No, they don't spray more, but they are simply resistant, so it doesn't target the crops. I can see how that looks to some people, but it just means, well, now that product is more specific, and the crops are resistant to the pesticide. So,
but you'd have to have a huge conspiracy, right? I mean, you'd have to have so many people involved in something like that that chances are somebody would talk, right? You know what I'm saying? I try and take
for the motives, yeah. I mean, should yeah.
Yeah.
And then these people go onto onto the broad spectrum globally, and they say, oh well, I was asked to cite numerous safety papers and so forth and all that stuff. And so, oh no, it's been paid. You'll see it definitely with Grim V, Lost, and so forth. And I think this conspiracy literally spans to all regulatory bodies and academic journals and so forth. It's dumbfounding.
Well, I'm all for being a skeptic, but I think it's good to be realistic and really do your homework.
That's overblown. I mean, that would literally involve probably just under a few million people. No, a few. The high altitude of a few thousand people. That's so many academics in agricultural science, biotechnology science, the regulatory bodies, and so on and so forth. It's just massive. The paying required to bribe all these people would make any company fucking bankrupt. So I mean, it's just
that's
it's
what
not money.
That's what I was thinking too, and I think that sometimes not enough. That's why I suggest that we let people, talk, and get their side out, because I think people get interrupted a lot. They don't get like you may not get your whole story out all the time because somebody interrupts you or sidetracks you. I think we do each other a disservice when we do that.
Yeah.
Because I think there are reasonable people out there that are skeptics.
What about the claims by some people who are in that conspiracy camp that Monsanto is suing farmers whose crop who didn't have contracts with Monsanto to begin with? It's not a matter of holding back seeds, it's a matter of their crop was pollinated by insects that happened to be grazing, if you will, in Monsanto edit seed, and came over and pollinated their seed, and then Monsanto says, oh, look, our edit is in your seed, you have to give us your crop.
that would have to be
putting
that even
small
to be
farmers out of
yeah.
business that way. There's been some kind
If,
of, yeah.
There's one case in Australia where this bloke lost twice in court. I think it was a storm that blew over some seeds. There was a buffer zone between them and so forth, but they were geographically close. Some GM seeds, and this bloke couldn't get approved for to be organic because some of these seeds were protected, and so that's all he lost. And so he tried to sue the farmer, the GM farmer, and Monsanto helped this bloke out. And so that's not the fault of the seeds or anything of the sort. It's just that, well, yes, you lost your ability to be registered because it was blown over. Fair enough.
See,
so that guy lost the appeal. If you're
in
talking about a case,
in the U.S. there were cases that were presented. Apparently, or at least the reports were, that Monsanto was submitting claims against small farmers because their seed had blown over onto the other farmers' land and contaminated their seed either directly or by pollinating agents, bees, whatnot, such that now the local farmer who had no business with Monsanto previously suddenly finds their crop containing the Monsanto edit, which Monsanto says is their property, and claims ownership of the crop because of natural causes, and wipes the farmer out.
If they're aware of this, if the farmers, I'm not sure the case, if you could give me the case, I'll look into it, or cases, I'll look into it.
I looked them up myself. I'm just aware that I've heard this presented. So
I've heard it too, but I haven't found the actual case for it. But if anyone could, by all means. But as far as I was aware, if they were organic, they weren't dealing with, even though Monsanto also sells organic seeds, but even if they were, if this organic farmer got contaminated, but he was aware of it and he allowed it to happen, and somehow either he nicked it or whatever have you, and started doing it on the sidelines, then Monsanto would have all the rights in the world to sue.
Right.
If he was unaware, I don't even know how Monsanto. Hold on, I don't even know how Monsanto would be even aware of it if it was a few little cases of contamination. So, I mean, say that case I was talking about before, the guy was simply denied because a regulatory body came around to do the testing.
Right.
In
these cases in the U.S., I'm not aware of any of the farmers who claim that Monsanto filed suit against them having had organic certification or had any concerns along those lines. They simply were farmers who didn't want to buy Monsanto seed, and therefore were being pushed out by apparently the salespeople were the people who were pursuing them and filing the suits to try and get more sales.
It doesn't make sense from even a business logic standpoint. Because there's no way you could interpret that and they don't look like cunts. I mean, that would be a very cunt move for
idea of salespeople looking like cunts doesn't seem to concern a lot of these.
Not the salesperson, but salespeople, but the actual company itself to then try and press charges or something like that. That does seem highly illogical.
And there's also an American dynamic in business where, okay, we're doing wrong, we're being total cunts, and it's going to cost us XYZ dollars in fines, but we're going to make tenfold that before we're caught and have to cease and desist. So we're going to do it until cease and desist, and then we'll pay the 10% fine off the cash flow that we developed. It's
But think of
a very common corporate business model in the United States.
think of the reputation that would build for the company. That's extremely important. To make a move like that, that's why Monsanto in particular is extremely transparent in how they work, because they're trying to get rid of that tarnish that is undeserved. So they're highly transparent, and it just doesn't make sense for them to do that at the same time while trying to clean themselves from this bullshit that fearmongers spout. Even those people that have general concerns that aren't fearmongering, it still adds to that whole stigma about it. So it is illogical for them to do such a thing. But if you're to give me the cases, I would gladly look into it.
I would love to see them, and if I do, I will absolutely refer them to you.
Yep. and even from a legal perspective, Monsanto wouldn't have a fucking case if they have no contract with the farmer, unless they could prove that the farmer was knowing and started to aid the contamination and sell that off. Then they would have a case. So
their case, I don't believe it's being processed as a criminal case. It's being processed as a civil case of ownership. And basically they are claiming ownership of the crop because it contains the edit to which they do hold title.
Yeah. If they're aware, Monsanto wouldn't...
Wiped out by accident.
Monsanto wouldn't sue them because they're contaminating, because there's a contamination, but they would if that person was knowingly aware of the contamination and using it.
Oh yeah, if they were trying to get around contracts and stealing them, but the implication has been and I'll have to do some research now myself, just to find one of the people who's making this claim to see what their sources are. So.
Suing farmers.
I find it to be an abhorrently poor business practice, but I see this type of short-sighted quarter bottom line profit-driven behavior in so many American corporations that I don't put it past local agents of the business to conduct business that way, with an idea being that yes, it's going to cost them a few dollars, and it's going to cost them a few dollars of public relations repair, but the cost of that is still going to be significantly less than whatever they're going to receive in revenues, so it's just cost of doing business.
I hate that term. The cost of doing business.
So I linked from Monsanto about whether it's to farmers who save the seeds, but I'm trying to find the actual, case or cases. I just googled Monsanto said farmers with no contract, and I'm just trying to find a case.
Hey, is Jim still here? Are you awake, Jim? Are you awake, Jim?
Probably not. From Crop Watch, does Monsanto bullying seeds over small farmers planting? I think I found the case in question, and this was from 2013, so it would have been done by now. Monsanto versus Hugh Bowman. Fuck. That's what it is. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay. I'm just looking at Monsanto legal cases on Wikipedia right now. And I found let's see, this is as plaintiff, in the section as plaintiff, in the middle of the second paragraph. The Center for Food Safety has listed 90 lawsuits through 2004 by Monsanto against farmers for claims of seed patent violations. Monsanto defends its patents and their use, explaining that the patents are necessary to ensure that it is paid for its products and for all the investments it puts into developing products. The principle behind a farmer's seed contract is simple. Monsanto states that a very small percentage of farmers do not honor the agreement. Many lawsuits involve breach of Monsanto technology agreement. Farmers who have not signed this type of contract but do use the patented seed can also be found liable for violating Monsanto's patent.
Yeah, if they're using it without an agreement, then they should be.
Will not exercise its patent rights where trace amounts of our planted seeds or traits are present in farmers' fields as a result of inadvertent means. So they're saying that they're actually saying that they won't do that. The Federal Circuit found that this assurance is binding, so farmers who do not harvest more than a trace amount lack an essential element of standing to challenge Monsanto's patents. So they're not supposed to do it, but the usual claim involves patent infringement due to intentionally replanting patented seed. Let's see.
Okay, give us the actual link, and then cite, because normally it would give a case that it's referring to for this
any
claim.
particular cases of the inadvertent.
Is it? Yeah. I'm looking at it just gives the link. So pretty much they were saying that if
we sued grain elevators that clean seeds for farmers to replant of inducing patent infringe. For example, Monsanto sued Pilot Grove Cooperative Elevator in Pilot Grove, Missouri, which had been cleaning conventional seeds for decades before the issuance of patent that covered genetically engineered seeds. Similarly, a seed cleaner from Indiana was sued by Monsanto for inducing farmers to save seeds in violation of the patent rights. So that's another deal.
Yeah, I mean, you almost won't find a court case where Monsanto loses because it has pretty much always has grounds to actually sue someone on. If they are violating the patent agreement or the contract, then they're gonna win.
Monsanto has been criticized for a mistaken lawsuit. In 2002, Monsanto mistakenly sued Gary Reinhardt of Eagleville, Missouri for patent violation. Reinhardt was not a farmer or seed dealer, but sharecropped land with his brother and nephew who were violating the patent. Monsanto dropped the lawsuit against him when it discovered the mistake. It did not apologize for the mistake or offer to pay Reinhardt's attorney fees. But his brother and nephew were violating the patent, so it's not like they just went off after him randomly. Still, yeah.
So yeah, they dropped the charge as soon as they found out the actual details. I mean, it's good on them for doing that. While they're still in breach, I mean, there wasn't, any actual reason to sue them, so they dropped it. So, yeah. It's not like they're gonna just go after people just for the fun of it. I mean, fuck. If they did that, well, then they'd lose. If people are violating the patent, then they'll inquire about it and try and press charges. as that case has shown, they'll drop the charges if it turns out they're not farming it.
Okay, here's a little bit more too. As a defendant, the Public Patent Foundation filed claims in the Southern District of New York challenging the validity of 23 of Monsanto's patents on genetically modified seed on behalf of the Organic Seed Growers and Trade Association and 82
Of course they would.
stations. The group contended that they were being forced to sue preemptively to protect themselves from being accused of patent infringement should their fields ever become contaminated by Monsanto's genetically modified seed. Monsanto
I'm going
moved
to
for
preemptively
dismissal.
sue you. What the fuck?
Right. Monsanto moved for dismissal, citing a public pledge it made not to exercise its patent rights where trace amounts of patented seeds or traits present in the farmer's field as a result of inadvertent means. District Court Judge Naomi Buchwald dismissed the lawsuit in 2012 for trying to create a controversy where none exists. Transparent effort to do so. Affirmed at the district court in 2013 and declined to hear an appeal in 2014 because it's conspiracy.
So I just love how the Organic Association tried to do a fucking preemptive suing. It's just like, what the fuck? That looks shady.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
What I was going to tell Jim was I forgot to give him a stat that I'd heard from somebody at YouTube that said originally the flat earthers, there was about 60,000 videos originally, and in 9 months' time, it went from 60,000 videos to 795 thereabouts thousand videos about flat Earth. So you figure some of those have to be Americans.
There's a global fellowship. Think
Mhm.
about that for a second.
I don't know.
God damn flat Earth.
Derpson.
Somewhere.
How's it going? How's it going?
Somewhere over the rainbow.
So
Over the rainbow.
we're talking Monsanto. And who's got the echo? Ah, my Derpson.
Does he have an audio feedback or some shit?
He's a stoner that refuses to comply. He says,
Yeah, it's me. Yeah.
he says, screw you, I do what I want, I'll wear a headset if I want to. So, no. Yeah, and Monsanto here, MMA here is an expert on Monsanto, so don't challenge him. It's just a losing battle.
Oh, dear.
Besides,
I was... Go on.
No, never mind. I was going to say something wildly inappropriate, and I do apologize ahead of time. That was a good save. I'm good.
No, it's fine. So, do it.
No. I'm going to wait for another time.
Pussy.
Yeah, really.
God damn it.
Yeah. Yes, I do. I'm sorry, you were saying, sir?
my mind's in the gutter right now, so I do apologise. But yeah, I was watching a hangout with Grim V and so forth in there, and I'm pulling up my head going, fuck, let me in here, you know, I'm just, I'm
You've not talked with him yet?
No, I still haven't. But in the side chat, because it was live, at first he kicked me from the side chat, and then I went onto my other account and I started commenting again. Then he just gives up, and so we agreed that given time, maybe a week or so, we might have that talk. He's reconsidering it. So I said yes. I was being a bit of a cunt because I was getting impatient with him, and vice versa. So fair enough. But I did want to correct several things that Will was saying on there. I'm just, oh,
Well, that's got to be. I'd like to see that. Hey, if you guys end up needing a host room or something, let me know. I'd be glad to open it up for you.
yeah, definitely. There's one of the first one he did about GMOs and all, and something to do with the Zika virus. I didn't get that far into it because I need someone to watch it with, because not to be disrespectful, actually a bit to be disrespectful, but it is too stupid for one person to watch on their own. It's just like you do need two people to share the dosage.
Now, what is it? What was this show that you were talking about? Or the
It's on his channel somewhere. It's about GMOs, vaccines, and the Zika virus or some shit.
Oh, okay, got it.
And yeah, it was dumbfounding.
It's one of those things that I like I said, I like people to be heard. I think it's important. I think our information gets. I mean, that's how you end up with a lot of the questions that you get, I think. And I think every once in a while, one of them is right, about something, or at least partially right, or hits on something. So I think we kind of shoot ourselves in the foot. Humanity shoots itself in the foot if we don't at least listen to each other.
Is that Matt? Hold on. Sorry. Matt, yes, because he left before we got to address. I didn't see the side chat. Yes, I support Monsanto, GMOs, vaccines, and so forth.
Yeah. And I don't know his. I don't know his views. We've never talked about any of those things before, so I don't. I don't know. And I try, do my best to be respectful, and I'm usually pretty honest about. I mean, like myself and my children are all vaccinated with the basics, right? The basic ones. But when the new ones come out, I didn't get those, nor do I take a flu virus vaccine, and I've gotten the flu once in 20 years. So, and I worked in healthcare, and so and that's my choice. But the little stuff, I mean, the big stuff, those basic ones, we got on time with the way we were supposed to. And as even though I worked in the medical field, I was only a medic. I wasn't some research scientist. So that goes back to my question: how does a regular man know? Because this is, I think, one of the biggest issues. It's what creates the conspiracy theorist, right, or the literalist, or whatever they I prefer to be called. It's that inability to really verify information, right?
It does come to how well they were educated growing up. I mean, you tend to see their sources, and it comes from fear-mongering websites versus actual academic research. And then, say with the anti-GMOs, and they spout the Eric Salaney paper or the Judy Carmen paper. It's like, well, before these papers were even retracted, if you knew how to analyze a research paper, you'd spot the flaws pretty much immediately. So it goes into, how well they're educated growing up.
Right, and I'm just about to look here to see. I'd venture to say, I think if I had to bet without confirming, that the United States has the largest percentage of conspiracy theorists in the world. Do you think that's true?
Surprised.
I wouldn't
be surprised.
So when someone says, "Do you really think that America's that stupid?" Yeah, sometimes I do, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to my country, but that's I'm right, isn't it? To be able to say that. I mean,
America does have that stigma about it, but here's the thing, though. America is a paradox, because that's a problem, but it's also an academic fucking powerhouse. You got like the top universities in numerous fields, and it's dumbfounding. Like, if you look on the Shanghai World Academic ranking for 2015, you guys take up pretty much most of the top 20, with Australia and the UK having probably 6 or so dotted throughout the positions in the top 20. So its majority of it is American, with Australia and the UK in between in that area. So it is a
Love
bit.
Shanghai. Yeah, I'm. You're right. It's a very strange paradox, but that is my country.
Mm.
Strange
And
paradox.
it's also funny because um, in America it tends to be that the private universities
Hmm.
like fuck, what's his name? Stanford, Harvard,
Berkeley.
and so forth. Yeah, Berkeley, all them are more. They're up top, and the state universities are a little bit behind. But here in Australia, pretty much the top 8 universities, their name was, I think, something 8 here. They're all
Mhm.
state universities, like
But I think
UQ, mine. Yeah.
aren't yours backwards the same way? Isn't that the UK and um, Australia aren't what's private is public and public is private?
No.
Hmm.
So, well, hold on. So private is private, and public is, well, public.
Well,
Our
that's what I
public
thought too.
schools, yeah, yeah,
Hmm.
that's what it is, yeah.
But
So,
somebody, yeah, go ahead.
so our public schools here do better, and actual schools, high school and so forth, do better than the state. But then on the university level, our state fucking runs over, murders the private universities.
It's funny
I'm
because I
not
think
sure
it's
what it's
the
like
opposite
in.
for us. That
Yeah, it
private,
is.
yeah.
Harvard is your top
Mm.
one. Then it's like um, Stanford or University of San Francisco
Oh, you stay,
is
yeah.
also up there as well.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's
I live right
beautiful.
by.
Um,
I live right by that, right near that, and near Stanford.
oh, so fucking
Press-
jealous right now.
No, no, seriously, your country is way better. I've been to Sydney at least, and up and down the coast. Yeah,
It's better. The
way
nation's
better.
better, like the land, but the universe is like fuck.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
okay. Academic
yeah,
wise, yeah.
yeah, academic
But
wise. Um, the
academics
biggest thing I
can't
like
get
about
you laid.
Stanford,
I mean, come on.
eh?
I said
Eh?
academics isn't getting you laid. Come on. I'm
So very
teasing.
true. Um, but with Stanford, I do love the Center for Security and fuck the Center for Cooperation and International Security. That's the one. Fucking love
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I
Um,
really like that campus, and I read it or I watch a lot of their psychology um,
mm,
videos and stuff. It's good stuff.
yeah. Well, you will like that link I provided in the external chat, um, where General Mark Hayden talks about NASA and not NASA, the NSA and data collection and so forth, because he's talking to a
Mm.
group at Stanford. So he does correct a lot of misconceptions about the NSA and how they do data collection and so forth.
Yeah,
Um,
because you know why? Because all we hear is on Conan O'Brien or whatever late night how the NSA has just nothing but dick pics. That's the kind of news they give us.
it's because
See,
the
that,
NSA totally cares about that. Fuck.
yeah,
They're not called the National Security Agency for fucking shits and giggles.
I know. Go figure. Look,
Yeah,
I'm on your side. Seriously.
yeah. It's a bit dumb. And then Apple and the FBI and so I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake,
I
Apple,
gave
just
back.
fucking do it.
I got rid of
Uh,
my iPhone. I just told them to go fuck themselves.
yeah, it's they're telling criminals now pretty much, hey, if you want to do a crime, use our phone, because without your consent, the government can't do shit.
There you go.
So it's a bit, well,
I love it. That's a whole new angle.
yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so these conspiracy people that talk about your NSA can hack into your phone and all that shit's like, yeah, well then this is a prime example of no, they can't.
Well,
Um,
you know what's funny is I always figured once computerization and all of these things became, common knowledge, I guess I just assumed that that would happen, right? It didn't seem to bother me because I'm not doing anything wrong. I don't engage in any kind of illegal activity, so I didn't. I guess I wasn't alarmed by it, but it seems strange when people go, they have access to our information. It's like, yeah, I kind of figured that was going to happen, didn't you? But I
yeah,
think,
like companies like Google and so forth have more fucking information, technically speaking.
yeah,
Um,
they've got all my naked pictures, that's for sure.
all them nudes. But yeah, I
Right.
mean that they've got more. They got more and on you and so forth. But no one seems to care about that. And nor should they
Yeah.
really, because I mean it's highly regulated and so forth. But still,
Well,
um,
when you're trying
and
to
then
find a
yeah,
web.
with the phone thing. Hmm?
Hmm. No, go ahead.
With the phone thing, it's like literally the ISPs and so forth literally just provide you the fucking phone bills to the NSA and so forth. That's all they
Hmm.
get is a fucking phone bill record, pretty much.
Yeah.
Who you called, where from? So where from is actually the NSA actually decided not to go with location. Address they'll have, but not where. If I'm using a mobile phone, they won't be able
Yeah.
to get the location.
Yeah. I
And
think they're just triangulated, aren't they?
roughly, yeah.
Yeah.
But they can request that through the. It is the interesting thing. America is actually one of the pretty much the highest in terms of ethics and surveillance. They're the only nation, especially in the West, that has a foreign intelligence surveillance court. And so,
Really?
so pretty much, yeah, they pretty much need to have within the NSA. It's like 12 people have access to the phone data thing, and even they need to get approval from that specific court. Um, and again, it's also talked about in that interview with General Michael Hayden,
Oh,
and so yeah, don't even think Australia or the UK has it. They're also very ethical about it, but I mean,
yeah.
I think America's the only one that actually has a fucking court where they need approval for it. Um,
You were asking for
yeah,
these links earlier about Hillary, and I don't know how reputable any of these are. I'm still going through them, but I'm just putting them over here just in case you could look at them. I'm sure you probably know more than these articles say, so I don't. Um,
I'll just
like I
Google.
said,
Being,
and I can't.
being a bit generous, but let's have a look here.
I got a few more, and like I said,
GK,
I don't know exactly how
the
accurate they
first
are.
the first link though, could you go to the full link
Hmm.
because and post the full link because that first one doesn't work.
Oh, okay.
Wait, does it? Does it? Doesn't? Hold on. Oh no, it did work. Sorry.
All
Observer
right.
opinion. Don't know what about. Killers, crimes of Hillary Clinton. Yada, yada. The only thing I do have gripes with her on is that classified information she had on the laptop.
Hmm.
But apart from that,
One of the other things that I don't particularly like about her was the way they treated um, their protectors, the Secret Service, and it was pretty public, at the time when they were these Secret Service guys were complaining because they were treated so badly by the Clintons and Chelsea, and that just
how they treated. Like,
sorry.
how they treated.
When they'd come to the door to check on them, Chelsea would call them dogs. What do you dogs want? And it was like, well, that's what my parents call you. And Hillary was taking out furniture from the White House that she knew she wasn't supposed to, that she was told not to, that does not leave. And I guess she was trying to sell it somewhere. Now that story I haven't verified. It was when I was looking into some other garbage information about somebody was upset with Michelle Obama because the article said that she moved the picture of Abraham Lincoln to put up a picture of um, the first dog, their dog, and somebody was passing it on like he'd done something wrong or she'd done something wrong, and I said, well, wait a minute, the presidents that have occupied the White House have been allowed to move furniture around, change everything up since the dawn of time, and so doing that is in and of itself not a bad thing. And all she would have had to do is just move it from one wall to another, and someone can say she took it down. They're inferring that this African American woman is being disrespectful to the president that freed African Americans, right? Slavers. I said, but that's not necessarily true. And I said, when you pass this stuff on, you kind of become an accidental racist, They're using you. It was almost like a mule. And I thought it was really interesting. And I couldn't find any links to that. That's when I started finding newspaper articles, or YouTube, sorry, take that back, Facebook news articles that you'd find, from certain news agencies. And they were two different articles, but appearing to look like one. Articles that had been recycled and had different titles, and sometimes they weren't even related. What else? There's just all kinds of really shady stuff that it's like, this isn't news. This isn't proper reporting. And the amount of people that get their news or get news updates and news articles from Facebook, humongous.
Oh yeah.
And there's a website called Real or Satire, and you can put the URL in there, and it'll tell you whether that news agency is known for having, real content, accurate content, or satire. And you'd be surprised at how much comes up satirical. And of course, it's hidden in the back somewhere. Nobody goes back there and reads it. I was amazed. I did not know that there could be that much misinformation.
Oh, definitely. I mostly get my information from think tanks and so forth. When it comes to like foreign policy and all that, I tend to go for think tanks, and if I'm looking about a country, I'll go to the CIA World Fact Book 2015 or 16 or whatever have you. And stuff like that, I'd go to,
It just feels like
government
they wouldn't
sources
tell
and
us.
also.
They wouldn't tell us the truth, though. And maybe again, I'm okay if I'm naive. I mean, feel free to tell me. And it's probably just, stupidity. You think that maybe the CIA shouldn't tell us the truth about everything. I mean, I'm kind of okay with some of those things. Like, I don't know that I don't think we need to know that. Or
Exactly. The General Michael Hayden, also in that interview, paints it perfectly. He says they're trying to be. It's like I think the word's opaque. Like when you're looking through that type of glass and it's blurry through the other side. Is that opaque? I'm not too sure.
Opaque, yeah, because it's translucent, transparent, and opaque, yeah?
Yeah, but you can't make out definitions and so forth. Like it's all blurry and shit.
Yeah.
Isn't that it? Yeah. Anyway, but he was going with that analogy where instead of being a total transparent, normal piece of glass, that defeats the purpose of the intelligence agencies.
Yeah.
But so you want them to be, so you can sort of recognize patterns and shapes and things, but you can't see straight through like a fucking window. And that was the analogy he used. And like, that's fucking brilliant. Because if they were totally 100% transparent in everything, that defeats their fucking purpose.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, during war times when we've seen CNN, reporting, you figure Saddam Hussein or whoever, it's got CNN probably, they've got to be watching something, right? Or do they jam radar? Jam transmissions. I don't know. I didn't realize how little I know about stuff until I got here. I used to think I was smart because I was a medic, I'm not so smart.
We're
Not so
smart in the medic field. Everyone has their niche, of course.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, I mean, it's definitely that they do watch, especially with ISIL and so forth. But even it's not just about wartime or terrorist threats and so forth. I mean, for crimes and so forth, you just generally say if the CIA has some X program, right?
Mhm.
For signal intelligence. They're not going to give those details out, even if they're not in wartime, because I mean, a new threat could come up, or some hacktivist could, try and do
Sure.
something that they're not going to, want to unveil those kinds of things.
Yeah, and we
So they
ought
want to be,
to support that.
yeah,
It feels like America.
it's
We have a right to know. You're going to let us
mm,
know because we have a right. Ugh.
it's
It's
like
a,
some things you don't really have a right to know, and people really fucking hate that.
I know.
Um,
I,
yeah,
I I think
and
they missed the boat when they I don't think we learn enough about our Constitution. We don't learn about concepts of law and concepts of interpreting the Constitution, and it just doesn't seem like that. Yeah, when things are violated, you'd think we should know them right away. I mean, we should recognize, hey, that's an abuse of that right, or that doesn't really apply. But you've got a lot of us standing around going, I don't know, I don't know how to interpret that.
mm, yeah, it is a clusterfuck.
Mm.
Um, yeah, people just become entitled little bitches. I mean, to put it a different way, like Channel 7 over here was reporting about how this bloke was getting arrested, and his brother was a bit more physically aggressive towards the cops. But he was saying that he's got his hands in his pockets. He's not trying to be non-threatening. Well, no, that's the opposite. You've got your hands in your pockets.
Right.
But he was trying to get into to see what his brother's up to because he was being arrested.
Mm.
But that's not something you want to do, especially to cops, because that
Yeah.
guy could either want to hurt the bloke they're arresting or hurt the
Mm.
cops. And so the other two cops were saying no, back off, so on and so forth. And they tackled his ass. And because he was, resisting arrest and so forth, the cop punched him about 4 times in the face.
Wow.
And then people then this bloke starts saying, "Oh, if I can film this," to his cousin and so forth. "Film me, I'm getting beaten." I'm like, "Oh," it's like, well, we're being a cunt.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
he's being an entitled little bitch. I mean,
Yeah.
I was at March Against Monsanto 2015. I was counter-protesting. And eventually I was asked to leave by the cops because I was literally then circled and it became a yelling fuckfest, right?
Oh
And
wow. That would have
so
been scary.
then I was disturbing I was one woman came so close to me and she was a bit elderly, yelling right up my face, and I was surrounded. I'm like, I'm about to fucking punch someone. And the
About
cop touched my shoulder about GMOs and so forth.
no,
And
but I mean, she
the
was
cop
elderly,
touched,
about 50,
yeah, she was about 40, late 30s, 40s, somewhere in there.
You suck.
But I mean, she might have looked older than what she was, but I was about to punch, and because I was just surrounded with like, I'm either going to get hit or someone, or I'm about to hit someone. And the cop touches me on the shoulder, and I was almost about to fucking knock his teeth out, but I quickly realized, and so it was all fine and dandy. But it's easier for him to remove me versus 40 some people.
Yeah,
So I
some
was going,
elderly 30-year-old, right?
yeah, no, just like 40 people around me.
Oh,
Who's the problem?
no,
Me or
you're
them?
right. Yeah,
They're being louder, but who's easier to remove, them or me? Me.
you are. Yeah.
So so I'm like, okay. Well, I tried to raise it with him. I said, okay, well, can being these two people, because they wanted to have a discussion about it, civilly. We have a discussion, way over there Fine. Then he's like, no, I don't want you to do that. And then begged a bit more, then I walked off because he wasn't having it. So I chose the option of walking off than be arrested. If I was going to go the option of being arrested, I've got two more options. Resist that arrest or comply and you know, put my arms out and, you know, so on and so forth. So you're given these options and you just fucking comply. I've
Yep.
worked alongside police in security, so I know what they can do, what rights they have, what positions they use. I've done it on people, and I've been in that position myself during training and so forth.
Yep.
So I know what's going to happen if I start resisting. I'm going to get fucking tackled, and I'm going to be put into an armbar, or you know, if
Or
I'm
your
really,
face
you
into
know,
the
trying to struggle.
cement.
Yeah, and the reason why they do that is if they didn't, if I wanted to press charges on them, all I'd have to do is smash my face on the ground, on the concrete, make myself bloodied and fucked up, and then I've got at least some chance of suing them.
Right.
And that's why we're trying to, you know, keep people's faces pressed down. But anyway, so yeah, I just walked off. So people are becoming too bitchy.
Well, yeah, because you know, our country is so, at least even the state I live in, they'll sue for anything. They're so litigious,
Oh yeah.
and that just everybody's an opportunist on that one. And my son's a cop, and so is my dad. It's just, and I worked like you, right alongside of him all the time. I cleaned up enough guys who got silly and decided to challenge a cop. It's like, why? Why? I don't get it.
Yeah, just don't. Please don't challenge them.
Yeah.
Get fucked up.
We just don't seem to have any manners. No damn manners.
I was watching. I like a Facebook page called something like cop haters or retards. I don't know, something along those lines. And yeah, and they have a compilation on YouTube or some shit where they show like for a few weeks or years worth of people getting pulled up by the cops along the side of the road, and the cop asks for their license and ID and so forth, and these people, you know, you don't have the right for all that information or all that bullshit. And then it's just a compilation of these people getting tasered because they're not stepping over the car, and it's just the funniest fucking.
Yeah, Go ahead.
One guy was being real cocky to the cop. I'm gonna call my parents on you. He's like 17 or some shit.
Call
then he gets tasered. Yeah, and then he's like, he gets tasered, and then he starts crying like a bitch. And I'm just laughing. Oh my god.
I worked in this really urban area. It was Oakland, California, so it's this heavily African American population. So there's a lot of gangbangers of all different races. But
yeah,
I had one. Yeah, I had the guy in the back of my rig one night. He'd been beat up, and the cop had taken this big old gun off him. It was a AK-47 or something like that. And he's crying to me like a little bitch. Ma, they hit me upside my head, Ma. I said, are you the one that had that big old gun out there? And he goes, yeah, it's mine. I'm like, yeah, you're a big boy. And now you're crying to me. Alrighty. Big babies. It's just ridiculous. You come out with a big old AK-47, but somebody hits you in the side of your head and you're crying.
Wow.
Baby gangsters.
Exactly. I had to laugh. There's a TV show in America, I forgot what it's called, but they take these troubled youth to the prisons, and they talk to the... I don't know if that's what it's called, but one bloke pulls this kid to the door, and the kid almost wets himself. And says, come in here and we'll explain it to you how it goes, but he's being real aggressive to the boy to scare him.
Yeah,
because hold on, am I confusing this with a movie or a TV show?
No, I think it's Scared Straight that you're talking about. Because it's identical to what you're saying.
You guys still going?
Yeah, we're here.
Yep.
How you doing? Yep, we're here.
Hello.
Can you hear us? Hello,
Jim.
Jim.
Is it just you? I
Can you hear us,
just
Jim?
got done tagging the little lady there, so take my break.
Good for you. Damn it, everybody's getting late but me. So much.
I mean, do I have to put my headphones in? Wait a minute. Hang on. Can't hear anybody.
No, it's been a few weeks for me. I'm gonna cry.
A few weeks. Yeah, I got over 52 weeks logged in, so
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Oh, hello. Oh,
Hello.
Oh.
I'm all stinky right now.
Yeah, I know. I heard.
It's just fucking. It was. Thank you for the sex little thingy. It just like oh my god. I mean,
Got you ready?
that was so fucking great.
I'm gonna have to charge you for that foreplay.
I fucking ate that much so hard, dude.
Oh,
I can't even tell you.
Jim.
Oh yeah, I just smacked it, dude. I was like, yum.
Ah, damn it.
I just had to leave. Finally, I was like, because we have our little. It's either Saturday or Sunday night date, depending on the kids.
Yeah.
Well, so it's that once a week, where.
After 30 years. After 30 years, once a week's acceptable. Once a week,
Yeah,
I'd have to kill somebody.
Yes, but the once a week is a fuck fest. It ain't no like little deal. It ain't no little deal. Because there's the many mornings. Hey, wham bam, thank you, ma'ams.
You gotta go or not long, man.
Think I remember.
Yeah, the wham bam and thank you, ma'ams are really great. That's the greatest thing about being married. Because I've always said this. I've been digging the same hole for 30 years, but it's a gold vein.
Did he just refer to his wife as a hole? Did he say that?
I've been digging the same hole for 30 years.
You go, boy.
But it's a gold vein.
I hope she's asleep right now, cause.
Fuck no, she's numb.
Right now, she's giving him head under the table.
Oh
right.
My God,
we can only wish.
I mean, she just racked me so hard right now. I'm just telling you, just so you know. Opening up a whole nother bottle of wine just for it.
You're a little rude that you did not take a video
proper
of that.
exit, right?
Video. No, a video.
Well, maybe next time for you.
He's talking about exits.
I'm
like,
video.
Maybe next time for you guys, but maybe. Hey, I'm not embarrassed.
I'll stick with my tongue.
I am not embarrassed to show that off. That's something I'm not embarrassed to show off. I've always asked the little lady, but she's like, no. I'm like, all right, fine.
Smart girl.
Yeah, she knows she doesn't want to put her private parts up there.
And then you see the comments that follow on that video that if you upload it, and then it turns out she's been in other films.
I know who that is. I recognize that.
Yeah, is that the same twat I fucked last night? Oh no. God, that was good though. God. How long was I gone, by the way? 30, 40 minutes?
Not long enough for me to forget about it. Come on now.
All right. I told you you gave me the primer. All you had to put is in the subject was.
She does want you to rub it in.
Yeah, I'm sitting here just yelling rub it.
Montano's fucking horny as hell. He'll fuck open red right now.
Telling you, I'm looking through Qantas Airlines right now. I got a fucking red eye that leaves in 50 minutes.
Yeah, you're the one who was talking about Sweden for $46 or something.
It was, yeah, but I can't get to Australia from Sweden.
But it was $746 on the return trip.
Right. I'm like, what's the catch? Duh. It's amazing.
But I just want to thank you again, Sugar. Thank you for the primer. It was really nice. Because all you had to do is just like, look at me. I'm horny as fuck. I just, let me throw this out there. Let's throw sex. I was like, and Seamus wrote, "Where's the link?" I was like, oh
I
my
know.
God.
You know what? I didn't see that.
No, but listen, my response was like, I kept on going. I went through 30 fucking things I wanted to respond to with. I was like, first of all, shut the fuck up, Seamus. I was like, give me the fucking link or I'm going to blow a load right now. It was what I wanted to write in. You know what I mean? I was like...
Yeah, but Seamus is a... I mean, I quite like Seamus, despite the fact that we fight all the time. But that man will say... what does he say?
I feel really...
what link are we talking about as well?
He says something nasty all the time. I can't remember what it is.
What's the link?
One at a time.
Jim, what link are you referring to?
Okay, explain yourself again.
The link. He wants to know what link you're talking about.
We'll clarify. Seamus.
In the side chat if you... Yeah, it's the side chat if you must. Yeah.
Sorry.
I may be off subject. Can you be more specific?
It's the chat that is for the call.
Right. Okay, yeah. So yeah.
I don't know how to explain it.
Okay, so when Summer put the,
Summer, Sugar,
put the link up. I was dying. I was itching. I was like ready to write a response. And Seamus beat me to the punch. I was like, I could have wrote something in it. I was like, he wrote, "Where's the link?" I was like, in my head going, what the fuck, dude? Where's the link? This is a Christian dude. I'm like, where's the link? Dude, you see the topic here?
He uses the term balls deep quite a bit, if I'm not mistaken, and I think it's quite sexy.
Yeah, but balls deep, but the guy probably gets none. I mean, he's just a philosophizer. Yeah, it's like at least Steve McRae goes out there and tries to get some.
You do know that Seamus is listening right now, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, good.
Fuck him.
Well, right, people. He's a big boy. I know he's a big boy, so I know he can handle himself. I just like to make sure people know.
I'm just saying, Seamus, are you getting any? Seamus, you getting any?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But is this the John Lennon link you're talking about? I'm looking at the external chat for the call, and I also don't see any links.
I think it's the one that, if you're in the Hangouts page where they're all listed, in that.
Oh, she.
Oh, no, in events. If you look in events, I think that's where you'll find. I don't know.
Good thing about being married is you can get it when you want it.
Damn it.
Yeah. It's fucking great.
Well,
I'm not getting married again.
You can just, I don't know, when you organize a fuck buddy, I mean, well, there you go. That's the oh shit, 25.
Hey, listen, just find the one you want right away.
Remember we talked about that. I'm not a fuck buddy kind of girl. But I do. Yeah. I don't have a problem with it. I really don't. I just I don't know.
The funny thing was so cute was
I'm a snuggler.
I was sitting there chit-chatting with you guys, and I actually forgot. I was like, having such a good conversation. She comes rolling down, no bra on. I'm like, yeah, bye. I just muted perfectly. I was like, boom, I'm out of here.
Yeah, you disappeared pretty quickly. I remembered that you told us.
It was a primer. Yeah, Sugar, you have a little thingy about you.
I know.
Yeah, you get the boys worked up. Yeah, you get the boys worked up.
But I don't.
You get the boys worked up.
I don't do anything. Yeah,
you
but
don't have to do much. All you have to do is say.
I get the girls pissed off.
Well, that's a good point too.
I like girls. They're nice. I need friends. Can't have boys that just want to do it and girls that want to kill me. I mean, that's no fun.
Girls are great.
I like them.
All the girls are great.
Boobs. I'm getting new boobs. Very soon.
Yeah, and usually I don't finish from the bottom, but today I did. So I usually don't finish from the bottom, but I did today. I was
Finish from the bottom.
I usually don't. I usually finish, slamming her in the back. But today I didn't.
I can't wait till my grandkids watch these.
What the fuck? I can see, imagine their reactions.
Yeah.
You know what? I have nothing to hide.
By that time?
I have nothing to hide.
No, I don't either. But by that time, my grandkids will be like, yep, that's my ging.
Yeah, no problem here.
I expect Jim it'll be like the situation with Deadpool, where they're fucking on the each event of the year, right? And then I forgot what it was, but then she puts on a strap on and she just goes, and you see from behind. Face is just like, oh, no.
No.
Deadpool.
Yeah. Yeah, that was good too.
But the movie on the strap on.
Have you? I have seen. Do you know that vibrators come in Wi-Fi and Bluetooth now? You okay there, buddy? I think he's choking. Wait, he's choking. He needs the hiney lick. And I'm just the medic to do it. Step aside.
Oh, this poor fucking Monsanto.
Step aside. I'm here.
Monsanto, you're a good-looking guy. What the fuck?
Is he a good-looking guy? I only see him from the back.
Guy. I only seen him once. And
that's all you need,
baby.
Girl.
He is a good-looking guy. He's trim.
It's live, baby. You okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
Thank you for warning me, though.
You're welcome.
Hi, I'm Jim.
Hi, Jim. I'm Aaron.
Nice to meet you.
And MMA artist 41M.
Hello.
That is also Aaron.
Hi.
I'm
Aaron from Brazil. Look, Brazil. I have my Brazil shirt on.
Cute. I like it.
Yes, you look great.
Aaron, you missed the big sex conversation. I'm glad you weren't here to...
Do you want me to revamp the situation?
No. I don't think so.
He goes on camera and he's to
the earlier one.
Alrighty then.
Oh, yes.
You change your profile picture, sugar.
Yeah, I get tired of looking at my mug. You know what I think?
The little bra thing that I saw. I was like, I like the little lacy. And you took the little ears off, and I was like, that's classy. Yeah, it was
not really. It's my tramp.
That's what got him primed for his wife.
Yeah. Well, I'm only going to be
Sugar gets me in the mood. Sugar does that.
I'm only going to be elderly for so much longer. You're just not getting it, are you, MMA?
Well, either are you. I mean, so shut up.
When we were talking earlier, when you were here, he was telling me a story, and he said there was an elderly woman that he saw in the crowd. And I said, elderly, yeah, like how old? He's like, I don't know, 40, something like that. Oh, fucking hell. 40's elderly.
Well, wait, I've even had that experience. We didn't...
you said that.
It was me. Oh, yeah, at the clubs.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
the elderly. I think you even dipped down into the 30s, did you not?
Oh, yeah. Well,
yeah, you did.
From memory.
40 is not elderly, I'm sorry.
40 is like...
I'm gonna tease the shit out of him now. I'm gonna have sex with him. Yep.
Okay, let's do this.
That's it. You take your clothes off. We're going.
So if he thinks 40 is elderly, he must be like 19 or something, right?
He's 20.
I'm 20.
I don't. Ah, shit. You didn't say
20.
That.
Young, dumb, and full of cum.
Well, there goes my damn fantasy. 20 years old.
Yeah. What is it? 18?
I must have you.
I guarantee you, lady, if you met the man,
you'd be quite impressed.
Oh, I don't even know what he looks
you.
like, and I'm already impressed. So it doesn't.
No,
You
he's
know.
a good-looking lad. He is a good-looking lad. The only time he ever showed his face on camera that I saw, it was at a drag knot.
Oh fuck! That.
And you flicked him off, and you said, "Oh, he's eating a Vegemite sandwich." And my wife just happened to walk by, and I was like, "There he is, there he is!" And she goes, "Oh God, he's cute." Yep. Yeah, I was like, "Yep, I told you, honey. I told you. He's a good-looking guy."
Jesus Christ! Good old
Queensland, huh? Vegemite sucks. But Tim Tams.
You really should show yourself off right now,
You could feed
Montana.
me.
You should show
Tim
yourself
Tams
off.
if you want to.
The art of teasing is when you keep the mystique about you.
I love Tim Tams.
He's got this cute little mustache with this cute little. He's got this cute little mustache. It's darling, and he's got this. I'm telling you, he is a good-looking guy.
Put your leg out. He's about to hump it.
He might want to, but my dog is not near me.
You copied that? Okay, good.
That brought back some memories.
Can anybody hear Can anybody hear my Queensland healer snoring?
No.
Cannot actually.
He's snoring so loud.
I'm going to turn off my camera for just a little bit because I'm going to lay down, and I don't think it's...
Why? What? Don't turn your camera off.
Ah, shit.
Well,
you know,
it's being recorded, so...
I can take it offline. I mean, I think we've done the lion's share of it.
Intellectual discussions, yeah.
Yeah. I'll take it off.
Do that. Yeah.
Hello. Let's see if I can remember how to do this without into oblivion. Stop broadcast. Thank you, everybody, for coming by to watch me be stupid yet another night.
That was a good time.
Yep. Good times had by all. Now for the oral sex.
It still says live.